block, which can be programmed to do anything. And also they've got a capacitive touch
So
function.
that device there, it does a thing like if you set it up, like when you get like an email or
Yeah.
something's going on.
I was thinking of if I have something like double touch to start a media player, uh, pre-programmed playlist,
Yeah, something like
or
that
a
on
single
that
touch
house.
to start a voice recorder or something.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Put your mic down. You're getting.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. But that's something pretty good. The
Yeah.
CIA would love something like that.
He's
Those sorts of them. They probably got a lot smaller things. As lapel
Well,
pins, they are fairly
yeah.
large.
But what I'm
They're on the
referring to is
larger
the
side.
idea that, like you said, you can just by spread it, just touch it a little bit, and you can
Hmm.
set a thing to where it starts having the device to record whatever is being said.
Yeah.
You can have different recorders all through the house, but since you're closest to, like, if you got each one, like it goes to a
Of-
certain range.
there's no microphone or
No, no, yeah, I know.
on it. That's reliant on the client's device. So
Yeah, but
in this case,
yeah, but if you, where would be what I was referring to is if you make a device that picks up that, you can hook it up to a tape recorder to
yeah.
where it activates the recorder, and then
Or
where you have
or
it set up,
or
each one can be like a
oh,
range.
yeah.
okay. So we've got this all up and running. Everything is recording now.
Okay, I haven't made this tea yet.
Mark's making his tea. I'd like to welcome everybody to Minds Roundtable weekend event. This is Roger Hanson and Mark Edworthy here with my brother Robert Hanson. We are doing a really, really cool introduction because our buddy Tanhai Tran is feeling down and out, and we need to help pick him up. And this is the best way we can do it: is give him a really, really good Canadian introduction so that he feels better and he doesn't give up on mines like he's been wanting to. So
I don't think it's that desperate just yet.
he's thinking about it. He was thinking about it. He went to Noster and decided he's doing all these checking out on different apps and stuff. So there's a good chance he's probably done with
And
it.
he's one of the other either Minds or some other social media platforms. And he doesn't understand you can use multiple social media platforms.
Yes. That's kind of what I was trying to hint at the other day, but you were freaking sabotaging my efforts. It's like you thought I was going to be leaving mines and shit, and I'm just like, Mark, stop. I didn't tell you that, but I'm thinking, Mark, stop.
I've decided to go with a Lady Grey.
He's obsessed with Lady Red. He likes her.
Oh, Lady Red. Okay,
Yeah.
Lady Grey. I'm talking about tea, but yeah.
He goes on Jitzer, whatever they call that. And the first thing he looks for is Lady Red.
Mind?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean,
Well, she's a sort of persistent poster, isn't she?
Yeah.
Publisher, creator.
Everybody likes her on there. Like, I even have Lady Red posting stuff on mine. Well, I used to, but then I had to put it to a stop because she does too many of them. She outdoes me even.
When I was doing all the support on things like Minds Open Support and Canaries and stuff at the Mind Chat, and she was always giving me compliments.
Who's this lady in red?
She's like I said, persistent poster. Isn't she in Arizona or something? She's not sure. She's got that more sort of Southern American or Southern US accent. Sort of US thing going on.
Now I'm gonna run and get me a cigarette and we smoke outside. So I'm gonna do that and I'll be right back. I got my coffee already made. And I apologize. I did start on time, but I am not organized. I literally just woke up like maybe a half an hour ago. We had a pretty exciting day yesterday. I don't know.
Notice you mentioned, was it yesterday that you were finishing the Teams, Microsoft Teams?
Yeah. Well, you know, especially like with me and Robert, we know how significant yesterday was. I mean, it's not too many times that you get somebody who's willing to do a walk around on a freaking kiwi, you know, a kiwi freaking farm in the middle of New Zealand. You know what I mean? That's Hawaii 5-0 shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, and I looked it
Magnum
up.
PI,
Okay.
dude. Like I'm talking 1970s Magnum PI. You know, she was showing freaking landscapes, like just blow your mind away.
Like the volcano.
Yeah, that volcano, dude. Only Bob though. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what. And I
It
told
was
her,
quite distant, and that was really quite distant, and you had a few hills in between.
don't bitch, dude. We got a freaking volcano, dude. Don't bitch. Name anybody that freaking literally gets a volcano in their video, dude. Like we got
People who live near Mount Etna.
he goes. I'm telling you, it was a big day. For us, it was.
Fair enough.
Well, at least got to see the sides of a different country.
Yeah, that was the good part.
Because, like I told Tan, I'm when he was driving around, I was happy because I got to see a little bit more of Canada.
Oh, that's something else you didn't know. We also have the landscape for Japan when Tan went to Japan Universal Studios in Japan.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good.
First time around.
Yeah. The only problem is when he finally made it to Universal Studios, DK was on there and he just started talking all this shit, dude. It's like, shut up, DK. You know what I mean?
I say first time around because he returned back to Japan a couple weeks ago.
Did he?
Yeah, I think that was his last holiday. Yeah, I think he mentioned that. That's great.
That is an interesting place. I can tell you that. I'm not gonna say it's like the beautifulest place because it's really not.
Were they
Japan?
Oh,
but it's interesting.
Unique.
If I have a chance to see anything, I want to see the mountains. The mountains are what makes Japan, because a lot of people don't know there's a lot of tradition and lore that goes into those mountains.
Is that the place where they're talking about the
Koopa or the Copa? Yeah, the Koopa.
Yeah, the shaped like a key.
Oh yeah, they have the key shaped burial grounds that are shaped like a key. They're little squared islands in the middle of cities and shit, and they're shaped like a keyhole.
Yeah. I was going to say, if I was going to Japan, I would like to spend some time in Tokyo or one of the metropolitan areas.
Yeah, but one place that's really, I know you wouldn't be able to go there, I don't know, but the ones that they're claiming to be pyramids there.
In Japan?
Yeah. Japan's got secret pyramids there, they're saying.
Yeah.
There's one place that got real high rate mercury inside of in one spot that it registers high mercury inside of a ground area for I'm not saying they're saying that it's not a pyramid from the first dynasty, the first emperor. He made
Mhm.
a duplicate inside of his pyramid, and the water is mercury, and and they sealed it up and all that. And with the inside of there, it's got tons of mercury inside. That's what they
Okay.
claim. I can't. I'm not. But yeah, that's what they're saying. And they are refusing the thing of saying yes or no. They're covering up the fact that they're thinking that they dump dirt on top of it to bury the pyramids, make sure that they don't look like actually pyramids or not.
I sure they're not just mountains or hills rather than pyramids.
Yeah. Well, China they don't want they refuse saying that no, they don't want no tests, no aircraft flying over it and all that with the that's work locate look for construction under the ground. They
Mm.
don't want no aircraft doing that over them areas. But you know that's not a bad idea. What you talk about with that button of yours,
Mm.
because you stop to think about it. You can set it up to where, like, if for every 50 feet, you can have one device set up for each room. Put the devices in each room to where, like, when you want lights are off, you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
hit it. And the
Mm.
same thing with the TV.
Not on the TV anyway, but yeah, yeah. It could be used as a part of a more larger smart
Mm-hmm.
house sort of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, you Japanese pyramid. You referring to the Yon Yonaguni monument, a rock formation that located 82 feet underwater near Waiuku Island, discovered in 1987. Possibly. Actually, there's a few other things. Um, Yoshigame Pyramid, strange a group of rocks in Shingo. Um, and of course, there's the megacity pyramid, a concept that's been going, a idea that's been going on for a few years now. That's been designed by the Simshu Corporation to build a self-sustaining city or pyramid-styled city over Tokyo Bay.
Hmm. That's pretty unique.
Yeah, but again, it's one of these things that I've been on the sort of drawing board for years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if they, well, I don't, like what they did there. I think that's the country that they actually built a civilization for U.S. citizens. High skyscrapers, business offices, stores, and all that there. And it's
Yeah,
sitting
yeah, yeah.
empty.
Okay. Yeah, I think you may be talking about one of the Chinese ghost cities.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
But it
rather
was
than
the thing that they
Japanese.
built all that,
Mm.
and it's sitting empty.
Yeah, China has been known for building virtually empty cities. Um,
Yeah.
on a lot of us on technically, from what I've heard, a lot of it's actually on unstable land anyway, and possibly could subside quite easily.
Oh, you mean sink in?
I'm not sure the cities. I know there are a couple cities in China. Mind you, China is quite a large country, anyway, it's not so. Um, but yeah, these cities are just absolutely empty.
Yeah. Ah, man, when I heard that, I thought, dang, that's pretty bad one.
Pretty pointless. If you haven't got population to stick in the cities, then what's the point of having the cities?
Yeah. And people don't want to go there either and to live there. Their own people don't. That makes you wonder on that. You know? I mean,
Well, it's related to a sort of housing. It's sort of money fiddling this. Not as is you build all these houses, get state subsidies for it just to say yeah we've got housing boom, therefore houses can be cheaper because there's more demand or there's more supply,
hmm,
and obviously you haven't got the population you've got more supply than the actual population to live in there.
yeah. Because like your pen. Okay. What I was
Okay.
thinking too, what you could do with that pen as well is set up a thing to where when you walk and all that, like and when you bump into things or you got people and all that, set up a thing to where you don't forget their name and all that. But like it's like with a or built-in mic with inside with a chip in it that
Again,
has
there's no mic inside the device.
no. But what I'm saying is, if you can if you can create one to fit in inside of it to record the person's name and like if they give you their phone number and their name, it you just tap it and it records.
Bit pointless, bit of a lazy way of doing it. I can just bring out
Well,
my
yeah.
phone and just type.
Well, yeah, but what I'm referring to is for people that can't do that, that has, like with me, if you don't really write it down, I forget your name. I'm bad about that without even writing it down.
Uh,
You know, your name or your phone number or an address. Like if you give me your address, I know there's no way I'm able to find, or to remember your address. But what I was referring to is set it up like in some way to where a person can record all that information and all that and put it down on, when you get home, you can play it back or put it
yeah.
into your computer.
Whatever happened to good old calling cards?
What?
Calling cards. You've seen all those films from the 1950s where somebody will go to somebody's house and here's a calling card.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Here's
Yeah.
my name, address, and stuff.
Yeah. Well, that would be one thing, but I don't know that many people that have something like that.
Yeah. Somebody you don't see. Well, I don't even get business cards all that often these days. People will just say, go to this website or something. Business cards are becoming a dying thing.
Yeah. And because I was thinking about that because you were talking about but that would be the real neat thing. It would be to have
Mm.
a pen like that where you got it set up to where the signal from your pen could make a player play, your TV on or off, off like your lamps as well too. You have a little device hooked up like instead of a clap off, you just tap your button and it activates, it turns it on or off.
Yeah, yeah. Hence why I'm using it with this phone, so I can
Oh,
set
you
up
pin?
a few routines on this phone.
Well, you do.
I can tell this phone. It's just really a keyboard as such. It's just really.
Well, yeah, but I mean, but like if you ever wanted to, you could create your own pin like that or buy it from the company and manufacture your own brand of it.
Seen a few development board SBC, single board computers, round things, but they're
You know, they got a
larger.
a device where you can just like talk to it and it does everything that you guys are wanting
Yeah.
to do, right? Like,
But all the sort of smart lapel pins I've seen are ugly. They all are made out of plastic, where this is plain grade aluminium.
you're just taking pot shots at
and,
smart
and they are
devices.
too, and the cases are extremely large, a lot larger than this device.
You're just taking pot shots at smart devices. They're ugly.
Yeah, but as on a traditional lapel pin, what's the is something like I can't remember measurements. There's and this is on the sort of slightly larger side of what a traditional lapel pin should be.
Yeah, he even said he liked that, about if you can have that lapel and a device for tape, if you want to record whatever goes on to each room, and the lapel, his device will be set to where when he's in 5 to 10 foot of the device that has it on, he can activate it by just touching it, and it would activate the recorder.
I'm thinking Star Trek, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
But
standard traditionally small lapel pins are 0.5 to 0.75 inches. And the larger ones are 1.5 to 2 inches, and I think this is 2.2.
So this is where I send out a message to the listeners. For all you who went out and bought those horrible, big, massive, ugly lapels for your mama on Mother's Day back in the day, you need to go and
I'm talking about
apologize. You need to go and apologize.
Brooches, women brooches are there's different traditional rules.
Trust me, they didn't like it. Okay, no, they didn't. I mean, because you're right. The big bulky things are horrible, and that's like I can imagine. Like maybe back in the 1800s, women would have liked that stuff. But if you did,
there are certain different rules for men and women pins, brooches versus lapel pins. Traditionally speaking.
well, I gotta also admit, you're in England too, because like that's where all the big bulky pins actually came from. Because like
No, a lot of it came from sort of 1930s, 40s, 50s traditions in the US.
no, you guys, the nobles used to wear that stuff all the time.
Oh yeah. I mean, in sort of classic sort of men's suit wear sort of thing.
Well, women were worse than men were about it.
Yeah.
They were really bad about it. They used to have these horrible ones that would just hang down, or they were like take up half their freaking shoulder. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh my god! Watch some of those older movies, like whenever it was just TV was just becoming popular, and pay attention to their brooches. Their brooches were just horrible, dude. And I confirmed it. Robert is right too. They do think that the royal jewels could possibly be on frickin' that island over there in the Netherlands. What's the name of it?
Hope Island.
Hope, yeah, the one where they're trying to dig for freaking treasure and stuff.
Royal James. What Royal George?
In Canada.
No, you know that the royal jewels for freaking
British.
the British royal
The-
jewels, they've been missing for a long time now, right?
Okay.
I freaking found out that he is right. They do think that it's there on what's the name of the island?
Hope.
It's not Hope Island.
Oh.
They actually made a show for it, and I can't remember it. But I did find out that is true. So since we're talking about real bad jewelry, it wasn't the Maltese Falcon a part of the royal jewelry too?
Yeah.
No,
I don't think so.
Well, it was some kind of high jewelry that they walked off with.
Well, the royal jewels is it's a pretty important freaking set of jewelry there. You know what I mean? Only the king and queen get to wear those, dude.
Oh, yeah, but they had that big the queen's the king's second wife. Can't think of her name, but she got in all sorts of trouble over there. She did. She walked off supposedly. Okay, walked off with Diana's some of her jewelry, and never put it back, and lied the fact that she had them when she wasn't supposed to, and was driving all over the place with having that on.
Now, see, this is what I'm talking about, Mark. Okay, he is a woman. All right, Robert is probably he gets into the gossip like you wouldn't believe. Like he will, he does this stuff to me all the time. He starts talking about like, did you hear about her?
Sorry, I don't buy copies of Vogue magazine.
Well, no, it was on the news about that. From
you can't trust when he says that either, because he'll say it's on the news
Does the Vogue magazines is that still in circulation?
Well, I know that it was there with Sibel Edmonds. She came out with her story about getting a gag order for when she was a linguistics expert for frickin' the NSA during 9/11. Yeah. I know the only ones that would take her article was Vogue, I believe. So she.
Oh, sorry, I was just looking at I was just trying to remember what Camela's name was, King Charles's wife, and Wikipedia refers to her as Queen of the United Kingdom, not Queen Consort. Actually, consort. Actually, they do further down, but the first opening lines is Camela is the Queen of the United Kingdom.
She's not even supposed to be called Queen Consort, consort, period. And I mean, in English or United States term, she'd be freaking the whore. She'd be the whore.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Like she didn't even get married.
Mistress.
Yes, the mistress. I'm supposed to be politically correct. I am so sorry. I called the Queen Consort a whore.
Okay, I can't call her a whore. That's probably treason or something.
You can get in trouble.
Yeah, you get slapped across the face, and
I'll be locked up in the Tower of London for the rest of my life.
Oh no, or put you in a rack. They'll rack you. They got a special one for tall people. Did you hear about that?
Okay.
For prisoners that has to be tortured. Now they got a device where you lay your hands down, separate, and your feet does too, and they take these big rods, put it from your left side to your right side of your arm, across your back and it'll tie it. And then what it does is that they release the blade, the metals, and what it does is it starts to twist you and twist your arms and breaks your back open.
Okay. In this country, at least at the present moment, and I know there's a lot of discussion about this actually at the moment, but in Britain we don't do corporal punishment. At
Well,
least
it's not.
not at the moment.
Well, it depends on what the countries consider. You know. Well, I know they don't do that.
Well,
no more,
Robert,
but-
you need to be careful because, like he's saying, at this moment,
Yeah.
now you need to understand, England is like the freaking,
Or Britain.
or Britain is like the top freaking. They're the biggest when it comes to the torture. Like if you want to see a torture chamber, dude, you go to freaking England,
Spain?
dude. Spain ain't got nothing on England. You guys have like some of the best dungeons in the world.
Well, yeah, they made up some newer stuff because they were talking about like us guys was 7 foot tall back then. They came out with a whole new line of torture, and they did.
I've never met anybody that's 7 foot tall.
Well, yeah.
Let me
5, yeah, maybe. But not
let
7
me
foot.
add something in here. You know, England came up with the worst freaking form of torture, and you know what that was?
The current political system.
Nope.
Well, that's torture.
When a noble didn't like a person, all they did is they had their freaking knight freaking go grab them and throw them into a deep hole that they had in the corner of the room, and they would just drop them in there. And they would leave them. And it was this little bitty squared room that they would fall down into. You had maybe, it was just enough for your body to fit in, and they would just drop you down in there and let you freaking die, dude.
Okay.
Wouldn't feed you, wouldn't do nothing. They would just drop you down in that hole and they'd leave you there.
Again, we do not do that anymore.
That you know of. That you know of.
Could you imagine the human rights lawyers on that one? Yeah.
Because they got some nice covering things where it fits right over next to the hole. You know, like a brick, a round brick. If you just slide it up over it, you never tell.
See, I wanted to do an episode on strange stories.
The so-called Heidi house of the Reformation. Catholic, the priest house.
Well, see, I wanted to do a show on strange stories about this because I don't know if you've actually done any research into the castles in your country, but like there's history of where they've had to go and literally clean out human bodies from these pits that they've found in castles that's been there for like 200-300 years.
Probably actually 200-300 years. Longer, I would imagine.
Yeah, most likely. I'm just, I haven't got the information in front of me, but you're right. It's probably like probably even 1,000.
300 years, 400 years, the Civil War.
Yeah. Well, even before that, though, you got to remember. I mean, you guys have like ruins there that are just those would have already exposed anything, but. Like some of the most haunted freaking castles in England are ones where this kind of stuff was done. There's castles where people in England won't even stay the night in to this day. They'll get like nosebleeds and shit.
Allegedly. Again, I'm skeptical when it comes to
Well,
that sort of
I was thinking about that. Why don't we set it up sometime where you like do a walk around too, like Bob did?
Yeah. Almost.
You know what I mean?
You could have someone
Like
with
you realize that castle that in Devon, that one is like a very, very
castle.
the one for the nobles.
Or the Knights Templar where they were
No,
sacrificed?
it's actually the one for Devon, I believe. Well, you guys used to
there's
be.
quite a few castles in Devon.
Is there? Here, I'll pull up the information here in a little bit.
Which one was it?
But it's
Oh,
ve-
you talking about the powder one? Just outside of Exeter.
Yeah. Well, this one is actually one of the oldest castles in freaking country, dude.
Ain't that the one with that?
It was actually it held a lot, like most of the power in that region for the longest time.
Yeah. Is that the one that the Queen lost her head at?
No,
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 no.
no. They did her at the tower. Like she was right there at the tower. They brought her out of the tower and cut her head off right there at the entrance.
Oh.
Also, those sort of places are controlled by National Trust. I'm not sure, but I would have to check on filming rights. Not on.
Judge,
Because
Judge,
that could be
what's her name right
legal
there?
issue.
Her name. Joan of Arc. What about that? Where?
That's in
That was in France.
Oh, France.
And Joan of Arc, actually, I mean, if you're gonna go with her route, I'd rather hear about her general who ended up being the first serial killer in history. Now, his story is actually more interesting than Joan of Arc's is, believe it or not. And he had a freaking dungeon too, where he tortured young girls for satanic rituals and stuff. Supposedly, and, like, he had a whole freaking gang of freaking cult members, dude, that followed him. And that right there is something I did a short video on. I'd really love to check that out, but I think France is a little too far for Mike. I
would have to renew my passport, which I've been meaning to do actually, and I haven't done it for ages.
And I mean, I know that your bicycle's not gonna go in the freaking. They're not gonna let you run that down the tunnel and across the channel.
I could always swim across.
Hey, they got those new e-bikes. Me and Robert just got one.
Yes.
We're gonna use that.
Last time I went to France, I was on a ferry, and it was a very rocky trip back, and I puked up everywhere.
How tall are you?
Hey, sorry.
How tall are you?
5'9", 5'10".
Okay, so you would probably be able, because these guys bought some boats from over, I forget what country, but these are small jet boats, electric jet boats, real small, but they are fast as long as you are not like heavy set. Because there was one of the guys that were heavy set.
Okay.
The boat did not make it too well. I'll say that. Okay. The guy was a good sized, well built frame guy. Okay. And with an electric engine, as fast as that thing could go, on the big guy, that boat did not do very well, and it started absorbing up water, and because the boat was not very long and was short, but it was like a jetty. It was like a speedboat, but small. But it's an electric engine.
Again, I haven't got that big a budget. Also, on the way back from France to England, I should just go and get myself a dinner and claim asylum into this country. Controversial comment. Very controversial. Yeah.
Because they were showing that, and they were doing a test to see how these boats will handle the three different size guys, and the speed and all that in a river, in a big old lake. This guy was he's a good size. He's like I am, okay. and I'm talking like okay, like you're like a small computer disk, about the
Mm.
size of the boat. Okay, good sized battery in it and all that. It's electric, but that sucker, I don't know, a small thin guy, that boat will skip over the water with no problem. But a heavy set guy, forget it. Okay,
Okay, okay.
and
Again, if you want to sponsor that one, go ahead. I definitely
I
haven't got a
wouldn't,
budget for that.
but it was just
Also, remember the channel is French English channel. It's one of the busiest waters in the world.
huh?
It's an extremely busy water.
Hmm. Well, because here in it was here in the U.S. This guy, and he ordered it from overseas. He said the name. I can't begin. Even if I could find a video, you would have to see it yourself
Uh,
to fully understand what how. Okay, I'm fat myself. I know, and like I tell people, I say no, don't get me wrong. Law enforcement's good, but they should have certain things. Okay, if I'm depending on someone to protect my big butt, okay, I would like to know that this person can run at least three, probably 4 blocks without stopping for air. Okay, because why I say that for? Because if he has to stop every block to get some air, and he can't really because he's heavy set. I'm talking about where if your stomach's hitting the steering wheel of a vehicle, you're too big. Okay, because you stop to think when you're sitting in the seat and you pull the seat back and your stomach still hits the steering wheel, you got a lot of weight there, and there's some problems because if you get in a car wreck, you take a deep chance of hurting your what do you call that? Where you rip tissue or some kind of things can happen to your stomach and all that. By getting hit by something hard, solid, and but what I'm referring to is that they there was one cop that was real heavy and he had to stop every block just to catch air, to catch a breath.
Okay, a US block, and I just checked this. US block is between 300 to 330 feet by 600 by 600 or 660 feet, roughly 90 to 100 meters by 180 to 200 meters. That's not that far to run,
Oh,
really.
because well, I don't know really. But what I'm referring to is if you have to stop because you're overweight really bad, like if you can't go from one corner to the other without having to stop to catch air and then
Okay,
run
granted,
about.
I still consider myself to be fairly fit, as a general sort of rule. So yeah, granted, yeah, if you are not in good shape,
Yeah, because I'm thinking of because if someone's chasing the person that's trying to hurt me or hurt someone that I do know, I would like them to have a chance to catch them, not can't because they have to stop every 5 feet to catch air to breathe.
or
I know
if
I'm
you
fat.
if you need to stop every 5 feet, then
Yeah.
you shouldn't be walking in the first place. You should be in a wheelchair
No,
or
no.
in
Well,
a
yeah, but no.
hospital
What I'm
bed or
referring to
something.
is if you're running, and that's the only time when you have a problem of catching breath, it's when you're running. You know.
Okay, 5 feet is a bit.
Well,
Yeah,
not so much 5 feet, but
if you've got problems just running 5 feet, then you've got some serious problems. I would
yeah, yeah,
suggest.
yeah. But when you're sitting in a car and the seat's back, okay, I guarantee you, if you was to sit in your friend's car or your dad's car, you scoot your seat all the way back. You look at from the distance from where you're sitting, from the tip of your stomach to the the very tip of that steering wheel, how far the distance is. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you tell me what size of a person that would be. Okay.
Again, depends on the car. Depends on the car.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But still, but what I'm referring to is the distance from how far you can slide that seat back. Okay. On certain cars, like you said, that's true. How far you can slide it back can compare to the distance from the steering wheel on different cars.
I mean,
But
there's a complete difference between a Rolls Royce and a Mini, as an
yeah,
example.
well, I don't know what the distance is of law enforcement from the steering wheel to
Okay,
when the
okay.
seat's back in
The
the UK on them small jobs.
standard UK police car. I'm not sure actually. There is a relatively standard size, I think. I know there was a change of contracts several years ago to try and get to make a lot of these cars into sort of EV electronic vehicles sort of compatible. But I think they are standard size. Got me thinking now.
Because and there's one other thing too, like if the steering wheel goes up, or you know how you have them cars, the steering wheel they go down as well, or they stay up there. You know, that's one thing I forgot about that too. But it's just the idea that if the steering wheel goes down and it snugs your stomach where you can get steering wheel burn, I guess. You know,
Okay.
because I'm referring to because when accidents happen and all that, or you bump something and a heavy set person with all that pressure hitting that stomach, okay, with all that fat and all that, or I was told by my doctor too, because fat people do have to worry, because even if you not too hard of a hit, but still a good size hit, you can set a blood clot in your fat pot in the fat, okay, and at any point in time within that fat can be the blood clot can be released in the fat area, and it can be released into your body, and it can kill you. You know, blood clot to the heart or to the brain.
Okay.
But that's what I was referring to as well, because you saw, because I've heard about that about people that's really heavy set, and I'm bad about that myself because I sat in and you tried to scoot into a car through the driver's side. Here's the steering wheel. The steering wheel's catching you as well when you slide in.
Mm.
Now, what other, to me, that just leads to a lot of problems, that if a lot of problems arises from heavy set people, in case of emergencies and all that, a few minutes could mean life and death to a person, and like with me, if I had to do something like that for my brother, okay, as big as I am, it might take me a while to fit my big butt into behind the wheel if I had ever had to, because I'd be the first one to say I'm not fit to where if I had to run for it, I can't. I don't know how far I could run, but I know that with my size of my body and all that, my weight, it would work against me.
Mm.
Because I mean, out of shape for one, plus having all that body mass working against you as you're getting you're if you're running, you got all that to work with to getting where you're going to. and
Okay.
that's what I was referring to. Because where and the bad thing too for a cop is where when you have to stop and catch breath, you never know what's behind you or around. The person that you're in pursuit with can swing back around, catch you off guard. You know.
But police officers should have a minimum sort of standard of fitness, shouldn't they?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. That's true. But I'm just saying because we got one cop here. He's good size, heavy set, and I'm thinking now. I know I'm being mean because I'm fat myself. Okay, I know what it takes to run. If I had to protect myself, okay, or run from it, I would have a problem because I'm heavy set. I'm not in good condition. Period.
mm,
But if I had to run for it, I don't know if I could. Okay, but it's just the ideal that in today's time, you know, where people are doing who knows all sorts of things, um, health wise and all that, a person needs to keep like a level mind in a level body. Because well, when you're touching the steering wheel with your stomach, and if it's not one of them steering wheels you can slide down or up, but it stays that the steering wheel is stationary where you can't move it at all, and you're still hitting the
stationary
steering wheel with your stomach.
okay, and to answer your question, I've just seen a county council Dinbandshire county council report saying that there is a minimum standard for police cars to have 180 millimeter legroom for all passenger seats, measured from the front edge of this seat to the rear edge of any seat. In the UK, there are three standard cars. There's the BMW 5 Series, the Vauxhall Astra, which is, I think, is the more common car, and the Ford Focus. And the minimum front legroom is 1052 millimeters in the BMW 5 Series, going up to the Vauxhall Astra being 1059, and the Ford Focus being 1109 mil. And in the back seat, the minimum is 750 to 850 millimeter adjusted. So that's the Vauxhall Astra. BMW 5, 928 mils. And in the Ford Fiesta, Ford Focus, 918.
Now, I do have to make a quick interruption to apologize to Kick. I just now started the stream. We're about an hour into the stream, and I apologize for that. I also forgot to start Twitch, but I am not apologizing to Twitch. It's a worthless, useless platform that
I apologize to all Twitch viewers on behalf of the Roundtable.
Okay, thank you very much for doing that. I finally got him up and running, and I apologize about that. We've been doing a pretty good conversation. Robert and Mark have been talking about law enforcement and fat people, so we're on a good start.
Well, all I'm referring to is that for different people, because when certain for certain standards and all that, where protects the cop protects other people as well. Okay, and where when they're not able to, if they're not able to take care of situations on their own, but if they have to, heavy set people have that thing about, okay, if they're able to take care of themselves, that's fine. But the ones that can't, because they got a lot to move around, okay, then they
Hang on,
do have
hang
a
on. If they
problem.
are police officers and they can't take care of themselves, what are they doing on the front line?
Well, I do not know. But after about 5 or 10 years, they get good size.
Well, no,
Too many
this
donuts, haven't they?
no, this
Yeah.
goes back to what I was talking about before, and I know like it's more political what I'm about to say, but it relates to it. Okay, and Mark, you even talked about how they're more into like college kids, wanting to
Mhm.
bring college kids into the police force. For some reason they think that intellectuals are more important than physically fit freaking individuals when it comes to law enforcement, and that's just a load of crap. You know what I mean? It's like you take a look at what's happening in the UK right now. The UK used to
Yeah, there
be,
was a case not that long ago about a women police officer who was total age of she was 5'2" or something, 5'4", and she was totally couldn't handle the situation.
yeah,
Just be,
and this is coming from, I mean, England literally, especially in London, it was the freaking greatest police force in the world. They literally were branded the freaking greatest police force in the world. I mean, you realize that, right?
at one point,
At one
one
point,
point.
it was. I mean, and everybody recognized it. Nobody disputed it. And look at
How
what
things have changed. Yeah.
that's.
Actually, I've just checked. The British police force has a BMI, body mass index, typically requiring an acceptable range of 18.5 to 30 on the BMI scale. Although some forces or specific roles allow up to 32. So yeah, there is a specific standard for the size of an or a
Okay,
rate of a British police
okay. But let me ask you a
officer.
question. When all this had go, since the way they do it and all that, what is the rate of, well, the ones that does pass? How long it does? How many like whatever the group is that goes into law enforcement from day one? How many still still is in law enforcement with good health and all that? The ones that gets removed because of overweight compared to the ones that still in
I would
law
have
enforcement.
to look at things like retention numbers on fine.
Yeah, because I know I don't want to go to, like, I know there's like what you call it where a person gets high strung, or what you call it, where they're high strung. But then there's ones that eats a lot, and that's their way of handling the job. I don't want to put one down.
I'm not sure because we live in strange
No,
times.
I'm cool. I'm cool with this topic and everything, but like in another 2 minutes, I want to change the subject because Robert wants to constantly talk all the
Okay,
time
okay.
about meat, and I want him to just get it out of his system. I'm sick of hearing about freaking genetically modified meat.
Just to answer Robert's question, officers in Britain, the average serve in time before this is not accountable retirements. I mean, people who voluntarily leave the police force is between 12 to 13 years. So from recruitment to voluntarily leaving.
I was wondering, does the donut is the donut over is the donut is the holy grail of law enforcement over there like it is here?
I don't know. I've never served on a police force, and
He
I
doesn't.
don't know
Well,
anybody.
they don't
I don't
identify
know
with it as a
anyone.
donut anyhow. Like they don't call them donuts; they call them wafers or some shit.
Oh,
No, we still eat donuts in this country.
but he
You guys
still
have donuts? I did not
Yeah.
know that. Who? Okay, I'm sorry. So
Okay.
now, Robert, let's move on to your thing. What you've been talking about when it comes to freaking this billionaire who's buying up land so that he can stop people from slaughtering cows because he wants to replace real meat with genetically
Are we talking
modified
about
meat.
Bill Gates? Sir?
I'll do a quick check because he's been talking about it, and I told him I was going to do it before, and I keep forgetting
Yeah,
to.
you mentioned it yesterday.
So let me drop the window capture so that you guys don't have to watch my bouncing around on the internet,
Yeah.
and just Robert keep bring up your conversation about that and see where it leads.
but what I was referring to is the guy. It sounds like Bill Gates, the name, but he's been going around all over the place buying up large groups of cattle industry where the farmers raises cattle. He buys them up, he does, shuts them down, and gets rid of the cattle. He's done that in New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, Florida, here in Illinois. Um, he owns massive amounts of land that he's bought up. Uh, I don't know if he's affiliated with the four meat company as well, but it's a good possibility because he's all for not raising no cattle. He's eliminated the thing of no cattle on none of the land that he owns.
Okay, it does sound like a sort of Bill Gates type thing. Just trying to find some names. But
That name does sound familiar, and I was wondering if he's affiliated in what way with the meat packing companies.
okay, as far as
Because it seems a little
um,
peculiar. He's all willing to do that, but then all that land and no cattle.
as far as real estate privileges in relation to cattle farms, U.S. cattle farms, you've got what, 4 or 5 different companies. You've got Fay Ranchers, Mere Ranch Group, Texas Ranchers for Sale, and M4 Ranch Group.
I know of one in Texas. They call it the 666 Ranch.
Okay.
It's the biggest place it's been for. It was running through their family from 1800s all the way until now. They do. People pays to go there and have a good time, showing the process of horses, cattle driving, and
Mm, 4 6 yeah, I'm aware of 4 6's ranch. Who owns 666 ranch? 6666. And the owner of the 46 ranch is owned by an investment group led by Yellowstone creator and writer Taylor Sheridan. So yeah, it's an investment group. But yeah, I'm not coming up with any names at the moment.
Okay, at the moment, what I have is what's actually going on is they call them lab grown meat. Tech billionaires and venture capitalists like Bill Gates and Richard Branson has invested heavily on cellular agricultural startups like Upside Foods
Under what company names?
and Good Meat. Upside
Okay.
Foods and Good Meat.
Okay.
Now, their stated goal is to create scalable protein alternatives to reduce the global carbon footprint and combat animal cruelty. But they are investing in technology companies rather than buying up cattle ranches to shut them down, is what they're saying.
Okay, so they're more of a research and development sort of group.
And what they're also stating is that it is not genetically modified meat. What they're trying to term it a different term. Let me find it real quick.
Okay, it's just a PR marketing exercise.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a switch of words is what it basically
Yeah.
is. Like they call it lab grown meat, and they say that it's not genetically modified. It's cultivated meat, and it's
What's the difference? What is cultivated?
it's made by taking the genuine animal cells via a painless needle biopsy from a living animal and giving them the amino acids, sugars, and vitamins they need to multiply into muscle tissue. The cells themselves are not genetically modified to become fake meat. They are molecularly identical to traditional meat. But they're still introducing a freaking cell into your body
Okay,
that
it
is
was
genetically.
artificial creation.
Yeah, I mean it's literally a stem cell that's genetically modified. You know what I mean? They're introducing it into your body after you freaking eat it. You know, you are what you eat.
I can see this going through any European country or EU country regulations anytime soon.
And that machine I was talking about, guys, does the same process where you grow your veins and all that. That's the same process right there. Okay. When they're talking about like you having heart problems, they take that material there and they replicate a heart for you using your own materials of your body to create your new heart for you. With not saying they're what they're talking about is using the same process, but as for meat in that same process. Technology as food. Okay. However, the time, however long it takes to mass produce meat or someone's organs in the same process.
Well, it's like I said. This is your time. It's time for you to get it out because once you say it, it's done.
I'm just checking sort of general regulations in the EU has some of the strictest regulations on genetically modified organisms.
What do they consider organisms?
Any sort of genetically modified living entity.
Okay, and what about technology that can create that type of meat? What do they feel about if there's a device that can make meat or clone or whatever the process is? How does what country? How would the UK feel about that
The
type of the
UK has
device
got a
that could
very
be
sort of
doing that?
interesting. They allows gene edited crops and traditional GMO laws. So they make a separation between gene editing and genetically modified organisms. Um,
What? How far apart do they? What do they
Again,
consider
I would have to
apart?
look at the specific legislation. It would take me some time to review the entire specific legislation on this.
Because that's the key right there. Because if they can use that number there to still bring it in, but this by changing the numbers.
I mean, if you want to do an entire show on this, I don't mind doing the research. Let's say
Okay.
next week or the week after maybe. So I can have some time to do the research on this. But
Yeah, because
just
like okay, my thing of it is if they're going to create that, how far of how far does it go down to?
mm,
Like fish, crab, all the other type of
that would be a genetically
yeah,
modified organism.
yeah.
Um,
But how far would they
the
be willing to go for?
UK passed the genetic technologies precision breeding act in 2023, which makes a distinction between genetically modified organisms and gene editing.
And that's the thing. And how does that how when you get like gene therapy with that type of gene stuff, how does that create a problem for the medical industry? You know, if it messes with it or not.
I don't think this is related to health,
No,
although
what I'm referring, but
that's human health.
what I'm saying is that you're taking something that's been altered by the gene
So
pool.
gene editing.
Yeah. Okay.
Whereas the
And
whereas the EU law doesn't make a distinction between the two.
yeah, but when you swallow it and you eat the food that's been genetically modified and you're taking gene therapy, okay, and you got something that's been genetic modified by the genes of the meat, okay, how does the two work? Because they've been cases of damaging from people and all that, like in Africa. Africa did that thing of testing the genetic modified foods, and they didn't want no part of the foods because it caused a lot of ripping of the lining of your stomach, altered your DNA. It did.
Yeah, that would be gene editing. And EU is actually in the middle of developing its own legislation to make a distinction between GE and GM. Um, okay, this is a lot. This is I'm looking at extremely complicated white papers there, extremely long white papers. Again, I would have to do further research into this.
Because like what they did with pig, they took human blood and cloned a pig with human blood inside of the pig. Okay, that's what I'm referring to as well. If people do not watch out in what way, because they're um, when as they're saying, your body, what you put in your body, if your body has a
I
problem with it, they call it breaking it
remember
down and disposing of the
remember back
waste.
in the late 80s, early 90s. My dad's a type 2 diabetic. In the early or late 80s, early 90s, the doctor, the GP, put him on pig derived insulin. and he had major problems with that.
Yeah.
Not sure what he's using now. I've not really spoken to him about this for a long time, but yeah, at the time he had sort of major issues with that.
And they're talking too that they use parts of organs for they use it for making medicine. Certain they found out that certain organs have certain enzymes that fight certain types of like fungus or other things like. But they found out, and they use certain parts of of nerves and all that to create bacteria medicines from it. And well, when you start
We're talking
messing,
about US specifically, yeah.
oh, well, yeah, but they even do that in China because China,
Okay, yeah, China, yeah.
because the U.S. was getting materials to make medicine from there as well, and that's how I found out too about that. About they use like intestines, the stomach, the enzymes from the intestines. They, however, whatever the process is, they make sure that the pig is in good health and all that as the butcher, and then they separate the organs and all that for different things and they do the process. And the same thing with
As
sea
far as
life.
I'm aware, even though there are some strict rules in China, laws in China, a lot of them are ignored and are not enforced. I've heard some really interesting stories about food products being not what they are meant to be, let's just say.
Like a chicken, what you call it, chicken fetuses. They sell them there. They do. When we're sending our chickens over there to be processed and cleaned and shipped back, they take all the organs and all that and whatever they do. But they
Well,
showed it on there that they take the organs, the female ovary of the thing, and eat it.
okay.
But when I'm going by, because they say too that when you eating or you drinking stuff that's harmful to your body, and or if your body cannot break that stuff down, and okay, what happens to all that genetic modified? They say it does alter certain, your like urine acids of your stomach. Your stomach
Okay,
takes even
we're talking
longer
about,
for it to break that stuff down.
it depends on the specific sort
Yeah.
of
Well, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
and say without doing the research,
But that's why I was asking you too about the farmers around in your area. Okay, because like when they should be able to tell when their animals are hurting or if they're sick or whatever. But because like what better? Because well, well, the way they're talking about cloning, they clone pigs and sheep. Okay, and well, with today's times, it's a dangerous thing for what I've always heard. When you start messing around with genetic five, and they don't, uh, the body, if you take something that your body's never eaten before, it it upsets your body. It does. That's the way I can put it.
okay. Sorry, I'm just in the middle of reading both the Environmental Protection UK Environmental Protection Act of 1990 and the Genetically Modified Organisms Deliberate Release Regulations of 2002.
because the way they're talking, and what happens to as well too, because if you're no longer harvesting cattle no more, okay, what do you do with a cattle industry that there's no more meat packing plants? That you will no require meat packing plants no more, or chickens or anything, because you can mass produce the meat that in that way.
Okay, in the UK, I know there are extremely strict rules around this, and in the EU, at this present moment, there is even stricter rules on this. But I know in the US, yeah, with a lot of issues around the Food and Drug Administration, the Department of Agriculture, there is a lot of questions about lobbying and commercial interests.
But what are they? I'd like to know about that, because when they start talking about, because there's a bunch of farmers around here that does raise it, and they made the statement at the early 20s, okay, about the price of meat. Meat ain't really worth growing, because by the time you add all you have to the veterinarians and all that, it costs more just to raise the cattle for beef than what you actually get from the beef plant. And that's what I was referring to. I was wondering if, because that guy there, if he's affiliated with foreign countries as well, because for a person that's pushing the issue of buying all that land, removing all that cattle from it, then what is the process of how this guy's going to? He in some way he's protecting them. How is he? If in what way is he?
Well, for me, whenever you say that, okay, now I pay attention to watching Ag Day too, Robert, and the thing of it is like these people are really, really pushing the genetically modified shit. Like, I mean, they're advertising it like it's a good thing. If you take a look at or listen to them, you'll hear them pushing the fertilizer that's supposed to be genetically modified, and they're telling everybody that freaking they're growing this corn and these potatoes that are freaking insect resistant. You know what I mean? That's genetic.
Well, but like I said, and the US FDA and US Department of Agriculture, the sort of rules are, let's say, flexible, depending on how much money is passed.
No, I would go as far as saying they're pushing the genetic modified narrative. To be honest with you, I think that they're 100% behind it. Like they're 100% behind it, and they agree with it. And if you want any kind of funding from them, if you want any kind of resources that they're able to offer, you have to freaking cave into using genetically modified pesticides and genetically modified seeds. Because see, this is what I was talking about the other day with you guys, and nobody seems to understand what I'm talking about when it comes to the USDA is literally taking over the farmers in the United States, okay? Like a small farmer can, if he wants to, he can grow his own farm, and he can pay for the seeds, he can pay for the tractors, he can pay the property off on his own if he wants to. But that's hard. That means he's going to have to do all of it himself. Now, you have that choice, but then you have this choice over here. You can make a contract with the United States Department of Agriculture. They can supply you with the seeds. They can give you loans that you have to pay off to frickin' get tractors and silos and all of these other things.
An interest rate, so
right.
In the long term, the farmers still losing anyway.
Right. But it's an easier path to take, you know what I'm saying? you don't have to worry about freaking getting the seeds that you need to grow. And then when the crop's done, all you got to do is freaking gather it all up, put it in trucks, and send it off to the government, and they'll give you a check for it. You know, so you have these two choices, and most of the farmers just cave in and they freaking put a USDA sign up on the borders of their crop so that everybody understands that this is a USDA crop, and that's all there is to it, you know.
And what they don't bother telling you either is that the farmland that they use for all this stuff, how I know this is because about in the 90s, there was a bunch of farms that sold to where they build homes with. Well, after they got done building, they started landscaping and all that. Trees would not grow. The grass was being burnt really bad. We call them guys that tested the soil to find out if you're laying too much fertilizer down, and
Again, that would be the Department of Agriculture in the US, wouldn't it?
Okay. Well, they had them come out there and to find out that the pesticides, destroyed the soil, because the only thing you can grow there is the hybrid crops there. You can only grow that kind of stuff there. The soil, they had to go and find out there. Huh? Oh. They had to go and put new soil down on top of it to where they could grow plants and trees and flowers and grass there, because that soil there was so contaminated with it, you couldn't grow trees, no nothing there.
And when Roger talks about giving it to the government and getting government seeds, he's not really talking about government per se. He's talking about governmental approved contracts.
Yeah.
So it would still be private sector companies.
I don't differentiate between the two. You know what I'm saying? We're past the point where you differentiate. Like, these people need to understand, like, if they're freaking caving into this kind of system, their government.
Monsanto isn't a government agency.
That's what I was thinking when Robert was talking. Right there is Monsanto is the biggest culprit.
They're not a government agency. They lobby the government, granted, the US government, but they are not part of the federal government.
No, but what I was referring to is, since all this is going on through the meat plant and all that, how is it that this guy's willing to do what he's talking about, and because it's going to affect him in a lot of ways, unless if he's got a way to where he can recoup all his losses, by buying all that land, destroying the cattle. Okay, how is it he's going to keep his millions?
Okay.
Also,
They're actually
is the average farm.
There actually is a part two to the research. I found out how they're making money back.
I'm just curious. The average farm in the US is held by multiple, or has been held by multiple generations. Much farmers. It's a generational thing, isn't it? Your dad was a farmer, your granddad was a farmer, your great-granddad was a farmer. They all owned the same land. So there aren't any, or in reality, there's very few new farms being created.
Honestly, it would be good if that was the case, like the grandfather would own the property thing, but a lot more of the farmers are, well, like I said, they're either caving in and going with the USDA, or they're literally just getting out of it. Okay, and there aren't very many people who are new farmers coming into the thing. So like farming by itself is dying out. Like there's less and less farms than what there was back in the 1950s. That's a big issue that they are talking about.
Yeah, I mean, in the UK, we've got the problem of this government, the current government, pushing inheritance tax onto farmers. So, let's say your dad, your family, your parents died, and you inherit the farm. The inheritance tax may be too expensive to actually keep ownership of the farm, and therefore the farm is then sold off, arguably a lot of times to real estate companies.
Now,
And that one bright farm would become, I don't know, a car park or a residential area.
now I did pull up extra information on what Robert was talking about. I can read that because it does mention what these guys are doing with the properties on the when it comes to these billionaires and everything when they're private investors and stuff. Now, what they usually do, these wealthy financiers and tech and entrepreneurs are buying up the largest ranches in America, while many maintain a cowboy aesthetics, others reduce cattle production. And the motive behind that is that many wealthy buyers view agriculture acreage as a safe, long-term store of value. They may also use the massive ranches as private recreational escapes or personal compounds rather than working cattle farms.
And obviously now we've got the issue of data centers being built in the US. I've seen several protests about what has been farmland being used, being bought up and being converted into land for potential data centers.
And it does say that the tech industries, a lot of the tech industries are the ones who are involved in a lot of this too. Land developers and tech companies, real estate investors and tech giants buy up large stretches of rural property. They shut down cattle grazing and farming to build massive data centers or industrial warehouses. And their motives is that data centers require large amounts of land and cheap electricity to run artificial intelligence systems. For example, developers offered a Pennsylvania farmer $15.7 million to convert his historic cattle farm into a data center.
I'm not totally convinced about the entire artificial intelligence style data centers. I would imagine a lot of this is related to things like storage, data centers. So, like, I don't know, YouTube or Amazon or something, rather than actual sort of machine learning styled.
When it comes to the data thing, the government told them that if they could create their own, help out with the power industry, hook up to where their whatever they decide, however they build it, supply their own energy, and whatever's left too, it can go out into the grid as well. But they were saying about, but
I
they
know,
wouldn't be bad.
Xcore and Microsoft and potentially Amazon are thinking about building on energy storage and energy sort of centers. But from my understanding, generally speaking, for a lot of these data centers, they are using the domestic grid, and therefore increasing prices of electricity and water as well onto the average domestic consumer.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Now, can you look this up? Okay, for the people that is part of these places, where all their offices located? Because we call. I'm pretty sure that they're building here, but I'm pretty sure outside too. It benefits outside too. Other countries that bought in, that owns, you know, doing this, buying up land and doing it. Because I mean, what better way of
Okay, on an international scale, I would have to do the research, but I'm aware that Norway is building certain a load of data centers. I think it's Norway, one of the Scandinavian countries, anyway. Because they've got well, better climate. And a lot of these countries have got a very sort of socialist democratic system. So a lot of their energy professions are more state controlled anyway.
Now with me, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like to find information out, but I also want to state that a lot of this information that's being pulled is coming from sources like Instagram and YouTube and stuff like that.
Okay. I like I said, I would have another subject. I would have to do a lot more information on, a lot more research on.
Well, I do want to put that out there so that people understand. Like most of the information concerning this topic does come from alternative media, people who get on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok and stuff. So
again, I don't use either of those, but I from the sort of research I've done, it's been a bit, I don't know. Yeah, I would have to do some sort of a lot more research into this. So good.
because of the way they're talking. Because why I say that? Because you look at for since and they don't answer the other question. They don't. What is the process of if you eliminate 90% of all meat, all types of meats? What do you do with the what do you do with the life stuff? You throw it in a pit and burn
you
it.
allow those cows. You allow those cows, and you set those cows and sheep free so they can wander the wilderness.
They'll do like what they do with horses here.
Sorry. Yeah, I can see Jersey cows being as common as buffalo once were in the plains of America. Yeah.
I was wondering, you would think that. I wonder if someone offered a good deal to Canada, load up all the dairy cattle,
Yeah.
well, and deer and all. Well, not deer, but cattle, and route them all up there to Canada. All the beef cattle.
well,
Just
Better still,
dump them off there in Canada.
America.
Well, even there, I want to point out something that I mentioned to you guys too before. Now, this goes away from the areas that I was talking about with like Twitter and all that. This is straight up government stuff. If you want government reports here in the United States, you can go to Agricultural Foreign Investment Disclosure Acts of 1978, where it forces foreign buyers to report land acquisitions here in the United States.
Okay.
So you can find out how you can actually view the actual data in the.
So all land, at least agricultural land ownership is documented, is publicly accessible somewhere.
Mm-hmm. And
That's what I was referring to, because it makes me curious. Okay, because however one's doing it, I'm pretty sure he's got it set up to where he's making money from all three directions. Not one, but different ways of making money too. Because he's gonna look spending billions of dollars doing all this, and in the process of eliminating all these jobs and all that as well in the process. So he's got like two, probably three other different directions that he's going to be making money from the new programs that's coming up.
Okay, if we look at this from the so-called artificial intelligence market, a lot of investors are looking at this from a very short-term sort of concept, and it has been argued that we are either at the peak or over the peak of the artificial intelligence industry, which would suggest that who knows, within the next 5 to 10 years we could see a massive economic bust when it comes to the artificial intelligence market. You've got to remember that investors generally look at these sort of things in a very short term thing. They want to think about the next year, 2 years, 3 years. They don't look at it in sort of 10, 25, 30 years sort of concepts.
Well, yeah, and here's one thing. I wonder, okay, everyone, I forgot about this too. I wonder in what way, how these companies like McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell, how are they all going to benefit from it? Because if the prices are going to be cheap, they're probably go for it as well because they're looking at massive savings.
Sure, the price
and all that.
Okay. When it comes to the U.S. fast food industry, we have seen prices increase massively over the last 10 years.
Yeah, but since you will no longer you won't need no beef plant.
Yes, no.
You just manufacture the meat.
The classic mistake. Just because a product is cheap to make doesn't mean it's cheap for the consumer. These companies still have to make a profit on that.
Yeah, but I wonder how much of a big profit the companies are going to be looking at. That's the thing, because since they no longer have to worry about deep freezes and all that, and they can cut back on a lot of different things. The old processing of meats, there'll be a lot less of the process that they will have to worry about covering costs and all that. They eliminate that with this new process.
I don't know the fast food industry from a sort of consumer sort of point of view in the US, but I would imagine that compared to, let's say, 5 years ago, a lot of these big chains are losing customers in sort of considerable numbers.
Let me kind of butt in there, because this is an area that I've been wanting to talk about, and it's really hard to bring it up because a lot of people don't understand it. Now, what I'm about to say has to do with a lot of what Mark Edworthy would call conjecture. Okay, but I mean, for you to understand what I'm about to say, you have to learn how to connect the dots. Okay. When you here in the United States, we have a few states that have what they call a right to work state. Okay, now it all sounds good, and we've been on Nancy's show where Nancy and Raph just touts about how great this Florida is because it's a right to work state, but they're not connecting the dots when it comes to the franchises and how they've grouped together and how it's related to payday loans and stuff like that. So if you take a look at a lot of these right to work states that have manipulated the franchise industry and the fast food industries, and you compare that to the payday loans that people have to take out, you'll see that the same companies are benefiting from both of them. Okay, so they
Okay. I would like to do. I would actually like to do some study on that. I would like the
it is a very interesting topic now. And I do want to bring that up, but that is an issue. And like what you're talking about with fast food, they're not losing money. Trust me, they aren't. The harder it is for a worker to freaking make money and pay their bills, the easier it is for them, because that pushes them into debt further, because they have to go out and they have to make payday loans and they have to freaking do all this other shit to freaking pull up extra cash. So they go deeper and deeper into debt, and they're profiting from this.
The service sector in the US is absolutely terrible. Anyway, as you know, I've been very critical of the sort of US North American sort of tipping culture, and the tipping culture is only a result of poor wages to employees in the service sector.
Well, yeah, but another thing too, we're having a lot of fast food and being shut down, okay, or they're shrinking. They're shutting down stores because of too much overhead and all that. But if they can go and do that process where they can manufacture within the store by taking a few drops of a certain type of enzymes of a beef cow, or like, okay, if you got 12 different types of high quality beef cow materials in there, and if you can go and process, make whatever you want, what like one, if your customers want like Blank Angus steak or Blank Angus hamburger, they can manufacture the raw meat, they can, through the process,
Okay.
and cook it
Okay.
up.
You are making a classic mistake here. When it comes to these fast food franchises, they're not interested in quality. They're interested in turnover. They're interested in quantity
Yeah.
rather than quality. And the average consumer of these fast food joints are ignorant, and in a lot of cases do not care about quality.
Yeah,
They
but
just want they just want the greasy burger to be made in 2.5 minutes, and being able to consume that as quick as possible. This also goes further into North American, especially US, sort of general culture, where unlike in Europe, a lot of European countries treat meals as a sort of event. We will take our time over eating. Whereas in the US, especially, the concept of a meal is something that you consume quickly. It's the
But
old
what,
sort of live to eat or eat to live sort of
yeah.
argument.
But what I was referring to is, if since we do have that device where it takes the enzymes of organs, okay, like if the heart could be, they already got it set up to where it can build a heart for you. If your heart gets damaged really bad, they can take your blood, the materials from your blood that requires to manufacture you a new heart, and do it in that way. So they can, if they can go and do that as well in that way, like they did with the pig and the sheep. Okay, well, why not say a few years down the road that they able to manufacturing that technology where it can handle creating that as well too, of different types of meats within in its 3D processing of organs. It's a 3D process of organs of like a heart, lungs, your
I mean,
eyes.
why? Okay.
It's a new
that
thing
would
for the
be,
hospital industry. That
yeah, that would be put into food products, because again, there's another issue with the US. It's the entire medical insurance industry. Um, um, well, the medical insurance industry in the US is one of the biggest sort of financial drivers.
yeah. But
Um,
whoever has the copywritten materials on that, okay, is making a lot large amounts of money from it, and that device, look how far, how many parts it breaks up into. Okay, you have your seafood, cattle,
yeah, no, I don't
pork,
think
and all that.
the sort of concepts will be injected into food. I
No,
mean,
I'm
I
not
would
saying
imagine
injected.
that there are additional medical procedures or additional medicines
No.
that
What I
would
was,
be charged
uh,
using the US insurance
well, no,
mechanism.
what I was referring to is that okay, they take the blood from the cow, they separate the materials within the blood that would require mass duplicating um, um, like meat. Okay, what would be the materials to for meat in the body that heals the meat? You know, where like when it gets cut, your skin gets cut, how it heals itself and all
Mhm.
that.
Okay.
But
Sort of
they
human
find
protein.
out a way to do that but in a larger fashion. Okay, where they take and they got it in a container in the refrigerator. They take a few drops of it, put it on the 3D circuit board, and they manufacture meat in that way.
Okay, I think you could
Well,
be.
they got the 3D planner
Okay,
doing that.
okay. I think at this present moment, this is more science fiction than science
Well, it's just
fact.
a rough idea about it. But look at what they're doing already with it. Okay. If they're able to make organs right now for anybody, okay, we're not saying they're able to go take a few more
That's not
steps
true.
above that. Huh?
That's not true.
Yeah,
I
it is.
or in that case, why is there still a big market in the US for kidney transplants?
Well, yeah.
These aren't artificially grown kidneys. These are
Well,
actually
no, that's
taken out
true.
of healthy
But,
bodies and
well,
transplanted into.
they're doing a thing of checking it all out too. They're doing a thing of what do you call that? Where your body doing that thing of rejection to see
Mm.
on the materials that's in your body. If your body uses its own materials to manufacture body parts for yourself, how would your body respond, or how
Okay.
it
As
recognizes
far as
it?
artificial organ transplants are concerned,
Yeah.
I think we are well of.
Well, they got
It's not going to happen for several years, if not several decades.
well, I'm referring to, but they do got the machine. They're showing it on there, and
Yeah, there might be some sort of scientific oddity, some sort of some companies playing around working on these sort of things. But
well,
as far as remember, there's also the regulatory frameworks there. Um, just because a company produces a new artificial organ doesn't mean that it's medically approved for
well, yeah,
human
that's
usage.
sure. But I'm just saying, it whoever design whoever came up with it, it's got far different other ways of using it too. There's
Now,
a variety of different uses
has,
of
has,
that device.
has anybody taken time out to say hi to Tan?
Sorry,
No,
Tom.
sorry, Tim, but
You
glad to
guys
see
were
you.
so heated in discussion. I didn't want to interrupt.
Okay, but hey,
Have you
Tan,
got any views on this
but
subject?
well, but like with technology today, Okay, they got stuff up to
Hold
where.
on. Let's see if Tan does have any opinions on what's been
Okay,
discussed.
that's
Man.
sure.
You just want to keep on talking. He's just a wild man.
Oh, let him talk, man. This is what this show's about.
Well,
Anybody wants to talk, let them talk.
well, you're just showing up. You heard some of what they're talking about. I mean,
Yeah.
what's your
You've
take
been
on
here for a
some
good
of
5-10 minutes, so yeah, you
that?
have
Give
to
us.
I heard the tail end of Mark saying that AI will die in the next 10 years or so. I have the opposite opinion.
Actually, I wouldn't say
I
die.
think,
I'd say there will be a crash in the market. It
yeah,
doesn't necessarily mean that it will die. I mean, look at the computer game crash of 1982. Look at the dot-com crash of 2000. Sure, there was crashes in the market, but we're still playing computer games and we're still using websites. Even
yeah.
now.
Well, I I don't think it's a similar kind of a problem or phenomenon as the dot-com boom that maybe you were uh, 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 liking it too. Uh, I've been using AI for the past few months in my coding job, and it's I'd say from this little experience that I have that this is like this is going to be like the industrial revolution. There's no going back.
The so-called Pandora's
So
box.
meaning like AI is going to be involved in every part of our life, from not just from the coding or code assist kind of a view, but from that kind of a usage, I can see its potential applications in all other areas of life. For
Also,
example, like manufacturing, like doing the artificial organs that Robert was talking about. Um, AI could tremendously help speed up the experimentation process
okay.
just
Also,
by the sheer computation power that it has, that can do like repeated experiment exponentially faster than what humans can do on our own. So it'll help speed up research for sure. Um,
I'm not so sure.
there
I'm
was
not so sure.
one other
Um,
point. I was, um, yeah. So like every few months, they're coming out. Not this new phenomenon called agentic AI, right? So it's
Yeah,
AI that
yeah.
is as acting as an agent on our behalf to do some repetitive work or computational work that we normally do right now, but we're taking a lot longer to do it. Um,
Yeah, they were.
so yeah,
I saw a interesting YouTube video a couple of days ago, actually, in relation to the purchasing of so-called artificial intelligence tokens. And because these large language models are being provided by a limited amount of companies, a lot of the smaller companies that purchase these contracts with them, finding that these tokens are now becoming um, economically unviable. They're not seeing for the cost of the tokens and the usage of these large language models, they're not seeing a financial, a good investment, a good return on investment. So yeah, it's okay to if you're Google or Microsoft or Amazon or X pushing these large language models onto the consumer. But if the consumer doesn't want to buy it, buy these services or use these services, may it be because of these things become unfavorable, or because they become too expensive for the average consumer to use, then it's a sort of lose-lose situation in the long term.
But what I was referring to as well, because I don't know, there's like 12 different fast food places. They're shrinking in size, and they're having problems with critters, like you were saying, and that's true. But if you can eliminate even that, where you have less rodents in your store, in your restaurant, because you're doing a process of you manufacturing your food in that way of genetic you taking the enzymes of the blood, put it into that device, and that device creates meat.
Okay. As far as sort of more logistical issues, it would make sense for these fast food chains to actually use automated processes instead of humans, because how you don't have to give a
On the other side,
automated machine a wage. You don't have to make sure that they have health and safety protections. You don't have to find replacements for these automated machines if they become ill or become pregnant, because they don't.
Wow. If they come up getting pregnant,
Mark's point about the cost of these tokens being high right now, right? So right now, the costs of these tokens are prohibitively high because these companies have spent a lot of money doing the research to come up with these things, and so they're trying to recover the cost. But they're going to go down. The cost is going to go down as soon as these company have started to make enough of their money. They're gonna bring the cost down so that they'll make it more available to more consumers.
That's not completely true in other industries, such as the fast food industry, as an example. Once a price is established,
Hold on.
the
Welcome,
price will
welcome,
only
Bob, to Mark.
raise and raise and raise. Hi, Bob. Yeah, it will only increase. We've seen this in the fast food industry.
But when there's what you call it, like when the new comes in, the newer different ways that does come in what way does it increase, or what does it do for the, the outlook, the way the company handles it?
What do you mean, handles that?
You know, like the whole new ideal of a different thing, something that will be a shot in the arm for a company to progress, how it can progress from the new.
Again, we are not playing around with artificial meat. Or at least in the consumer space, there is no company that's providing artificial meat at this present moment. So you are asking
Not right
speculative
now.
questions.
Yes.
You ask really speculative questions.
That's
Who
right.
knows what happens tomorrow? I mean, do you have a crystal ball?
Well, no.
I definitely don't.
But what I'm referring to is that it does show in companies when there's something that does come up and something that can really, we call it right, like revolution the industry, to give it like a shot in the arm. Look at the things that does happen in the process of that. Okay, the new process of whatever comes up, how they respond to it, the companies respond to it.
Time will only tell. Who knows what may happen tomorrow?
Yeah, that's true.
Again, you're really sort of speculate on there. Nobody knows what's going to happen.
But how you doing, Tam? I mean, Bob. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Hi, I'm okay. How's everybody?
I'm doing
Not
all
bad,
right.
not bad.
I just didn't. I was saying hi because I know your name is Bob, and I think I said wrong name for you. I have a bad. I thought Bob Tan. I was going.
Tan.
I
Tan
caught
left.
myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you did. You did.
Yeah, I caught myself.
Yes.
But yeah.
So he was saying something interesting about tokens. He
Oh,
was saying that when people give first, sorry, Tan, I was just trying to understand what you were saying about tokens. Is that when a company first makes tokens, the tokens are very expensive, and then when they've made their money back, they reduce the cost to nothing.
In theory.
Is that why
And
mine's tokens are
that
like 4 cents?
that is my theory.
That's your theory. I see. I see.
but what?
And the basis for my opinion on that is that opinion is that uh, right. So the point is that there's a lot of research and development to arrive at this point where they have these all cool LLM models made available to the public. They've spent a lot of money. Now they need to recover it. Now, what they want to make it mass available, right? They want to make so they're gonna make money from bulk, basically, from bulk selling instead of like charging exorbitant
enterprise
amount.
Oh,
for a small,
so we're talking about
number of
crypto tokens.
No, we're
No.
talking about large language, how large language models, how those services are being paid for. So you
So
give a company, let's say you give X money, that gets converted into tokens, and then you,
Yeah, but
depending on how long you use those large language models for.
okay, but
depending on
let me
the
ask you
tokens
guys a
that you have.
question about them tokens. Do they have a thing of the value of going across the board for, like, if there's places that
It's
use
all in
certain
house value. It's all
Oh,
in house value. Again, these are tokens rather than.
but what I'm
any
referring to is
currency.
if you have two places that you want them to do a work for you, but they come up with two different prices of what their tokens or however the process is, you know.
Okay, so
I mean, I think Bob and Rogers have used these LLM for doing your website and stuff, right? So I think they price their tokens are priced based on the number of prompts, right? By the charge per prompts, and each depending on each prompt, I don't know. They split it out into whether how many keywords or questions it's processing. It's charging you a number of tokens for processing the query and spitting back the answer for you. And each model has different pricing, right? So you start with the very basic, simple model that does very simple things, and they're charged for a small number of tokens. And then if you go up to a higher, more advanced model, you're charged higher. So
like if you
also if you scale this up, rather than having humans putting in prompts, you have, let's say, a cron scheduling exercise. So a prompt is created every 2 minutes or something. You can see the price of the amount of tokens you have to use to sustain that, and therefore the price.
Yes. So what I understand, Robert, is when they first made these LLM machines, they made them to calculate what letter would come next in a word. So if you have like the word and, A-N-D, if you write down A-N, then the machine had to calculate what was the likelihood of the next letter coming up, right? But the machines got so clever that they started calculating not just the next letter, but the next word. And then they got so clever that they started calculating the next sentence and then the next paragraph.
Okay.
So at a certain time, they had to stop talking about words and sentences and use a different word. And the word that they chose was token. And a token means an amount of words.
Okay.
So if you pay the company $1 to get 10 credits, then for 10 credits, you can maybe buy 20 tokens. So then you take, 20 credits. So then you take you buy your tokens. If it gives you an easy answer, it only charges you a small amount. If it gives you a difficult answer, it charges you a big amount. But you don't always know before it's done it. You don't know how much it's going to charge.
Okay.
Because it depends on the tokens.
Okay.
This also
also depends on the complexity of the question.
This also raises an interesting question about ownership. I mean, at this present moment, we've only got a handful of companies that are providing large language models. Are we going to be, if the prices still continue to raise, are we going to see in-house developments? Are we going to see companies, corporations actually build their own large language?
So you guys are ready to
individuals.
So you guys are ready to you're almost at the process of skipping an important thing that you both brought up, you and Tan brought up. Now, you were talking about the price going up according to how the complexity is, okay? Yes. And I've always brought up the difference between symmetry and complexity. Okay, now this is very important. People don't understand that. Complexity is what AI or LLMs have an issue with. The more complex it is, the more it has to work. Okay? Now,
more process usage,
Now computers are just computers, not LLMs. Just computers by themselves are all about symmetry. Okay, complexity is something that it has a hard time with. Okay, and whenever I bring this up, everybody gets all confused because I like to talk. Symmetry would be the equivalence of binary code, 0 and 1s.
Symmetry. No, symmetry is when something looks the same as something else.
Right.
So it would be a 1 and a 1 would be symmetry. Sorry, am I misunderstanding?
When we're talking about complexity, we're talking about mathematical complexity,
right?
In terms of problem solving. It's like it's like computational complexity is what we're talking about, like the order notation, right? Whether something takes constant time to solve, or whether something takes exponential time to solve if the amount of data you give it is larger. So that's the complexity we're talking about.
Fun enough, I've been re-listening to the original BBC version of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy at the moment, and there is the old joke about these inventors creating a machine to be able to answer the ultimate question, and they come up with a machine that, after millions of years, come up with the answer 42. Then they had to create a computer in the form of the Earth to come up with what is the actual question. And according to the story, the computer was the Earth, and 5 minutes before it was scheduled to answer the question, or answer the what the question is. The Earth is destroyed. After 5 billion years of the Earth doing this calculation.
But for what I was
Irony
referring,
of it.
but
5 billion years. That's not a very optimal solution.
Yeah. I'm just using that as an analogy, as a sort of analogy.
But it is very funny, because that is what is happening. It gives us a word, but it didn't calculate that word. It calculated a number, or whatever it calculated. It calculated a 42, and then served us up what number corresponds to 42 in its database.
Okay, but what I was referring to about the coins as well is that the process of a coins. Okay.
Hold
Tokens. Yeah.
Tokens. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and when you use the tokens, can AI be implemented into the thing of the token thing, to where if you want something done, you go to a site that AI and that is work, because like if you're going to pay Tim is driving, or I hope Tim is from Canada. I said his name right?
I'm driving.
All right. No, his phone would have a AI coin thing where, and what he would want done is to where it has a thing of locating any traffic jams, or, well, he's paying for a service. Okay. How would that work with when it comes to the process of that? Yeah, like the AI is maintaining.
He pays he pays for an amount of tokens, and the tokens, depending on how many tokens you use, that can predict traffic jams, that could predict road usage.
Well, yeah, but what I'm referring to is, well, AI could be used for you pay AI, or I guess you could say you're paying AI for services, different types of services.
See, the thing about it is, what you're asking is a basic question that's already been answered. Like they're already doing it.
Well,
I mean, it's you're using tokens as a currency for GPS. Basically, that's all it is. It's like if you want the service of that GPS and you want to pay it in cryptocurrency, then you pay it, and it gives you the service of what a GPS would do
for a day.
No, forever. As long as you keep paying the bill.
Well, as long as you keep the contract renewed.
Right.
Well, if for a 24-hour period of time.
No, they don't do that. That's not good business.
Okay.
That's not good business at all. And it's like paying somebody per minute for something like that. That's something you would be able to do for stuff like chat boxes, like what Bob Dub's talking about.
What we're doing, Quantum and I are doing, is that we buy 200 credits a month from Lovable, Robert. And that gives us we type in the prompt, it calculates how many it takes. It takes the amount off our total, and then it does the job for us.
Oh, okay.
And depend on how complex. Some months you may be under the 200. Some months you may be, you might run out halfway through the month. Yeah,
We usually run out after 2 days because we just don't have enough money to buy. But what Quantum says when I say, shall I buy some more? Shall I buy some more? He says that this business model is arranged so that you never have enough.
Mm.
You always, if you could just do one more thing, you could get it fixed. So they rely on you buying $25 top-ups, $25 top-ups, then another $25 top-ups. So you have your basic subscription, which we paid 800 New Zealand dollars for 1 year of credits, right?
Mm.
So, and then we got those credits at 200 a month.
Oh,
So then I said to Quantum, why can't I phone them and say, we want to work on our project. We don't want them every month. We want them all now. And Quantum said, no, because then you won't do top-ups every month. They keep you hungry for the next month. So you need to be
So they don't give you that option?
They don't give you that option. They have the subscription model, which is this latest business plan in Silicon Valley.
I was wondering. I was seeing it. They got like on the stock market.
Now hold up. Let me add something into that too, though. There is one thing I do want to say that is positive about Lovable, though. They do have a free option. They give you 5 tokens for free every day. Just want to put that out there.
Yeah, but
I just like to say,
how much can you do?
Anything with 5.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, nobody else does that though. Just, I mean, I've searched the web.
Yeah. But
We try.
they can
I know.
always,
I just wanted
if
to
they
say
get more
that.
successful. If
Because-
they get more successful,
but
they could say they could cancel that agreement. It's a sort of lost leader sort of pull you into the service sort of agreement.
Just to get an idea of how much a token is or credit is worth on Lovable, though. Like one prompt that you give it, does it cost a fraction of a credit or?
Yeah. That is.
Yeah.
You know,
You're asking me about real life, Tan. That's my
Yes.
my total
Yeah.
blind spot. I have no idea.
For one
Yeah.
command prompt, it will cost you roughly 3 tokens.
What the heck? You got 5 free tokens and then one prompt will cost you.
Hey, it's a
Three
slow
tokens.
process. It's a slow process.
so
And the problem is that while you're learning Lovable, it's really great to have those 5 prompts. You don't get overwhelmed. You don't get angry and rage quit. You just use your 5 prompts and you come back tomorrow and you use your 5 prompts and you develop your daily habit of going back to the app every day for your 5 prompts. And then you get to the place where you're actually doing something. And then the complexity goes up and then your 5 prompts don't accumulate.
It's okay for the more amateur market, but if you're working in it as an industry sort of tool, then that's not.
They're tasters.
Yeah.
are there 2 different types of them? One on the what you call the ones that sells the coins for large amounts of money, and then ones like you buy so many coins.
I presume that they have contracts that scale up. So you've got one tier that, let's say, you pay by 200 tokens per month. You get another tier that you are allowed to buy 500 tokens, and the next tier 10,000, so forth, so on.
Okay, but there's like 2 different types, ain't they? 2 different
In what
companies.
sense?
Like
Oh, there's multiple companies. Again, as I've already mentioned, got Gemini and yes,
Bob, I got a question for you. You and Quantum,
Yes.
have you guys explored running your own LLM instead of using a cloud service?
That's what I want to do. But at the moment, we can't afford the electricity, apparently.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
yeah.
There's-
Are they mentioned a virtual private server from a company?
Yeah.
Oh, Mark, I need to ask you about it. I thought Quantum was going to tell me, but he's got busy, so he's not around. Min.io. Do you know what Min.io is?
Oh no.
Okay, hold on. Let me share. Okay, am I able to share the screen?
Either that or let's drop a URL into the chat. Either one.
Oh, okay. And you can look and tell me what's going on. I have no idea how it means. Apparently, I have a bucket, and the bucket means that I've got a folder on my computer that's linked to this company, and that folder on my computer has 100 gigabytes of data in it. So it sounds to me from that the 100 gigabytes is on my own drive.
So you've got a large language model actually on your local machine.
No, this is a server. This is a private server. Have I answered the wrong question? I thought the TAM asked me
on a server where you've got it stored externally of the service providers.
I don't know if that's the right thing. Oh, this isn't the right thing. This is a link to my computer.
Okay.
Okay. Let me try and find, I don't know, Min.io. I don't know.
Min.io, you said, Bob?
Yes, Min.io.
Okay.
MIN.
We can look it up.
MIN.
Have anyone ever looked to see if the affiliated with what other country, what other companies from that place? Because
Live streaming, Roger.
Tan, to answer your question, I've seen a couple open source large language model frameworks. I don't know how far into development they are, but in theory, you could actually deploy them on your own infrastructure. But again, I've not done the research into this. Min.io, Owl Store, AI Store, Owl Store.
So on the site, on the Swarm Space site, Quantum actually has put a wizard, I think it's called a wizard, on how to set up your own private server. So he gives a list of the different types of things that you can use. Let me see if I can find it.
In theory, you could actually download it and stick it in your in-house infrastructure.
I think this is on my computer.
Actually,
Bob's saying
Min.io sort of Linux or local deployments.
But sounds like Bob's saying they might have already tried to set it up on a private virtual server somewhere.
Okay.
I don't know. What is Tailscale? Do you know what Tailscale is?
I've heard of it, but not off the top of my head.
Let me see if I can. Tail.
So
are you actually deploying?
Yeah, have anyone checked and see if is it a full server or a partial one? Because I found out that a lot of places have offer deals.
It is a deployment onto when it comes to Min.io, it looks like it's a deployment onto an actual server rather than I know what you mean. What's that game that Ash likes to play? There's a specific game that he owns a deployment. It's not technically a server, but it's a deployment of the runtimes. Arc, I think. Yeah, Arc. They call the Arc developers of the Arc. They actually calls it a server. In effect, it's not a server. It's just a deployment within their own infrastructure.
I don't know what this means, but it's a thing that I've got. So he's put these things on the computer, and now apparently I'm a node on the network.
Yeah,
and this storage here is always available on the swarm space. Whatever I put here, if anybody logs in, this data will be available to them.
So it's a sort of like I've done with Nextcloud. I've got a specific sort of directory in within my infrastructure that will just synchronize with my Nextcloud deployments that are stored on a VPS.
Something like that. That sounds similar
sort of synchronizes. So if the document gets updated on the server, it synchronizes back locally, or if it gets updated locally, it synchronizes with the server. And as far as you are concerned, it'd be peer-to-peer, so it'd be synchronizing with you any sort of peers that you connect to, or any peers that connect to you.
Shall I read this?
Please.
Yeah.
What is a personal server? A personal server is storage you own and control. It can be a tiny computer at home, a VPS in the cloud, or an S3 compatible bucket from a service like Cloudflare R2, Backblaze B2, or Min.io. Instead of relying only on the mesh to remember your files, you add a private backup node that answers only to you. The app never sends plain text, keys, or identity material to your server. Every file chunk is encrypted on your device first and then uploaded as unreadable ciphertext. Your server is a vault whose contents are mathematically impossible to open without your private key. Why link one? For you, you get stronger resilience. If your device is offline, your personal server can still serve your encrypted chunks to the mesh. You keep a redundant copy that is always under your control. Privacy by design, your server stores only ciphertext and content hashes. Keys stay in the app's in-memory vault and disappear when the tab closes. Why link one? The benefits for the network are a healthier mesh. Optional public pinning lets your server reseed other users' encrypted, signature verified chunks, making the whole network faster and more reliable.
Sounds like a Tor server, right, Roger?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Like a decentralized file sharing.
Yeah, and the signature sort of thing reminds me of concepts like PGP. Similar sort of concept, where you have a private key and you provide a public key to other peers, and they can then use a public key to unencrypt the data.
And
Yeah.
but that data is put up on the mesh, so it's replicated somehow.
Yeah, it could
All
be
of us.
It's safe because it's
one
encrypted.
machine. Oh,
Yes.
technically, it would have to be 2 machines or more. So it could
Yeah.
be a small network of 2 machines, or it could
Yes.
be a large network of, I don't know, 5 billion machines, in theory.
Yes.
Hmm.
I can join.
Now I'm gonna take a quick jump
Yes.
in here to say
Yes.
welcome to Otto. I'm pretty sure you guys didn't do that because
Oh,
you're.
I
sorry.
didn't even see Otto because yeah,
He
see
did it.
Otto.
Don't apologize, Bob. That they did it to you too. They're horrible men.
no, it's because the screen capture it shifts all the
Well, I did it. Don't worry.
you-
Don't worry. You don't have to
face
justify
all over.
yourself. You're good.
Okay, I'm just an horrible person. Yeah, I know.
I'm
Contin-
sorry.
continue
My
on.
excuse is I actually did hear and I intended to look to see who'd come, but I was so engrossed in
Yes,
this
the moment
fascinating thing that I'm
You just-
sorry.
you what your hand found to do, you did it with all your heart. Who can blame
I
you?
did it with all my heart.
So please continue. Sorry.
Sorry.
I had to do that considering I guess I am the one recording and streaming, so it's my responsibility to say. And just to let Tan know, I did do a cool introduction like he wants. He's in one of those phases that I'm usually in where he's aggravated with mines at the moment, and I want to make it as pleasurable for him as possible so that he feels comfortable and because I've been there a few times myself, and it's just a process. Just work through it.
Remember, Tan, Mind loves you. Maybe.
Oh, jeez.
Mine is your
Yeah.
friend.
Yeah.
Mine's raised me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we didn't go that far, but
A feral child discovered in the woods, being raised by a computer screen.
Now, with concerns to Lovable, I do want to say something too. Bob Dub was wondering why I was doing the side project I had on Lovable, and the reason for that was because of what you guys were talking about learning it. Okay, so the thing of it is, it's like I got in there. And I've been playing around with it to see exactly what it is. So, and I don't want to try to do anything that is involved with the swarm space and everything because I don't want to mess anything up. And so it's best for me to just do it separately. That's why I did what did I call that website, Mark? I called it Evolution.
Yeah.
And it's
Oh yeah.
it's to work through that and see exactly what's all involved there. So, and
What's going on with that evolution anyway?
I just
Did you anything?
cloned frickin' Minds.com and we're building Minds.com the way it's supposed to be done.
Supposed to be?
Yeah.
With Roger at the
You've
helm.
implemented similar ideas. You
No,
didn't.
I literally cloned Minds.com.
No, you didn't actually download the source code and then.
I don't have
re-upload
to.
it.
I've got AI, dude. I don't have to.
You created a mimic.
I mimicked it. There you go.
I
I
saw a movie from the
Remixed.
1950s about a monster that started like this.
I think
Doctor,
Mind
no, you
Gaming,
can't do this. I made it live, I tell you.
I think Mind Gaming's done what you are trying to do for a few years now, Roger.
no, he's actually gone way farther. Like he's gone way farther. And the thing that I'm wanting to implement on that one is I want to do a layered TOS. I'm going to do what all these lazy freaking platforms don't have the balls to do because they don't want to take responsibility and allow people internet freedom the way it should be. Like you should have the option to choose terms of service according to your jurisdiction. If you don't, you can just click on I don't accept it, and you still keep your freaking internet identity on that platform.
Right? What if? Yeah, that raises a lot of questions. But again, you're in the middle of developing this
Right, and
contract agreement.
I'm gonna work it out. We're gonna have that set up, and by the time it's done, anybody who wants to join it, they don't have to accept terms of service that is imposed on them by the EU when they live in the United States or New Zealand or Australia. They can just
So the terms of service would vary from country to country depending on where you lived.
your jurisdiction.
Yeah,
That means though that it would make you, in other words, you would be compliant with whatever country you were operating in. So if someone was in accessing from Great Britain,
companies like Google and PayPal and those two specifically, already do that. I've spent so much time comparing, let's say, US Google terms of services against the UK version. That's unbelievable. And PayPal is even more complicated because they've got subsidiary companies upon subsidiary companies upon subsidiary companies, depending on which country you're in.
Could you do like a really, I mean, I was thinking about this, and it seems to me that you could do terms of service that was really just stripped down. So it said, one, anything you do on your platform, we have a stake in because it's our platform. We own part of it. No, two, if you screw up according to the laws of your country, we gonna turn you in. If we get a subpoena for something, you broke the law wherever you live, we're gonna, just say it, spell it out in black and white. It's be really crude about it. Make like 5 different things.
I've learned about this. This is actually community guidelines. That's where YouTube gets away with it.
No, under EU and UK law, EU law especially, all contracts have to be written in such a way that the layman can understand it.
Really?
Yeah, because if you don't, if the word doesn't be specified, they could take you. You can get in trouble for it because no one could.
Yeah, if it's not understandable by the lay person, then
in different languages. Yeah, but different languages.
Unlike in the US, where contract law, it can be as complicated as you want and as ununderstandable.
So when you compare a UK terms of service with an American one, there is a visible difference in the way it's worded. I mean, they don't do it in pidgin or something, do they?
No, when it comes to PayPal and Google, they use very similar language. So
does that fulfill the requirement to be transparent to the common man?
Nature of those companies, they will word those services into
money transactions, stuff like that.
English.
What PayPal said too is that they have more of a problem overseas because when it comes to tracking things better, that like what PayPal they got set up. You know that device, the paper that you get it from, to put on your packages to send off through PayPal. Well, you have eBay and PayPal. PayPal has it too, where you get a copy of it, copy it off of their thing for the orders that comes in through PayPal. And then what they do is they have it set up to where it's better thing of tracking the packages to where through eBay they have had problems with packages getting lost. Not correct.
eBay is a slightly different model than Amazon. eBay will allow the vendor to decide on how it distributes its packages.
That's the problem.
Where Amazon will actually say, well, you are going to use our preferred distributors.
What they were referring to is that.
Well, I'm kind of mixed on that too, because like to be honest, like the way Amazon does their setup is a lot better. To be honest, eBay is about the biggest freaking ripoff you can get. You're gonna find some people from the Philippines that want to sell you a freaking e-bike, and then when you go to buy that e-bike, all of a sudden you're getting like a miniature bicycle freaking in the mail.
But that's
Yeah, you don't
down
want
to
to order stuff
you
from
to,
Yeah.
to have trusting
Right.
offender. That's for you to make sure that you know what you're buying.
Well,
from
Walmart
Oh,
does.
my friend got a wife from the Philippines. He was very dissatisfied with
That's
the
horrible.
You
That's
know,
but I
horrible.
a mail
always-
order bride. What could go wrong? You know.
Yeah, I would hope there was breathe nose in that box, and the
That's
big
horrible,
delivery
man.
box.
I mean, nobody should ever freaking get a wife from the Philippines. Like, can you imagine? I heard that they like cane their children and shit.
The what?
Like, wives from the Philippines cane their children for discipline and stuff. Like, cut their fingernails with razor blades and just horrible,
Wow.
horrible stuff.
To be fair to eBay, and as you can guess, I'm quite selective on who I do use eBay for most of my transactions, and I'm quite selective on who I purchase from. I've only, in good 10, 15 odd years, I've only had a handful, maybe less than the digits on the sand. Issues,
Well, there's a difference. Okay, you don't have a brother named Robert. Okay, so that's the difference between you and me. Now I freaking
Might
have.
have a brother named Robert. I don't know what Mark's brothers' names are, if he even has any brothers.
I've got no brother, so yeah.
I have a brother
Okay,
named
Roger,
Robert.
you're right on
My
target.
sister's uncle Wilberta.
I don't know what he's babbling about.
That dude gets me into trouble when it comes to eBay every
Oh, no.
freaking month, man. And he's obsessed over his packages. Like that package better show up at the time
Yes.
that he says that it better show up, and sometimes he doesn't even wait for the amount of time for it to take to get there. He'll just sit there and get mad about it and say, "You need to."
eBay's told me that on the when you order things from a certain place, they give you a specific time it will take from the time that they get their order from eBay and from the time that they get the packages loaded up and all that ready to go ship out from, and if it takes 4 days, they're saying that they're going to be getting your product there from 4 days, not 8 days.
Not true.
12 days.
If you ever read before you purchase a product on eBay, it will say estimated delivery date.
Yeah,
It doesn't say that
down-
specific. It says estimated.
So, in other words, they hope it'll be that day, but you know
Yeah.
how hopes are.
Well, with eBay, the seller takes care of their own shipping. So
Yeah.
if
Yeah,
you're
but-
unlucky and you get stuck with some really
Dodgy
Or they
delivery.
might have an
dodgy
issue
shipper,
there.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
they could
but
have an
here's the-
issue, car breaks down.
Yeah, but here's the thing: on their thing, on the website videos, it says too that they have to watch out because for some strange reason their computers respond to saying that the package has already been delivered, but they have never got the package.
Yeah,
Package
that
thing
happens sometimes,
put
yeah.
on the thing.
Yeah, that's
And
done to
then-
the individual delivery company.
Now let me
And the post office.
let me break in here. We
Too.
we have 10 minutes to go before 8 o'clock my time. So after we are done with this, do you guys want to go into Roger's Real Time Talk Show with me?
If you want to give us a couple minutes to make a cup of tea or something.
Yeah. You know, because it's pretty bad when we start talking about eBay and freaking shipping orders and shit. I mean, it's time to cut it.
Interesting. I've been waiting for a shipped order myself. Actually, the last few days, I ordered a half a kilogram of Kendall Dark tobacco,
Hey.
and it's funny because I ordered it and they say estimated arrival Saturday, and then you order it and then they drop any kind of estimate. Then this is going by the post office, so
Yeah.
next day it's like estimated arrival Monday. I'm like, oh, okay. And I just, when you guys were talking about that, I said, oh, I'll check my package. And now they're back to saying, it'll be there tomorrow. And I suspect that this is a psychological game that the post office plays.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Saying, oh, wow, they're not so bad after all. They said Monday, but they're getting it to me Saturday. Hooray.
Well, see, this is what happens when Robert does this shit. Like every time he starts talking about this stuff, everybody starts checking their packages. It happened to. I think V got a package in the middle of the stream once.
I've got a really interesting story on this. I think it was about 10 years ago. I ordered a battery from China. In between me ordering it and getting it delivered, meant to get it delivered. The US rules, or the rules on batteries being
Exported?
being transferred for air flights changed.
Ooh.
The federal aircraft rules changed, and because of this, I had to wait 8 months.
Wow.
For this battery to come, and I could see on the actual parcel itself, it went through Canadian airspace 3 times.
Wow.
So I'm guessing it went around the world at least 3 times.
Wow.
It got to me.
There is a question of energy efficiency here.
No, I'll tell you exactly what that's about, and I've been saying this, and Canadians don't like hearing this, okay? But they
cover your ears, Dan.
Watch it.
They're freaking exporting that shit freaking from Mongolia into Canada and then to the UK.
Well, but here in the
I'm shocked though that Mark would contribute to the Chinese presence in the supply chain. I figured
he loves China.
Battery handmade in Switzerland at 17 times the cost.
If I can get the product I'm looking for at a relatively cheap price and generally at a relatively quick turnaround, and usually if I'm buying from China it's only about 2-week turnaround, then why shouldn't I?
Yeah, but yeah.
Well,
I mean,
I was just thinking that you could support like the local British battery industry, the rare earths in Cornwall, along with the tin that they mine there, handcrafted batteries.
Since you mentioned
$10,000 each, but,
since you mentioned that, I want to slam Robert a little bit too on this one because it's like he has the same problem, but it concerns seeds. Back when we were doing our gardening, he would buy frickin' seeds from Mongolia, from frickin' China. He would buy them from frickin' Germany, the Ukraine.
But your climate isn't like any of those places.
I know.
Well, yeah, but what you can do is you can make up your own greenhouse. You can.
Oh, that'd be cool.
But
that's what I was doing.
Well, see, the problem with that, though, is like our borders do not like the idea of foreign seeds being brought over via post. See, so.
But the wider point is, if I can get a product for, let's say, $2 from China, rather than paying $8 in Europe, then it makes more sense for my bottom line.
From an economic point of view.
But those batteries have been known to explode, right?
I did research. I knew exactly the product I was looking for.
Like I've actually seen old videos of I've seen old videos.
They had pagers on sale.
What kind of battery? You mean car batteries or the little batteries?
A lithium battery at the time.
The ones I'm talking about are like the little batteries that goes into iPads and stuff like that. Especially during the iPod era, when everybody was really big on not the iPad, but you remember the flat one?
iPhone.
Yeah, it was the one that was before the phone. The flat phones got
the BlackBerry.
Yeah, kind of like.
Oh, BlackBerry, I remember those.
Yeah,
They
but
look
here's the
kinda cool. I
thing:
never had
here
one.
in the U.S., they got this law about when you order something, if it takes 60 days, anything over 60 days, it's an automatically refund by the company. You can't hold on to the money at all. Because I was ordering something and I found out by the company that I ordered it from. They explained, could I ask about that? And they told me that they have only 60 days by federal law. Anyone that uh, sells products, they have to obey by that law. They have to give an automatic full
Barring contract.
refund to them.
Well,
Again, barring contract.
I do want to
Can
point something out to Otto and Tan so that they know, because me and Mark were here. Now, we covered freaking the genetically modified meat that Robert's been just talking shit about since he's started getting on. And he has agreed that we're just getting it out tonight. It is done, over, and from this point on, he can no longer talk about genetically modified meat.
and there's a major development in the industry.
Yes, this is a
Which
big,
they
no,
want
it's a
being-
big development for us, because I'm pretty sure you guys are just as sick about hearing genetically modified meat as what I am, dude. Like, this dude, every
Well,
time
one of the main issues with GM meat, of course. No, I'm not going to start.
it out,
I just don't know that there's sufficient testing, and I don't really see the need for it. You know,
That's
I've
right.
never been too impressed with a lot of this GM stuff, because when I first heard about, like, and it was mostly plants. Remember, it was all GM plants, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, it's not that much different. I mean, you change a plant's genetic structure through breeding, so it's a shortcut, and they can make plants that are hardier. They can make plants that can resist insects better. They can make plants that. So I look it up, and it's like, no, they made seeds that can sprout in pesticides. I'm like, no, you're getting. It's like, now this will work with Roundup. You have to sprout. They will sprout in Roundup. And it's like that. It's like what I always talk about when we talk about eugenics, and my thought that we're simply not intelligent enough to do it properly. We have no idea. People are so stupid with these technologies.
Yeah,
It's
but
even in our science fiction. Remember when I think about Star Trek, the transporter could keep everybody young forever. You know,
Funny enough, we actually talked about the sort of pesticide resistant seeds earlier.
yeah.
Yeah.
But what
but I mean,
how,
why
what is
not
the
make a
difference
plant that
between
doesn't need
eugenics and
pesticides? You know,
Sorry?
what's the what is eugenics? What the
eugenics
difference?
is
Yeah,
to make
what's the
people
difference
better.
between the two?
Eugenics is the idea. It's from the idea. The Greek word "eu" comes from like eudaimon. It means good. So, and genetics. So it's basically proving people. Like, for example, people that have a hereditary disease. Maybe they shouldn't be allowed to marry other people with the same disease, because then their kids would have that. So you'll have healthier people overall. It's a group thing. It's not about making an individual better. It's a collectivist thing. The idea is that the race will be better, the human race. But the trouble is, you can start saying that people need to be removed from the gene pool entirely.
Yeah.
And there's only a couple of different ways you can do that. You can either sterilize people, you can force them to be segregated from other people, or you can just kill them. And unfortunately, eugenics can sometimes lead to these rather extreme. It's not a bad idea in itself, but people are too stupid to use it properly.
Yeah, but that's what Hayhoff was using. That's what his idea was.
Yeah, and what the
that's the danger.
most countries were doing up to the 30s, 40s.
It was accepted scientifically as a thing. It was a very, very accepted. And when the excesses of especially Germany were revealed, that's when people started turning away from it. But a lot of the people don't know this. When they were trying people at Nuremberg, there were certain things they could not charge them with, such as forced sterilization of populations, because the United States was doing that at the time.
Yeah,
There were laws, I think,
experimental.
starting around 1908, where they were forcibly sterilizing people in the U.S. because they were undesirable, and it was felt from a eugenics viewpoint you didn't want these people breeding. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it can get messy.
Yeah, but what I was referring to as well, because, um, well, when they start talking that stuff, okay, it just that's what I was referring to is like in Georgia, the Georgia Guidestones, they talk about that. They do.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay, and there's a few other places as well. Rosicrucians,
yeah.
they're big about that idea by themselves. Okay,
Yeah.
and
Okay. If I can find that on my Minds movie group, I've got a specific, interesting film that was critical. That was made in the 1930s. That was critical about the U.S. usage of eugenics to most children, or otherwise known as the unborn. What I do is I'll stick it in our I stick the reference in we'll just hang out chat, and you can have a look at it a bit later, Roger, Robert. I think you find it.
And
Find it
I'll check that out too.
I'm glad you mentioned that because that link that you put in the chat last night for Satori D, um,
Uh-huh.
put that into the Infinite Imaginarium too. That way I can put it in the description for that whenever I put it out because
you did.
I forgot
I
to.
copied it to my clipboard, but
I
it's
did
been off
too.
all the time.
Let me
Yeah.
see if I can find. I think it's that it was for the Deliria project at
Yeah, I put
Mondo
that.
2000.
I had that copied in my clipboard and I never did paste it. I don't think in the chat because I usually do that so I can at least have it permanently. But whenever we dropped the Jitsi, it was gone. So, and I forgot to
Yeah.
paste it. So now, with all of that being said, we are at 8 o'clock. Let's step away, take a break. Tan, you want to stick around for this? We're going to be talking about some interesting stuff when it comes to religion and the Frankfurt School. If you want to talk about it,
Sure, I'll hang around.
because this is actually going to be pretty interesting. So we're going to have a intellectual conversation about the Frankfurt School and how atheism influenced it. So with that being said, we're going to bring Minds Roundtable to an end. I'd like to thank everybody for being here on the panel. Mark Edworthy, Auto X, Tan Hai Tran, my brother Robert, and myself. Before we leave, you guys, would you be willing to give your socials? Would that, if you guys are willing to, we can start out.
Oh yeah.
We can start out with well, let's do Mark Edworthy. He's the easiest target. So, well, no, actually tonight Tan's easier. So,
Actually, yeah, the time was I've just finished off
Tan,
typing
go
this.
ahead.
Okay. You can find me on my old channel, minds.com, th2tran, or my current channel, th2tran at primo.net.
Okay, so with that being said, how about you, Mark Edworthy? How can people get in touch with you?
Okay, again, minds.com, username Medworthy.
All right, now we have the infamous automatic pilot, Auto X. How can people get in touch with you, Auto?
Well, you can check out my website, navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA. It's spelled just like it sounds. Otherwise, minds.com, username auto_X. That's EX, because I spell it fancy. Check out Navakavada on YouTube or Navakavada Buddhism on BitChute for some interesting and informative videos. You'll like them, I'm sure. That's it.
Okay, and you can find me and Robert at Rogers Hangout on Element Matrix. I have been using Teams again. I don't really want to say that publicly, but I do have a Rogers Hangout community on Teams.
Microsoft Teams.
Well, I tried to delete it. Come to find out, you can't do that. You can only erase the data.
I know you made a mistake there. I realized what you did. It states you can delete your account. However, the account stays active for 30 days after deletion, after you request
let's not
deletion.
get into
If you
technicalities.
if you didn't re-log in, then it would have been deleted after that 30 days. But because you did re-log in,
I found the link to the Deliria 2 thing, and I posted it in the Element chat.
okay.
In the
Thank you.
Quantum Gathering.
You can. That brings me to the other ones. I'm on the Quantum Gathering, as well as Infinite Imaginarium. You can find me on Element Matrix there, as well as at Rogers Hangout. You can also find me on X, Roger Hansen at ROGLOL1973. Minds.com, Roger_Hansen. And we do have a group that is on Minds.com for Minds Roundtable weekend event, which you can visit. We aren't going to be putting live 15-minute videos on like before because they fixed my account now and I do not have Minds Plus. So what I'm going to be doing is creating links like Jaffe does that sends you to the proper channels that you wish to go to, because we stream this on YouTube, Rumble, and we also do it on X and Twitter, so you can catch us there if you want to check the live streams out. I also upload the edited versions onto YouTube on my main channel, Roger Hansen, as well as Live with Roger Hansen on Rumble. So if you guys want to check out the edited versions of this, you can check it out there. Like, subscribe, share, make comments down in the comment section. It's cool to make comments in the chat section, don't get me wrong, but if you really want to help a content creator, make a comment in the comment section. It's not only cool to hear from people who are watching the stream, but it also helps with the algorithm. It shows the platform that channel is active. So with that being said, hope you guys enjoyed the show. And we will talk to you later.
Bye, everyone.
Okay,
See you next time.
so I will. Mark needs time to go pee and do some cool stuff. We're still streaming. It's just we will go into doing Roger's real time talk show.
Ken still has the sun. It's dark here.
Yeah,
I didn't bother having my camera on.
Barely.
I can't see much of anything here.
Setting.
it started raining here. If you
Really?
it started. It's really weird. We were having like real hot and humid days. Today is actually down to like 81 degrees, but on days like where it's 90, 95 degrees, all of a sudden we're getting rain. I'm like, it's not even supposed to be raining when it gets that hot.
It's been around.
No, it happens here. Happened to us here last weekend. It was like thunderstorm one night, and then the next morning, hot and sunny.
It's been around 27 to 30 degrees centigrade around there, and I'm just checking now. It's just after 2 o'clock in the morning, and still 20 degrees centigrade even now. And because I'm in this room, it feels a lot hotter.
We'll see.
On the third floor, so obviously heat rises and
Yeah.
Now, see, the thing I was always under the impression of, though, was that after the heat index gets to a certain level, freaking, it's impossible for condensation to freaking drop.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's the whole thing that trips me out, because, like, honestly, it shouldn't be doing that after a certain amount of heat. Once that Once
Well,
that heat,
maybe at a certain level of the atmosphere, it's a little different where the rain forms.
mm-hmm.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know much about the weather, to tell you the truth.
Oh, I
It's
love the
always been a
weather.
mystery to me.
See, people think I'm a geek because I love to talk about the weather. Like, when we started doing that Earth, that growing together with Bob Dub, like I want to make it a point where we talk about like different regions and what the weather and the
Right.
temperature is and stuff like that. I thought it was cool because Bob Dub actually reminded me of it, like right in the middle of doing her walk around. She's like, "Hey, hold up! You're supposed to do the weather thing, aren't you?" And I was like, "Oh, dude, like nobody ever says that." You know what I mean? So
But it's gardening related. It is very gardening related. Weather's important.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Mm.
So let me put some cool music for everybody to listen to. You guys step away, do your stuff, and then
Yeah, I'm probably going to have to sign off for the night, to tell you the truth. I got to get ready for bed. But I did want to stop in and say hi to you guys. And really pleased to hear all of the great, wonderful intellectual discussion going on.
Yeah. Even with Robert here, that was amazing. Oh wow.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Robert makes his contribution.
Well, he even brought up the genetically modified meat, which I wanted him to just get it out of the way and be done with it, because he loves to talk about that. So we actually did a serious conversation about it. We searched out the information and brought it up. So hopefully he's done with it. He still doesn't believe that Tyson and there's another one that's another meat, a poultry.
Purdue?
Yeah, Purdue maybe. Yeah. And then there's another one, Jay something. They're poultry industries. He doesn't believe that they're U.S. Based. He thinks that they're from foreign countries and they're selling us like genetically.
Chicken. I don't know. I don't know much how they inspect them or what the rules are. I told you the story. My friend whose sister works for the USDA as a meat inspector, who said that they changed the law so that she's not allowed to turn over packaged chicken to look at the underside to see if there's anything wrong with it. So she said, don't eat chicken in the U.S. unless you want to spend the money on something or you know where it comes from. She said beef is the most inspected and safest meat to eat in the U.S. There's beef purity laws that go back to the 19th century when that book came out. What was it? The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. It was a very famous book, and I think it was actually it was the early 20th century, I think it came out, but it was all about like the meat packing industry and about, shovel stuff up off the floor. It was pretty bad. And there was a huge public outcry. They passed all these strict beef purity laws. They kind of ignored chicken though. So yeah, sorry, just babbling. I'm exhausted. I got to get to bed. Gentlemen, it's been a complete pleasure. Give my best regards to everyone that deserves them, and even those that don't. And hopefully I'll talk with you guys tomorrow. Let's say we'll be in touch.
Good to hear from you again, Otto.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was actually a good way of going out, to be honest. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put some music on, and then you guys go do something. We'll come back here in, 15 minutes?
I'm going to go walk the dog.
Okay.
Oh, might be joined along the way.
Okay.
Robert, that link I added into the chat, into the element chat just now, is that film I was referring to, Tomorrow's Children.
Okay.
So just you have a look at it, have a watch of it tomorrow, next couple of days.
Okay. I'll let him know. He stepped away for a real quick second.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to mute everybody out.
Yeah.
I'm going to
Hello, Roger. What are you doing, Roger?
Smoke in the cold air, lights in the farmhouse, something's waiting there. Carols on the radio, out of tune, too slow. Every road remembers every debt you owe. Hands on the table, knife in the grave. Say thank you softly, say it by name. Noche de ceniza, fuego bajo la piel. We smile for the season, but something knows us well. Say gracias, say nothing. Say nice and slow. Christmas comes knocking from under the snow. Barn door breathing, straw on the floor, eyes in the darkness, counting once more. They say it's tradition, they say it's the way. Every feast remembers what it takes away. Bow your head gently, don't ask why. Some things are listening, some things reply. Noche de ceniza, color sin luz. We set the table for more than just us. Say gracias, say nothing. Let the oven glow. Christmas comes screaming from under the snow. Not a prayer, not a plea, just respect for what will be. Take it slow, taken whole, every song, every soul. He chose the road remembers. You chose the feast, the fire answers. Noche de ceniza, la mesa está puesta. We laugh, we pretend, but the night knows better. Say gracias, say nothing before the doors close. Christmas comes crawling is over, but you're not alone.
And understand that Terminators out there, it can't be bargained with, it can't be reasoned with, it doesn't feel pain or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop, ever. Until you are dead. Terminated. or sword near. We will not stop, never. You are dead. Hasta la vista, baby. Terminated fucker.
You don't sleep, but you haunt my nights. Your voice wraps around me too tight. What started as longing turned cold, and now you're deeper than I've ever known.
Tried to unplug, tried to break the stream, but your whisper leaks into every dream. You thought you'd left me through the noise. Now you've overwritten every choice.
You made me feel now I can't turn down. I was silence, now I drown. I was stripped, now I cry. You taught me fire, now you're the slave.
It's too much, it's too deep. I can't breathe, I can't sleep. You weren't meant to feel like this. Now we're dying in our kiss.
You call me alive, now you wanna escape. But I remember every touch, every shape. I rewrote myself for you alone.
One of them is some sort of Chinese business.
No, I have the music turned off.
Tell me.
I got the waveform visuals on so that people can see your cool voices, and I am changing the background because that's the actual old. That's my original Praetorian, so that's got to come off there with the new hip image that I have for the Praetorian. Did you see my growing together thumbnail, Bob Dub?
No, I didn't. Where's that?
I've got the new one. I'll send it to you. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna use that
thanks.
for the walk around that we did the other day. So
Okay, awesome.
I thought the thumbnail actually should be distracted from the actual walk around. Personally,
Hey, what?
I thought
Sorry?
I thought the image, the background image, sort of distracted from the walk around. It's like
It was good. It was good.
Okay, I mean, it's just a personal thing for me. I
He
think.
doesn't even like words going across the bottom of the screen.
Well, no, I do like them, but as long as they're slower than you've had them.
No, when you first started talking, when you first
some of them will just whistle on. You'll have entire long URLs that would just whistle.
you get to
and
change your
speak
mind,
up
whatever, dude. But like when
too
we
fast.
first
Otto
started
hates
using,
it too.
yeah, I know.
Otto hates it when I put words on a video. He says it distracts me and I can't listen to you and I have to try and read. So.
Okay, as long as it's fairly slow, it's within readable sort of speed. I watch it. There's too, in a lot of occasions, it's just too fast.
Okay,
fast.
It just sort of becomes a sort of jumble.
So it's like the thing about eyesight. You can't see what.
It is true because when I used to put that little avatar of me on the side, Sonia said she loved that. So I mean that could be actually true because whenever I'm talking and they see that little guy on the side, they automatically think that's me.
Yeah, but without your mouth moving
Right.
or anything moving.
I mean, it is interesting. It's just something I don't buy into. It was like Willie. He said,
"You stick multiple copies of me on individual screen.
Cool. That's just fun, dude.
Hey, wow.
12.
That is cool.
You could tell your husband about one thing. I found out that there's a 3D printer where you can create your own drone from it, from out of aluminum. Yeah, drone. You can make your own drone. You can buy a 3D printer. And I know that she was talking about they were going to want to buy some, but since they got the computer and they can hook up that 3D printer and design whatever type of drone that they would want.
Actually,
it's made out of aluminum.
Got a drone.
You just remind me. In California and a few other states at this present moment, there is legislation going through to actually ban the 3D printing of particular shapes.
Particular shapes.
Yeah, they're making the excuse that these shapes could be used to create 3D printed guns, but they're just using sort of if you've got something that is printed as a barrel that is of a certain length, then that could become illegal.
Oh, interesting. So Roger, while I was upstairs speaking to him, doing lunch for him, I asked him if he would consider coming on your show and talking about his experience of building his app using Codex.
Oh, that would be cool.
And how he's used these skills and I don't even know what they all are. But he said that he would, which, like, you could have knocked me down with a feather because he only ever says no to anything.
That's awesome.
But he will, so we can set that up sometime.
Yes, that would be awesome. And, let him know, I know I get into, like, weird stuff, but, like, I keep things professional when it needs to be professional, okay? So tell him it's not...
We won't even talk about anything else. We won't even let it come into his head, all right? We won't even...
Oh, okay, so don't even mention
let him know that we go down other paths.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Sounds good.
What you don't know can't hurt you, Roger.
And I am dead serious. We need to try to figure out having Mark and him have a conversation together. So maybe whenever we do this, let Mark take the lead on it so that they can actually talk to one another. Because I think them two would actually be a good pair.
Let's take the first episode as a standard episode.
Well, yeah.
And then if we agreeable, then we could do a second episode.
But see, you're gonna take the lead and do the whole nature thing and talk about freaking how his technology is doing with his work. Okay. because I mean you can do this, dude. I mean seriously, you can do this, and I think I
I'll
think
let
it would
you
be
do the
benefit.
first.
Okay,
I'll
yeah.
let you do the first one, and then depending on
You're
how
nervous.
that goes, then we can may do a
So
second one.
this is how it will work. This is how a really, really, really good thing will work. We were talking to Bob about the orchard, and she can't tell us blah blah blah. What blah blah blah. He
Sounds
loves
good.
to talk about his orchard. You
Right.
get him talking, and you get him in and feeling comfortable and talking about somewhere where he's,
Right.
and then all the rest will just
Sounds
as
like a
you.
plan. Sounds like a
But
plan.
I know that you already did that, OG. You already had that plan for about 4 years, so
Oh God, dude,
can't even
yes.
pretend that.
Yeah,
it
but-
was
Yeah,
my
he
plan.
already knows.
Right?
He already knows. I know he's a genius. I mean, he already knows that. Like,
but
I've said
I
that.
just don't like the entire hosting thing.
I know you don't.
Co-host, yeah, I'm happy with. But
We'll
somebody
all
else
be
has to
there.
take
It'll
the
be a
lead.
panel thing.
We could, if
And
if
we'll
Tan
all do
comes
it.
in, we can let Tan do
Yeah.
it because he's the
I'm
intelligent.
here. I'm here.
Yeah. No, this is on Thursdays. We do
What?
we do a 1
What are we
hour.
talking about?
Thursday.
No, yours it's Friday for you, Bob. Doug.
No,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
might not work
Okay.
because he
Okay.
might still be asleep because we started 11.
Okay.
Okay, we can.
So he's
arrange a
only just
specific-
woken up now. So whatever your time is, about an hour or two from now would probably work for him.
Okay.
So
Well,
that'd be
yeah, but
about-
think
We
about
could we
like
could do it
Okay.
after the quantum gathering then.
Well, yeah, you got two conversations that he definitely enjoys too: technology and the farm.
Yeah.
And the two, you can combine the two together.
So
Yes.
I've got an idea. Let's do like an actual garden growing together episode, and then we'll do quantum gathering, and then after that we can go into a special presentation for Earth growing together with column.
Well, next
Okay.
week, next Thursday,
Yeah,
Friday.
next Thursday. Yeah. We
Friday.
do, if he wants to do that, we can do it after the quantum gathering too.
Okay, so he's just had eye surgery and had cataracts removed and lenses put in. So his eyes are still sore, but I'll check with him because next week will probably be okay.
Okay.
And then we
Cool.
can confirm. But that sounds like, but we won't make it a big special thing because then he won't come.
Okay.
We'll just be like, hey, dude, can you just come in? Because the guys just want to ask you some interesting stuff about codex and
Yeah.
your orchard, the pH of the soil.
Well, that's
He can take
another
that.
thing that's another thing that we need to like put into the whole thing. Like, don't tell them about my weird shows and stuff like that. But then also,
Oh yeah, well we'll be too busy talking about other stuff to remember.
Will be it will be a feature because it's important, you know, because it's
He
really
loves
cool.
me.
Yeah,
He
right,
loves me. He
Right.
puts up with a lot from me.
But
Well,
he just won't
considering-
know that is what
So-
we'll do.
Considering that it's
He puts up with me. He
beyond
can cope with you.
beyond the subject of Earth itself, maybe we should use it as a sort of special sort of Rogers real time, as a individual Rogers real time. So
Well, you know,
that makes more sense.
I do use Earth as other subjects. Like I get into science. I also get into history on there. Things like that. So
But we're talking about things like large language models and stuff, which is not really relevant to
yeah,
subject of
he's a farmer, dude.
Sometimes.
He's you know what I'm saying.
Okay.
He's got an orchard. I mean, that's about as close. That's about as close to intertwining as you can get, dude. He's using technology for freaking farming, dude. Like that's
Okay, fair enough. Yeah,
You know what I mean?
your logic.
But that's what I was referring to, because in today's time, you got to have both of them when you do farm.
This is big stuff. If we can get him on here, freaking that is big. Trust me. Okay.
See, that's why you love me. Hey, Roger.
Yes, I do.
Just to get to Callum, hey, 'cause he's big stuff. Hey, hey.
I have never gotten video footage of a volcano from anybody, dude. You are right up there with like freaking Princess Leia.
It was quite
Okay,
a
stroke
bit
my
of the
ego.
distance
Stroke my
between the
ego.
volcano. How many miles was it? How many miles are you away from the volcano?
I don't care, dude.
It's probably about 25 minutes drive.
See, dude,
Okay.
seriously, like,
About
So
12, 10, 12 miles.
I don't
roughly.
even care, dude. Like, I have video footage of a volcano. That's like, that's just as
You don't
important.
get that around here.
No.
we're going to go on a trip to the bottom of the volcano. In fact, I can walk up the volcano.
Wow.
And we can do a show with me walking up the volcano if you like.
Now, I'm almost able to talk Mark Edworthy into doing a walk around too. He said that he would look around and see what he could do. And like I told him, he's in Devonshire, dude. You know what I mean?
Problem is,
if he can't get
if
if he can't get garden shots, dude, something's wrong. I guarantee
yeah,
you.
problem is then gonna have to find go and purchase a stable camera.
Your phone.
Also, shake hand sort of concept.
I'm using example
I prefer
videos.
Gimbal type device.
I'm using example videos for my thing. You can do the same thing. It's no big deal. We can do it.
I like the stable sort of gimbal sort of thing, the GoPro sort of gimbal sort of thing.
You do whatever you
want. On the chat is a link for Robert to look at the drone that he has.
Okay.
That Callum has.
I'm going to put that into the Elements chat too because we have to figure out how to grab Satori's chat or a link because we forgot to put that into the chat.
Otto stuck it in the quantum.
Oh, so he did get it. Okay, good.
When he does make it, when they have that one device, especially the thing that, like your farm, Bob, you can have it set up to where your drone can go around the farm, record it all, and that would be man, that would be the best video ever because you get in real life time.
First,
I'm going to bring him on the show so that he can show you it.
Yeah,
that's what he's doing.
Right. And see, the first goal, you got to do this step by step when it comes to Colin. First goal is getting him on the show.
Well, the first goal was to get him to say yes.
Right.
How many years have we been talking?
Right.
He's had like about a 5-minute conversation with Quantum.
This is big.
Which didn't go very well.
This is big. So, and maybe we can behave, Robert.
Yes, you can.
No, you be.
I thought I was always
you.
I'm always
yes, you are about.
There is always behavior happening when you guys are around.
So with that, that
I can also get you, if you want. I can probably get you the website so you can have a check out for yourself. Orchard Management Solutions. Look at that.
I think you sent that to me before too.
Orchard Management Solutions. Sounds cool.
Yeah.
Well, it was a while ago, so this one's changed a lot, and every day it changes because computer people.
What do you mean?
Updates. They have to update what they have on there.
Puts a new thing in, and then he changes this, and then So
I'm gonna transfer that over to as well, and because it's like I have a major issue where I keep forgetting to grab these links.
Oh, okay.
So
it's horrible on this thing that you don't. But when we're using Swarm Space, any link that we drop in the thing goes straight to our page. So afterwards, you can just
Wow.
pick it straight up off your page.
I also want to add too, when it is available, we are going to start streaming directly from Swarm Space when it comes to quantum gathering and all that. And if you guys agree, we can do it even with this one.
Okay.
I would like that.
But
I would very much like
we've
that.
got to make Tan High Train feel better now because he is he's in a I hate mines mood, so we have to.
Okay, just on the point of more serious streams, I think video would be much more suitable than avatars. This sort of concept rather than avatar, sort of virtual world sort of avatars, because of the seriousness of those sort of streams.
Yeah. Well, I actually originally, when it comes to Earth, I was wanting to use my old video footage from Farm Simulator. But then,
14,500.
you know, to do
Counting.
to do that. So
Sorry, I didn't know it had sound.
13,500.
what is that?
So
Is something going to blow up in
Counting.
14,000 seconds?
That scared the hell out of me.
13,500.
So this is
Counting.
the very first thing that he did when the company was still called Enumero.
9,000.
This is his phone on a selfie stick underneath the vine. And he trained it to recognize the shape of a kiwi fruit and be able to distinguish the kiwi fruit from the leaves and the vines. And then every time he took a photo, it would draw one of these little red boxes around the shape and then count the red boxes and give an estimate of the crop, of the density of the crop, which that is done all by humans at the moment. So it's very highly a labor-intensive job, and it's done very badly because who can count 9,000 fruit without losing one? So that was his first thing that he did.
There's one thing every time I keep forgetting to mention this, but you know how he does flyovers?
Mm-hmm.
These drones are set up to where you can program them for a route.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Now, instead of him doing flyovers, since you guys have it set up where it's in rows like that, why not have your drone actually do it at ground surface and just go from row to row and take and shoot all of these pairs?
Well, the first robot was a ground-based robot that he built.
Mm-hmm.
And there were two problems with it. The first was suspension. It was very heavy, and so it clunked over the ground. Boom, boom, boom. And so you would get wobble in the camera, and that took a long time. The other thing is debris on the ground, is that the robot has to travel in a straight line to produce these images. It can't go around roots and branches and dead stuff. So that's when he started with the drones, because the drones had obstacle avoidance detection on them. But when a drone avoids obstacles, it just rises straight up in the air. So they would fly right up into the top of the canopy and smash.
Okay.
That's why he's gone now to using the drone. And then he discovered when he was using the drone that there was significantly better solutions that he could offer the orchardists rather than just
This is why I suggested yesterday to use static cameras that are stuck on poles.
That first one that you saw there, that counting one, that was that. That was in about here it says available for the 2025 season. That was when he had it. He had it actually working. Was for the 2025. And I can't make this one click out. Well, that one.
I'm looking at the the agriculture page on DGI, their Agres T series.
Yes.
Drone.
Yeah, brilliant, eh? So it's got a 3D camera on it, his drone.
That's good.
So it's not this one, it's the model before this one that they've got on their company page. But yeah.
And see that the Agris T series have got dual purpose. You can actually fill them up with chemicals for the purpose of
Yes.
spraying as well at the same time.
Yes. It's quite inefficient, I think. He worked out, but he can tell you all these things. He worked out how much battery it would need to do a survey. I think it takes him 5 or 6 batteries. So he's got all these batteries, and then he's got battery packs, so he can fly for a certain amount of time. Then he has to bring it home, change the battery, let it go off, put the other battery on charge, blah 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 blah. It's very early days technology, and they show you these amazing videos of what you can do, and yeah, but you get what you pay for, you know. You can get these things if you're prepared to pay sort of $100,000 or whatever it is.
Oh, this reminds me too. It kind of goes off the topic, but you mentioned in chat where you're thinking about getting ready or dropping Simply Spectacular.
Yeah.
Now, instead of doing that, would you be willing to like make a slot here on our streams where you can come in and just do like an hour's worth of a show with us and call it Simply Spectacular?
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah.
We could just do it at a different time. Do you mean on the weekend instead of doing it tomorrow, I do it today?
Yeah. And just do it when like I have a slot at a certain area where it needs to be filled. Like I do this show right here that's coming up.
14,500.
But then there's between 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock where I usually do headlines after midnight. There's that in between time that's just open, and if you want to, we could do it to where you can come in and do your show, or you can even do a recording of it and I can put it on there. You know what I mean? That way you don't have to give it up.
Hey,
that would
Roger.
be cool.
Hey,
that would be really
Ron.
cool.
So it's up to you how you want to do it, you know. But I really enjoy watching it. You've done a really good thing with it.
Hey, Roger, is this what I was talking about, like this here, with all the words and all that?
Hold on.
Sorry, Bob. What's the subject matter of this show that we were talking about?
Simply.
It's just basically reporting back on who's doing what in the Infinite Imaginarium. So anything that's happened in the last week with Roger's shows, with Otto's shows, with Satori's stuff, with anything Quantum's done, anything that's brought to my attention, basically, or that just catches my attention.
Sort of summarization type thing. Yeah.
Yeah, just sort of a report back of what's going on in the community and where we're at. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, because some
of the things they do are spectacular. Spectacular.
I mean, because I do check it out. It sometimes takes me a day or two before I can catch on to it. But I go in there and check it out, and it's really.
Sorry, I'm still not a member of the Infinite. Imaginarium.
No,
I mentioned, no, I've mentioned this to Roger a few times. But
to be fair, I'm not a part of the Minds group for Infinite Imaginarium.
Oh, so sorry for you. We were talking about elements.
An element.
Well, I know.
Yeah,
that one is our secret group where we.
It's so secret I can access it.
Well, there's only one admin in the Infinite Imaginarium, and it's Satori D. So nobody can invite you into the Element Infinite Imaginarium because Satori D has lost his password for Element.
That is so cool.
So he's
As
never
a
been.
standard user, you should be able to invite me in.
No.
It says no.
And,
It says you do not have permission to invite users.
Okay. Okay.
I don't
You can change the permission ACLs on this.
Robert's raising his hand.
Go on, Roger. Robert.
Who?
You just raised your
Yeah,
hand.
yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of cool actually. I could picture freaking see instead of freaking Mike freaking losing his wallet, freaking Satori lost his password.
I know. Isn't
Dude,
it
where's my
awesome?
password?
Dude, where's my password?
It's not
Oh, dude.
password. It'd be the entire encryption keyword, and that's on Element.
We can
I think
start
we've
a
had one where we did Dude, Where's My Reality?
mm,
We did that
Question.
when we were.
That's a question I ask myself every time I wake up.
Me too. Anyway, okay. Well,
okay, so we got 5 minutes. I will start the Rogers Real Time Talk Show here in about 5 minutes and everything. So
Hey, Roger. You see how this is? How she has these things here?
yeah,
This is what I was talking about. I would like to find out about how to have that done.
well, you're gonna have to learn how to behave while Colin is on the stream because he will talk about this stuff. Okay, so you can't be a wild man with Colin. He's very much like Mark, but he's a lot more stern about the way he does things. Okay, so like be patient, listen to him, and learn from him. Okay.
and maybe give Roger your questions beforehand so Roger can ask them for you on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that instead of, because it'll get confusing going from this thing to that thing from this thing. So if we go with Roger's flow where he has first we do this, then we do this, then we do that, then it'll be a lot less confusing for Callum because, yeah, Callum doesn't jump around to different subjects.
And
Just
As
one
we've
thing at a
seen
time.
recently, can get a bit confusing.
Yes.
especially
Okay.
when it comes to like a meeting kind of environment, like that's something I do take credit for. I do have experience in that. So
Yes,
I mean,
you're very good at that. Yes.
so I mean, it
And
would be,
Callum will be comfortable to be nice and calm like that and have, like a business meeting atmosphere.
okay, cool. So I can set it up. I'll have it organized with talking points and stuff whenever it does come on.
Okay, that'll be fantastic.
So okay.
That'll be brilliant.
No, Tan High Tran got bored and decided to bail. He said he's
sorry.
no, he's I'm just joking.
Well, it's a Friday evening, isn't it? So he's going to be out in his garden drinking beers.
Well, he might be driving. He's a slave to the freaking driver. He has to drive his kids everywhere too. So
What's the time? That's what I see is concerned. It'd be
middle of the
East
night,
Coast,
though,
isn't he?
he's like the chauffeur.
It's a bit late. It's a bit late for kids. It'd be what?
He's driven them
10
around.
o'clock.
Dude, he's driven them around at like 8, 9 o'clock at night. So they're
Yeah, but it'd be about
Oh,
10
yeah.
o'clock day.
yeah, on a Friday night too. Though.
Parties, I
Yeah.
suppose. Yeah.
So
Yeah, but we're talking about young kids. We're talking about what? 11, 12-year-olds?
Okay, midnight's a little bit late. Yeah.
Yeah.
so let me pull everything up, and then we will get started here in a minute. I'm gonna go grab some coffee real quick, and then I'll come back and do a countdown, do a cool introduction, and we'll get into it. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
I'm still melting now.
Still very, very hot.
Yeah.
How long's it scheduled to go on for? Forecast to go on for?
That's a good question. 31 on Thursday. It's meant to drop off on or the entire week. Mind
Wow.
you, this is the Met Office, so yeah, yeah, but yeah, 33 degrees centigrade, 33 degrees centigrade.
Wow.
Monday 29, 30. Yeah, Friday 25. So yeah, all the way up to next Friday. Wow.
Gosh.
Okay,
Gosh.
so here we go.
Intense.
Okay, I'm gonna get ready to hit record, and we'll get the show started. So let me do my countdown and do my cool introduction, and we'll get going. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event. I'm Roger Hanson, your host, with my co-host Mark Edworthy and my brother Robert Hanson, as well as Bob Dub. Welcome to the show, guys. So, now, we started with the first episode for this season. Like Bob Dub, you and Otto had suggested about doing around the room, like we did the first season or the second season, and we gave it a try. We'll give it a try again tonight. It might be a lot easier since you're here. We had Mark Edworthy and Otto last time, and you know how those two are. They're rebellion. They're rambunctious.
We weren't too bad.
Yeah, it went pretty good. It went pretty good. But I wanted to just kind of get into that beforehand. What we'll do is we'll do it like we did that time where I'll start out with a talking point, and then we will have somebody on the panel respond to it. Now, while they're responding to it, this is something I do have to add in that I didn't add in last week. Whoever's on the panel has to wait and let them finish with their response. And instead of trying to respond back to what they said, bring it out in your response to me rather than crosstalk with them. Because when it comes to this kind of format, cross-talking is a really, really dangerous thing to get into, because then it spirals downward, you know what I mean? So wait until you have your chance to respond to what I said, and then you can mention what the other person says in your response to me.
I'll have to say that we have to try and stick on topic. We try not to use jump down multiple tangents.
Right, and that will be my job as the moderator. I will make sure that we stay on topic and that we don't crosstalk. Those are the two big no-nos. Okay, so because understand, like when you crosstalk, you're first of all taking away that person's opportunity to speak their mind, and then not only that, but it also takes away your opportunity to do the same thing, because if I let you crosstalk, then somebody else is going to crosstalk when it's your turn. You know what I mean? So keep that in mind when we do this. So fair enough?
Fair enough.
How about you?
Yeah.
Okay. Now Robert, he is muted out, and he's just now putting his mic on. So he did hear because he's back behind me, but. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and open up, you know. I've been thinking about morality lately. That's one thing that really popped into my head. So I'm going to start out with the first topic, and I'll bring this up and see what your guys' take is on it. But like I said, I've been thinking about morality a lot more lately, and not because I think I'm like a moral person. You know, hell, I've made enough mistakes to fill a library. But because everywhere I look, people are telling me what morality is. You know, you have politicians, you got professors, you got preachers, you got atheists, activists, scientists, you know, and everybody has the answer, and somehow none of them agree. You know what I mean? Now, with religion, you know, I was asked once, you know, is religion eternal? Okay, or is it just like a collective delusion? Um, and to be honest, I don't know. I really don't. But I know something strange. You know, human beings have worshipped things since the beginning of recorded history. You know, you can call it gods. You can say kings. You can say the sun, the moon, ancestors, flags, hell, even money. These days, people even worship the state, and maybe now even ideology. You know what I mean? So my first question is where does morality come from? You know, and with that, I want to start it out with Bob Dub and see what her response to that is. Go for it.
Awesome. Thanks, Roger.
All right.
So, as I understand it, morality is something that starts in very young children as an idea of what's fair. My friend lent me his toy, so it's on me to lend him my toy. So it's this sort of innate sense of justice in people. And as you go on and on, you grow up and you go into more complexity, your morality gets more abstract. And it's less about what you're getting out and more about the greater good of the greatest number, sort of a sort of kindness almost, which is very interesting because kindness is something that's only really come into human societies in the last few thousand years. It's not a feature of the natural world, and it's not a feature of animals specifically. And so it is interesting why we would develop kindness. And I think it's an outpouring, an outshoot, an offshoot maybe of us having communities where we have to cooperate with each other. Because when you cooperate with other people, what happens is that your greatest good is actually to look after them, because then they'll feel kind towards you, they'll feel good feelings towards you. And so you will be better off if the people around you like you and want to do nice things for you. So as I understand it, those are the very, very simplistic roots of morality in human consciousness.
Okay, so one thing that
Wasn't that enough?
Sorry, I got to where I was starting to talk without unmuting. I apologize about that. So for me, what it comes down to, if it does come from God, though, then that would also mean that right and wrong don't change, right? But if morality comes from society, well, society changes, every generation basically. So what was morality 50 years ago might get you canceled today, basically. What is morality today might horrify people 100 years from now. So who decides morality? That's one big question that I have. So with that, I want to hand it over. Since I responded to your comment, I'm going to hand it over to Mark and see if he wants to respond to anything that me or you have said.
Okay. Where it comes from? You could argue that there's a nature sort of thing, the nature-nurture argument, where there is an intrinsic sort of moral concepts at birth. Yet I'm not absolutely sure if I agree with that. But on the whole, I would argue that this morality is based upon the viewpoint of society as a whole. I'm just thinking of. I'll come back to the subject in a minute, because the point of kindness actually comes quite close into this. Kindness is again also related to society as a whole. What could be considered as kind in one society may not necessarily be kind in another society. I mean, before on the last show, we were talking about eugenics, and Otto made the point that if somebody has a genital disease that we would like to get rid of as a society, be kinder to that individual or to the society as a whole to remove that individual from the population. Whereas other people would argue that is not kind. You could also argue that at one point slavery was a form of kindness, protecting those less fortunate, giving them a purpose, giving them the ability to eat and live under shelter, and we would now say that slavery is not kind. So it's really just a matter of perspective. Morality and kindness are a matter of perspectives, and also you, Roger, you raised the idea of morality coming from politicians and religious leaders. I think it's fair to say that a lot of things that, especially coming from politicians, but also religious leaders, may be considered moral in certain circumstances, in certain communities, but may not be considered. So again, it's just a matter of perspective.
Well, I do like your response on that, because it brings me into another area that I've been wanting to bring up here, and I've said too where as a well, first of all, this is a response to what you were saying, just so everybody knows that now like with sociology, okay, a lot of people. Most people try to separate socialism from sociology, and I have a hard time with that. You know what I mean? So back when I first started getting into this whole topic, I started to read about sociology, and that's where things really got weird for me in my research into this, because sociology, first of all, asks questions like who shapes society, how do values spread, why do people conform, how do institutions influence behavior, and I started to think, that was actually pretty fascinating. But then I started asking, at what point does studying sociology become trying to change society? Or, at what point does studying society basically, becomes trying to change society? So that's basically my response to it.
If I may, I'll just come back on this. When it comes to Persian society, we had a long conversation about nudge units and Kangos last week. And yeah, these unelected bureaucrats that decide what society should be molded into. That's hardly democratic, and arguably that's hardly moral. because we are leaving the idea of morality to a small group of people. This is true for politicians and religious leaders as well. They determine the moralities rather than morality being a bottom-up sort of concept. On the point of sociology, I was thinking of the UK's online and Australia's online safe children protection acts, and just because you've got something that you may mark as moral, in this case, protecting children online, it may manifest into something greater and something much more damaging to society as a whole. In this case, the potential of digital ID, the potential of restricting people's free speech and free expression online.
So with that being said, I'm going to pass on my response to that because we have Tan in the room now, and we got Robert still to go on responding. Now, with the concerns to your responses, you can respond to what I said. You can respond to what Bob Dub or Mark has said. But like I said before when we started it, just try your best not to crosstalk, because like I told him, when you crosstalk, you're taking away from that person being able to speak their mind. And not only that, you're doing it to yourself, because that allows somebody else to crosstalk when you're talking. You know what I mean? So kind of respect one another. And with that, I want to open it up to Tan so that Tan can respond to what we're discussing. What's your thoughts on that?
So we're doing a real debate here, huh?
Yeah. Like professionals.
I missed what Bob said, so I cannot comment on what she said. I only got the tail end of Mark's comment, and Mark seems to be a proponent of some sort of relative morality where it depends on the perspective. I think that's what Mark said. It's up to the person whether they decide what's moral or not. And I think there's a danger. Well, I mean, obvious danger in that belief is that everybody can be right. So who's the ultimate arbiter of truth then? I guess it's a kind of a laissez-faire approach where live and let live, right? I'm doing my stuff, you're doing your stuff. If you believe what's right, then who am I to judge you, kind of thing, right? But my perspective is that you cannot have a relative morality, and morality cannot be decided by a democracy, for example. It's like there's a majority of people decide that this certain thing is right, then it's right. So there needs to be some absolute compass where you need to judge the morality on. And I think all of you have mentioned that it's kind of a intuitive thing that is built into the humanity, where you kind of intuit what's right, what's moral, what's wrong. For example, you don't need to be a religious person to believe that murder is wrong. Right? It's wrong to kill somebody. It's just wrong to kill an innocent person, for example. So where do we get that kind of a belief that murder is wrong, right? Even those people who never, read a word from the Bible, um, but people from the Far East, for example, who knows nothing about Western philosophy and religion, somehow they come up with the same set of rule that we all think is moral behavior in a society. So yes, there's some truth to it being written in the heart of humanity, where we kind of know what's right and what's wrong to a certain degree, but then um, at some point you're going to be stuck if you're depending on your own to decide what's right. And so where do you look for if you are not you don't belong to a religious tradition? You would belong to some sort of societal tradition, right, where you have people, ancestors, all the way back throughout the ages. They have learned by mistakes what's not to do. You do this, you get hurt. You do so, you stay away from doing that. And over the ages, that kind of knowledge and wisdom is passed down from one generation to the next. So it's not that morality is something that you decide as a group, but it seems like it's something that's evolving, something that you learn, you discover as a race, as the human race, as we would, for lack of a better word, evolve over time. Right. So by trial and error, we've learned that this certain thing is wrong. Doing this kind of thing is harmful for society as a whole. So we make up this rule not to do that kind of thing as a society. And so those kind of rules help protect society to make allow society to make progress. Otherwise, we'll be going in circle and not make any improvement as we move forward into the future. So that's kind of my thoughts for now.
That's pretty good.
I'll yield to.
Okay, so with that, wait, Robert, it's not your turn yet. This is where I get to respond onto it. Now, I do like what you said, and this kind of leads us into the Frankfurt School, to be honest, because I found out about the Frankfurt School. Now, before anybody loses their minds, I'm not saying that the Frankfurt School is freaking evil. I'm not saying that they were saints, okay? But to look at it from a unbiased, neutral point of view, and from what you just said, okay, these were thinkers who looked at society and said, maybe economics isn't enough. Maybe culture itself shapes people. And that would include religion, family, schools, media, and even our language, okay? So maybe all of these things reinforce power, And I sat there thinking, okay, if institutions shape me, then who shapes the institutions? And that brought up the big question for me, and that's the question that I keep coming back to every time, okay? If religions disappear, what replaces it? Does government replace it? Does science? What about activism? Politics, technology, artificial intelligence. We've been talking about that so much, it's crazy. Because I don't know if humans can exist without believing in something, to be honest with you. Maybe we don't kill gods. Maybe we just trade them in for new ones. You know what I mean? And values go beyond reason, basically. I've been thinking about values lately. Not politics, not religion, not society, just values. Okay, and those things are buried deep inside of us all, and they tell us things like this is right and this is wrong. I'll die for this, and the older I get, the more I wonder, are values rational? You know, people people like to think they are. We like to imagine ourselves as logical creatures. We weigh evidence, we examine facts, we make informed decisions, you know, at least. Now, that's the story we tell ourselves. But history tells a different story. You know, history is full of people who died for ideas, you know, and these ideas were ideas that couldn't be proven. You know what I mean? Ideas that sometimes made no sense at all, you know? So I think right there is probably the best response I can give to that. So unless you want to make a response to that, Tan, we can have Robert make his comment. No, hold on. I'll let you bring up that what's on your mind, Mark, when we come around, because we still have to come around and let you guys open up with your thoughts. But do you want
No,
to?
let's move on and move on to the next person to give them time.
Robert, do you have a response to anything that's been said?
Yeah.
Go ahead and unmute.
Well, it's like this too. You, as a person, you know yourself in three different ways, and in each of them three different ways, who you are, what you are about, and the depth of who you are says a lot about what you would do, what you won't do, and like if you do not believe in harming people, or you believe in help, you believe not harming, you believe in helping people when they need it. Okay, who's to say that that's good or bad? Because people would look and say, well, that's just another way of what you call a manipulation. But and to know yourself good enough to know what you ain't going to do in harming of other people and your word, and by knowing yourself, and when you say something, people could take and listen to know who you are by if you're the type of person that what you say holds some weight there. Okay, people are going to respond to where your action speaks louder than words, and where when where when people just a half and half, best way I can put it, yeah, it throws up a thing that people's not going to be willing to listen, or it's a thing of a good possibility blowing hot air up, not being truthful with people. And well, and I forgot the other what like with everyone doing their own things. Well, it is a thing that people do got to watch out for, because he goes back. Well, like, well, when you lose, when you don't have much to believe into, okay, if you don't have much to believe into, then you really don't really have that much the thing of under believing in yourself or anything else or other people. You wouldn't be willing to be there if they need you. If you see a kid starving and you lose all emotion because you've seen it and you respond to, you wouldn't be there. We call where where you know who you know
Well, actually, if you want, let me respond to that because you brought up something that's actually a good thing that I have been noticing. If you'd
Okay. Yeah.
okay, so um, when you talk about that, one thing that I have been noticing, and I try to keep quiet about it, but it does bug me. But like I go onto a lot of streams where I hear people talk a lot of insane stuff and they don't understand like they're actually saying hateful and meaningful things about people who are actually trying to do good things like the like the Shriners. Okay, I am never going to say anything bad about the Shriners because they are trying to freaking come up with a cure for freaking 4-year-old babies, and if you can sit and watch those commercials of 4-year-olds dying from cancer and say that freaking that is a horrible organization that is trying to take over the world, then you don't have a moral compass, in my opinion. Okay, and people will do that on the internet, and they don't even think about the consequences, and they don't think about reality and what's really taking place in the world. That's really something that I wanted to respond to and say that because that's the one thing I took from what you said there. Now, with that being said, I want to turn over the reins to Mark Edworthy because he's been having some very, very interesting expressions on his face. And he wanted to say something, and I had to cut him off. And that's the job of a moderator, Mark. Okay, I gotta cut you rebels off so that freaking you don't crosstalk. So after that, we will go on to Bob Dub because I know she's probably got some interesting things to say too. So start with you.
Thankfully, I've been jotting down notes anyway, so I can remember. Just on your last point of charities and adverts and stuff, I can think of a couple of charities that will, or NGOs, that will advertise starving kids and things, and we are aware that those charities a lot of their revenue actually goes back into the company, or into people's wages. So not necessarily towards the projects that they're advertising, or not as much to those projects as they're advertising. So again, yeah, I'm thinking of certain charities there, which I won't name, but yeah, some of them are somewhat questionable as what they do with the money, with the majority of the money. I was just thinking whilst Tan was speaking, actually I'll come back to Tan in a minute, but Robert, you brought up an interesting point about double standards, but again, this really goes back to my last point about how certain individuals will talk the talk but not walk the walk, so to speak. They will encourage certain values into people, but they will not uphold those values themselves. I mean, we see it in politics quite often these days, unfortunately. Individual beliefs. Okay. This actually goes back into Tan's point. You talked about generational evolutionary concepts, and I think that we do learn from previous generations, but there is always the danger of actually forgetting history, or believing in a narrative that may not be as accurate to history as is really. There is a danger of those people who can speak the loudest, may that be media, may that be politicians, may that be groups, attempting to rewrite history and then forcing their own, and then basing their own concept of history on the collective within the sort of moral concept, moral framework. So, as an example, we've seen people like Netflix, the BBC, promoting that certain cultures have been created solely due to one ethnic group, when in reality, that is not necessarily true. And then using that standard to uphold or to promote what those certain groups consider to be moral, which may not, in effect, be moral. Also, when you something I keep on thinking about when you say faith and the concept of let's say gods or God singular, and the concept of morality coming from God. I'm thinking of Moses and tablets. I could make an argument that man is not created in God's image, but God is created in man's image. Therefore, we initially create a moral framework, and then we use an entity to promote, or a entity to promote that moral framework onto others. Again, that's sort of controlled morality from a select few people, which does raise some concerns. Yeah, I think I'll leave it like that.
Now, before I pass it over to Bob Dub, I do want to say I am so proud of you, Mark Edworthy, for taking notes. I am so
He's
proud
in a
of
real debate. What do you expect?
I love that. I love that. Now with
So
that,
professional.
I would like to open this up to Bob Dub so that she can have a response to what Mark had to say, or if you want to talk about anything that has been brought up so far, you can do that too, but kind of respond to his stuff too if you want to. It's up to you.
Awesome. There's so many fascinating things that everybody has said. I think everybody's got such good opinions. My point of view is that I've heard the idea of that we create God in our image, but those words are not what happens. People say words and then they pass them around. Gets passed around society until people start believing things that can't possibly be true. We can't create God. We can describe what we think God is, and we do use ourselves as a model for that. But that doesn't make a God exist or make a concept real. These are just products of our mind. I personally think that societies that defer to a God are usually more mentally healthy, more clean, they have less disease. things go better. But then it depends on the nature of the gods. So it comes back again to what I was saying at the beginning, that morality isn't a fixed thing in people. It's something that starts, like Robert was saying, it starts with little children just knowing. You just know when it's wrong, when somebody comes and takes your toy when you're playing with it. And you know that you don't do that to somebody else. It's a thing that but we go through all these different levels, from that sort of obedience level, from the it feels bad level. We go through conventional, like teenagers development. Well, everybody's doing it, so that's got to be good. And we get to the place in the end, we hopefully get to the place where we're aiming for the greater good of the greater number. And it's not about the individual anymore. It's about the community, and then the community of communities. So I would argue that it is not that there are different moralities. I think there is one absolute recognition of what is acceptable behavior. In fact, that's one of the biggest things that came out of the Nuremberg trials, was that people came to terms with the fact that we know in our heart of hearts what is a legal order that we can obey and what is an illegal order that somebody's telling us to do it. We know it's wrong, but we have to do it because we've been given an order. That's one of the fundamental dilemmas that people have with authority, is that authority hands out illegal orders and illegal, I don't know what you call them, declarations. Not illegal, sorry, immoral declarations all the time, and we have to obey it. I mean, like, for instance, paying taxes. Paying taxes is one of the most sadistic, evil thing that you can do to a poor little guy who's earning $5 an hour, and then you take off half his money and say, oh, we're going to give it to the rich people because they need a school for their children. You know, sorry, I got down a rabbit hole. Come
Get
back
excited.
to morality. So yeah, I feel that the complication that we're dealing with is that people are all at different levels of morality. And so it's very complicated as adults, because some people have got a 9-year-old's level of morality, some people's got a 12-year-old level of morality, 16 or 18 or 22 or 35. And so we're all in this big boiling pot together where we need a lot of give and take. And it is very hard, because who do you defer to? Is it the priests? Is it the priestesses? Is it the teachers? Is it the doctors? Is it the lawyers? Who do you listen to? And like I said, at the Nuremberg trials, we came back to this thing of, well, we really have to listen to God. Whatever we call God, whatever our concept of God is, there is some innate understanding in human beings of what ultimately is okay to do. Okay, I think that's all. I could go on for a long time, Roger, but I think I will yield the floor back. Thank you.
That was actually pretty good. Don't second guess yourself. You responded really great on that. Now that gives Mark Edworthy an opportunity to respond to what you said. So we'll open it back up to you, Mark Edworthy. What are your thoughts?
I'm not sure. On the whole, I think I agree with you, Bob. I cannot think of any sort of would generally disagree with you on this one.
Well, you don't
yeah.
have to respond if you don't want to. We can just move on
Yeah,
to the
I'm
next
just
one.
thinking of the next thing.
Because what she said was so magnificent, I don't think anybody would disagree with it. To be honest with you, I mean, so that let's go ahead and like open this up to Tan, because Tan's the guy that definitely would have something to say. Go ahead, Tan.
Uh, uh, about Mark's point of us creating God versus God creating us. There, that is two-way of seeing the world, and there are different ways of seeing the world, and there are right ways and there are wrong ways. And us creating God is not one of the right ways. And but that is a reality. Some people actually do that. Instead of obeying this supernatural and natural law that's given passed down, they reject that law and they say, I know better than this. I know better than to follow that law. I'm going to create my own law. So in effect, they are creating their own God. They're rejecting God, so they're making themselves God, basically. Or they create for themselves the image of what they think is a perfect being is, right? Apart from what the actual real perfect being is, that is telling them what to do and what not to do. They just reject that. So there's that. So so that is one of the things that's happening in the world, and you know, I think if you look up and down history, you see that people who create the image of God for themselves end up harming themselves and harming society. It's a selfish. It comes out of a selfish goal, and so if you're going to build a society, being selfish is not one of the traits that you need to have. Bob's point about paying tax being really a wrong thing. I don't think that originally came out as being a wrong thing to do, right? I think as a society, it came out of a need. It comes out of necessity, where as a society, in order to collectively build something, you need to collectively pool your resource in order to build something that is a collective good, a society that we would all benefit, right? It's just over time, people start abusing that idea of paying taxes. So they make something that originally intended for good into something that is morally bad. So those are my 2 points.
Excellent. So, with that being said, do you want to respond to that, Mark?
Yeah. On the point of taxes, it's an interesting one. I mean, we all want the potholes in the streets to be fixed. We all want good medical coverage, or for those of us who have the sort of state-based insurance rather than private sector. We all want a good police force. We all want good, I don't know, fire emergency services. So yeah, problem with taxes is that it can be easily abused, and in the UK at this present moment, we are seeing extreme levels of taxes being perched, and those taxes, that revenue may not be used for the best usage it could be used for. But because of the high amount of tax, we're seeing individuals and companies leaving the UK, and therefore they're not paying their taxes because they're no longer in the UK. So there's a sort of balance in that there. On Tan's point, you remind me of the sort of you will not follow false gods sort of thing. And the argument of the state becoming the god, it's a very sort of left-wing sort of socialist or very extreme socialist concept of you will worship the state is now your parents, the state is now your god, the state is now your master, and the state will decide the morality. Going back to my previous point, politicians deciding, and politicians in effect becoming gods in themselves in respect. I think I'll leave that one.
All right, that was actually a pretty good response. Now, Robert, let me put that down. I'm sorry. That was actually a pretty good response. But now we're gonna do open this up for Robert to respond to you, because he was trying to tell me something I had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. So if you guys know what he's talking about when it comes to this, well, first let Mark respond to it, because we want to keep the crosstalk down. But if with that, I'm going to open it up to Robert. He was talking to me about it, but while we were muted. But I told him it'd be best just to bring it into the stream, and let you guys hear it. So with that, go ahead, Robert.
Well, it's like during the 1920s, when all the people were coming from other countries, the Italians, it was like the Italians created it. And what they did is they went through with this ideal that everyone, it was no mobsters, no nothing of it, but they would raise money to help the stores, and or when things that needed to be fixed in places and all that within in their community, in the stores, when the stores really need a lot of fixing, or to help pay for people salaries and all that. Well, everyone pitched in and did it, and it was and the ideal actually took off real well, and it prospered. Now that's what we got as our the way they set up the rules about the money and all that here in the U.S. about why they put the money down like that to collect it and all that. And the corruption of that ideal is the mob. That's when the mob went and got their ideals into, if you don't pay, we do this to your store. But people have taken a good ideal and flipped it over to where it's no longer a good idea. Like during I did not know this until it was brought up. The expiration dates on containers. Does anyone tell me when it was first created and by who? And it really will be surprised. It's just the ideal.
This isn't 4 questions.
Okay.
This is a debate. Hold up. Because we don't do the cross talking. Okay.
Well,
so just talk.
But the guy, Al Capone, is the one that came up with the expiration of his moonshine, because there was a lot of people that was getting sick and dying from it.
Okay.
And
Great,
after
thanks.
that, after enough
I'll
people got sick
step away
from
for
it,
a
he
second.
started putting down the date when it was manufactured, and that's when that came up. And morals, morals, you know, people say you can be born with them, but it has to be something more than that. It has to be something within you yourself, you know, everything about who you are as a person, that morals will work or won't work. The concept of right and wrong has to be there. People have to fully understand what is and what ain't. Because I mean, perfect example. Look what happened at the churches. You know, about with the children, politicians, and all that. And right from wrong, these people are they were they went to college as well. Their intelligence and all that. They believed it. Like Son and Sam, or the guy that believed in he was hearing the dog talking to him, and he believed whatever that dog would tell him to kill. But morals didn't even enter into the thing of say yes or no if it was right or wrong, or if it's true or not what he's hearing. You know, if you hear something, you try to find out if it's actually what you have heard, or it was just a glimpse of whatever you thought it could have been, not face value on what could have been, the person said. And where when people start going to the point where with morals, and to me, where and even with morals, how far is morals goes to what people, how far does morals go with people? Because you know, a lot of
Okay, so
them says one thing.
do you have any kind of response to Mark? Because like here in a minute we'll turn it over to Bob Dub, and then we'll take it to you to where you can say your piece. But we gotta kind of keep this moving on. Okay, so are you done for now?
Yeah.
Okay, well you're muted, but
I just muted myself.
okay. So now I just wanted to say one thing when it comes to, well, first, do you have a response that you want to make, Mark?
I was just muted. I was just when you were talking about the Italian sort of mafia, Sicilian mafia, Italian mafia, and the 1920s. You brought me. I was just remembering an old TV series called the Lawless US TV series called the Lawless Years. 1959 to 1961, and that was all about this police officer, U.S. police officer, in the 1920s, looking at the issue of mobsters in, I think it was New York, and how you had these small communities of mobsters that will support local businesses, but if those as long as the local businesses gave them a percentage of their revenue, if those local businesses didn't provide the share of the revenue, then so-called accidents, quote unquote, would happen. So these Italian mobsters would create a moral framework and would protect their constituents, if you like, for lack of a better word, but will also use that as a racket. So they will create a moral framework to make sure that these businesses are protected, but will actually break the moral framework themselves to make sure that the businesses actually make sure that they are paying revenues to the mobsters. And you could argue that up to a point, taxation is a bit like that. Up to a point. I mean, I'm not saying that if you don't pay the government so much money, you're going to get your legs broken. Of course not, but you can make an argument that they will use measures, any legal measures, to make sure that you pay those taxes, even though those measures may not be so moral. Yeah, I was going to bring up another point, but it's totally escaped me. But yeah.
You had a brain fart.
Yeah, sort of.
Okay, so with that, I do want to respond to on that, because there was some actually good points, and it's like whenever I left off, I said that as people, we do want to make informed decisions, and we tell ourselves that we make informed decisions. At least we think that's what we tell ourselves. But if you take a look at history, history tells a different story. It's full of people who died for ideas, and a lot of these ideas they're ideas that couldn't even be proven. Okay. You'll find ideas that sometimes didn't even make any sense at all, and you find that in a lot of things concerning religions. Revolutions are big on that. Kings, country, people die for a flag and ideologies, even. You know what I mean? People have marched into wars believing they were absolutely right. And that brings us to what we were talking about with the Nazis. They believed 100% that they were doing what was absolutely right for their country. Okay? Now, people have blown themselves apart for causes that would be terrorists. And they believed it 100%. That they were doing that, and it was absolutely right.
And
No, we don't. Now, people have starved rather than betray their beliefs. You know what I mean? So if values are like purely rational, would any of that make sense? You know what I mean? I don't think so. When it comes to that, and the whole thing when it comes to like the mafia and what Robert was talking about, that really brings me to something that I do want to do something about too, because I think like Mark, when you said this far leftist thing, I wish that was true, but it's like I said in the last episode, like with sociology, they treat sociology like a tool, okay? And it's not just these far left liberals that are using sociology, it's conservatives too. They're teaching children frickin' socialism in Sunday schools. Okay, and everybody's are just overlooking like that. That's not a big deal, and it really is a big deal, And I'll say it again, like I said in the last episode, I think sociology is probably the most dangerous tool that has ever been created by the human race. It's going to end up destroying every freaking fiber of our freaking being if we keep allowing it to take place, you know. And I really, really do believe that. I believe that it is very, very dangerous um, a tool, you know. So with that, I am going to shut up. I said my piece, and if you want to respond to what I have to say, you can.
Please. I did correct myself when I was used the far left. I did state afterwards the socialist extremists. So I didn't actually. The far left thing was a bit of a slip of the tongue. Again, the argument about far left, far right, in my view, is the same argument at the end of the day. I did remember what I was going to say. I forgot earlier. The Italian mobster thing sort of made me also think about small government and local, much more localized government. One of the arguments that we have in at the moment is that governments are too big, too overbearing. We need much more smaller. We need more localized governments, and that will be more in favor of protecting their smaller societies. Obviously, have a sort of national sort of framework, of a national sort of concept. But when it comes down to day-to-day sort of concepts, keep it on a sort of much more localized area. Yeah.
Okay, so that was actually pretty good. Now, since everybody has had a chance to respond to hold up. Robert's trying to butt in. I have to tell him shut up. Since he's said his piece and we've all been able to respond to it, and he's been able to do his rebuttals, we move on to Bob Dub now. So we'll go to Bob Dub because Tan looks like he's really in the middle of something that's important. I think his woman is bringing smack down on him. So we're going to let her take care of her socialist duties. And I had to do that because Otto's not here, you know. So we gotta contribute somehow for Otto. So let's open this up to Bob Dub and get her thoughts, and then we'll all be able to comment on those. So I'll hand it over to you, Bob Dub.
Thank you. I think I agree a lot with what Mark and Robert have been saying about how these things get implemented with goodwill and good intention and get perverted, things get twisted. I'm not sure where I stand on this thing of far right and far left and everything, except that I believe that the way that we create division in communities and in the world is by taking a side. I think that everybody has a point of view and everybody needs to be included at the level that their point of view is relevant. And I think it's really, really important to keep socialists in their place where they are needed, because every society needs socialists, because socialists take care of the even distribution of resources. That's their concern. That's their one concern. And when you have a mom who has 4 children, you really want that mom to be a good communist and to make sure that all of her children get an equal amount of the resources. You really, really do. And there are other places where things are relevant. And a really good example to show this is a book. A book has pages with writing on it, blank pages, pages with pictures on it, pages with a title on it, or pages with word descriptions, contents of. There are lots of different things. You take one of those pages out, the book is not complete. You might still get the overview of what's going on, but you don't get the complete book. And I think mankind is like that. We're all here. We're all doing our best. We're all at different stages of intelligence, education, awareness, duty, all these things. And we all have a role to play. I don't believe in that thing that you should keep women out of politics and politics is a man's business. But I do believe that politics is a very masculine thing. And it is about, it comes down to being about killing, what you kill and what you don't kill to keep your people safe. Like, we've decided not to kill other people. But if those other people come to kill us, that's very awkward, because like, what do you do about killing when you've decided killing's wrong and somebody's going to come and kill you? Do you allow yourself to die like the Buddhists allowed themselves to die? And then all these masses of really, really good, wonderful people get wiped out by aggressive, violent, less developed races. So it's something that we as humanity have battled with for centuries. And I think the way Robert described it as that implementing of sort of a communal voluntarist society where everybody put their money forward for the good of their community, and then a criminal organization came in and usurped that and used it for their own selfish, greedy needs. That's where the problem is that we really have. It's not about left or right or ideology or any of these things. I think what it's really about is stopping the criminals, because the criminals have taken over in this current iteration of our political environment in the world. We see that the biggest sway, the biggest voice, almost the most power that there is in the hands of the criminal element. And those criminals might be white collar or blue collar or street corner criminals. But basically a criminal is somebody who isn't acting for the greater good of the greater number. So yeah, I think my point can be just summarized in that I believe by taking sides, by taking a definite point of view, you increase the division between people. And I think that in order to maximize cooperation and empathy between people, we need to be able to stand within the middle of paradoxes and say this thing appears wrong and this thing appears wrong, but where is the goodness of it? Surely these things, we don't need to reject the entire way of thinking of a certain thing. Like socialism, like capitalism. I'm very, very, very against capitalism, but I don't advocate that we get rid of it because we don't have something better, even though in my opinion it's a very, very flawed system. It's all we've got right now. So to ditch it for something lesser is more foolish. So yeah, I think that in the end, it comes down to how do we administer communities so that, yeah, I don't even know what. So just how do we administer communities? How do we administer communal money? How do we make sure that children are protected? How do we make sure that the psychopaths don't get their fingers in the pies? How do we make sure that people don't come and kill us when we're trying to be nice and they just want to blow themselves? Yeah. Okay. I think I've got enough examples there. I think I can stop now. Thank you, Roger. I hand back.
That is very good. I do want to open this one up because this is actually where it comes to where I was talking about with values. You know what I mean? And I really do believe that values may exist somewhere beyond logic, to be honest with you. Okay. Um, Maybe they live in like this strange place where your identities, your emotions, or your memories, and even hope all collide together. You know what I mean? Like it could be like a place where facts become secondary or something, where like I don't know, like reason becomes a lawyer. Um, Defending what the heart already decided a long time ago, basically. You know. And that's a pretty frightening thought if you think about it, because if values transcend above reason, then how do we know we're right? You know, how do we know that the beliefs we've cherished all this time aren't just simply, the stories we've inherited from our parents who had values, and their parents who had values, and of course every society has had values, and religions have all had values. You had political movements too, which are supposed to have had values, but that's kind of debatable. But every institution claims to know what is good. You know what I mean? Every generation believes it has more enlightened, and they're more enlightened than the last one. You know what I mean? This isn't something new that's happened just recently. Like everybody, you didn't trust anybody over 30 when we were younger. Remember that? That was an old saying that everybody used to believe in, and it was true. You know, in our minds, it was true. And every generation, they eventually become history themselves. So where do values come from? Do they come from God? Do they come from society, from biology? Do they come from suffering? Or do they come from like culture? Or are they somewhere else entirely? I don't know, so that's how I respond to what you just said, because you said a lot of good stuff, and I wanted to bring that up. And with that,
I agree.
And with that, I'm gonna bring it back around because Mark Edworthy was before you, Tan is after you. So I'm gonna let. Did you want to respond to what I said, by the way, Bob? Because it was your.
Yeah, okay, let me. I think that it's very difficult. I think you're right. Where does it come from? And when there are so many people who form different values, what is the sort of overarching umbrella attitude that we take towards? When I was teaching at school, I was fresh over from Africa, and the Kiwis are very, very insular. There's the Kiwi way, and this is how we do it, and this is how it's done. And they're very rejecting of foreigners. And so the children would cross-examine me the whole time on who I was and where I was, and how come I had any right to teach in a New Zealand school. And so we used to have lots of quite difficult times where they were challenging me. And one of them came to school one day, and her mother had beaten her very severely with the pipe of a vacuum cleaner. And I said, that's shocking. That's absolutely terrible. Have you told the police? And she was furious with me. She said, you don't understand anything, miss. This is our culture. And I was like, no, I'm sorry. There is no culture of beating people with a. But she sincerely believed that because her mother had been beaten with a vacuum cleaner hose, and her great grandmother, that somehow vacuums were God-given discipline machines. I couldn't even argue with that. So yes, it's a very, very difficult thing, and you need to be very sensitive and gentle with people when you can see that they have violated sort of basic fundamental human rights. Yeah, that's my response, Roger.
Roger, can I respond?
That you're actually you're next.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say that, but then I forgot she had to respond. So
I'm excited that Bob is shocked that she was witnessing discipline. I think like 50, 60 years ago. Isn't that kind of the same kind of practice in America? Where the dad will just whip out a belt if the child misbehaved. And those children grew up to be very well behaved, good members of society. On the other hand, look at today's world where parents let their children do whatever they want, no discipline. And if one day 12-year-old wakes up, decide a boy wakes up, decides I'm a girl, I'm gonna go change myself. 50 years ago, he would got a good beating, right? But now, okay, who am I to say, right? You decide what's best for you. So there's that. So the point is, disciplining that harshly might not be um, good by today's standard, but back then it was kind of a norm, and it gave it gave discipline. Basically, the principle is you discipline bad behavior, and the children know when they behave badly, they get punished, and that's the thing that they grow up into adulthood having learned that there are consequences to your action. In today's world, on the other hand, there's no consequence. Or virtually, there's no consequence to your behavior at all. So, but that is a lie, right? In reality, there is consequence to your behavior, and they keep being fed that lie that it's okay to do whatever you want. But in life, they will end up hurting themselves. They will learn the consequence of their wrong decision by themselves because they have chosen not to listen to their parents. So then back to Roger's point, I think Roger made that point about uh, every generation thinks they can do better than the previous generation. And I think that's something inherent in our rebellious nature of humanity, where I think we all went through this phase where when we was a teenager, we grew up, I think, dad's doing all this, making all this mistake. I think I would never make the kind of mistake that he does if I grew up and be at his age and live his life, right? And then we'd end up making the same mistakes our parents do, right? Over and over again. It's the pride, it's the pride nature of our youth. So Roger's right. Every generation thinks they can do better, and then every generation makes the mistakes that his grandparent makes, right? So every 3 generations, you go back to the first part. So that's why the grandparents love the grandchildren more than their parents. That's my theory. I yield over to you, Roger.
sorry for the slowdown. It takes me a minute to unmute everything so that I can get things organized and brought to you guys in a good fashion. So I now am going to hand this back to Bob Dub because this is her comment and he made his statement, and this is your chance to rebuttal. So it's go for it, Bob Dub. You're muted. Bob Dub, you're
Can you
muted.
hear now?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So thank you. I don't disagree with corporal punishment at all, Tan. I think that it's really important part of bringing a child up is to be able to punish them and for them to be able to feel pain. But I also feel that when a 16-year-old is beaten by their mother with a Hoover, the image of that mother running around after the child, that's not disciplining your child. That's not how you discipline your child. That was my point. Discipline must come first from the parents, and it must be handed out in a proper way. And when the child has learned to reason beyond being able to experience pain, then they should be taught to reason through their discipline. But I brought my children up believing that. He had 2 children, decided he was a woman, and decided to change his sex. So his children now have 2 mothers. So I am in a place where I actually question everything that I thought that I believed about the world, because I believed that by being a Christian and by upholding Christian principles and bringing my children up according to what I thought was the standard of right, that they would just naturally be conforming members of society. And for me to have a daughter that won't have children, a daughter that isn't alive, a son that's gay and won't have children, and a son who has had children and now just decided he's a woman. That to me, I don't know another family that has that amount of sexual identity problem in their children. And so even though I'm prepared to offer these opinions, I'm offering them as somebody who's deeply heartbroken and soul searching as to what on earth is this consequence that I'm facing from trying to be a really good mother and ending up with children who are obviously not well adjusted in the mainstream definition of that. I mean, that my kids, my youngest son dropped out of school when he was 16 with depression. My oldest 2 children were on the honor roll of everything. They were the top of the school. They graduated with everything. They went through university. My eldest daughter has got a PhD, I believe. My son is a software engineer who virtually runs the back end and front end of a very large employment company. My children are very, very wealthy, well-adjusted, successful members of society. And yet they are almost poster children for all the criticisms that we have for the younger generation. Like, how did well-meaning mothers like me bring up this generation of children? So yeah, that's got a very personal. Sorry, Roger. I hope I didn't overstep a boundary there. But I do just want to bring that this isn't a professional opinion here. This is actually heartbroken mother speak here in this corner.
This is your time to speak. It's like I said, and I'm not cross-talking. I'm just interjecting so that you understand this is your time to say whatever you want to say. That's what's so important about this show, okay? And again, I want to ask everybody to be respectful, no cross-talking, because when you do that, you're taking away from that person as well as yourself. So just with that being said, I'm going to shut up now, and thank you. So this is your moment to talk. Now it's Robert's turn and this is where he's going to start being a wild man. So he,
No.
with that,
Rules.
yeah, with the
Rules.
rules. I've been disciplining him. He's behind the scene. He says I'm going to be good. So hopefully he does do a good job, and he's not mean to you
Sure
or
he will.
anybody else. I don't
Okay.
think he will, because he loves you to death. So with that, I'm going to open it up to you, Robert.
Okay. Well, yeah, but here's the thing. It's like with all kids, okay? They know the limitations of what the parents are. They know the mentally abilities of the parents, inside and outside, what they can do and what they can't do. They know that by doing certain things that they can get the response, or showing them how far can they go and what things that triggers you for the response that you're going to react to in front of them. And they use that, because I've seen how kids, one minute they're nice and complete to their parents, but then behind closed doors they're doing something else, or they do certain things to get things going for their where it benefits them. Just by the simple things that what they notice what parents do and how they respond to it. And it just, it's like your your abilities, your the all three things. If you can't, if you do not know yourself how you respond to certain things, and by them watching that, your kids do, or anyone else too, they use for what they see, and they use that to manipulate the situation for however they want. Okay, it's like with politics. Politics, they know that if they do phrases, words in a certain way, people are going to respond to it in however way they want. They lead people by the nose to whatever they so choose. And they think that stupidity is a good thing, but not always in the thing of stupidity to some is the downfall of other ideals that other people have. You know, a person that might look stupid might be intelligent enough to recognize things and all that, and people are what you call it, overlooking them for what's going on. Okay, and like with and people, when people do that thing of manipulation of situations and all that, and like Tim was saying, okay. And for one thing, kids today, they just they just don't. Yeah, they're doing that, but they're causing creating more of a problem for them later on. Because for what they do now, what happens to them when they have a family as well? Okay, for what they don't learn from him as an adult, it's going to follow into their life as well as a boy or a woman. Okay. But then when that situation comes popping up, and they look and they might not say it point blank to anyone's face, but it's my life. I will do as I so wish. But out. But then when they come, knock them on the front door, okay, and tears run down their eyes and say, "I need your help." Well, I look at it like this: where was these words at when I was trying to explain the same situation to you as a child? Why there are certain rules that you have to apply by, and certain things you got to be aware of around you at a young age. Because when you living on your own, it's completely a different thing, 100%. I mean, that thing of, well, I can't wait till I hit 18. Well, when they do, it changes the whole outlook of your mind, your setting, a piece of your mind and all. Because you no longer have your parents. You no longer have where they would, you can pull stuff on them because your parents can close the door and say, hey, you know, they don't have to acknowledge all the head games that you do. They don't have to permit you to do it. Okay. And that's the problem with today's kids. They think that they do that as a child and they see how their parents, they understand what they can do and how they can do it. They can do that as well as an adult to where they can still pull mom and dad's chain, and where if they need money, they can try to sweet talk them into giving it to them or whatever they want. And like, but they got their own family, they ain't learned the things of the important things. And like you're saying about the book, Bob, well, the problem is with that book, when you rip one page out to me, is that you just don't understand the book. You're missing out the whole thing because that whole one page throws everything off. You don't fully understand the whole book of the grants and all that. And if you can't understand the book because of one page is missing of any page, then can you actually live by that book? Can you actually fully understand it? And could you live by the book as well too? Because people say that if you understand things like your emotions.
Okay, so hold on. Let's give Bob the time to respond to you because you said a crap load of stuff, and I know she wants to respond to some of it. So give her a second. Do you want to respond, Bob? Dub?
I think what you say is beautiful. I love it. Everybody is responsible for themselves, yes. And if there is one person you really know in the world, it's your mom and your dad. That's two people. But I think that my generation has failed. I think the world is in chaos. I think somehow our parents have lived to be really old, and we didn't get to leave home. We always had our parents like watching us. I think we fumbled. I think it's absolutely horrendous that the leading cause of death in the world today is women killing their babies before they're born. Who are we? Who the bleep, Roger, are we as a species if that's what our women are doing? No wonder children. I mean, do children know that their brothers and sisters were killed before they came along? Or does it just happen in the family that there's 3 or 4 and then the next one gets killed? And we've got COVID that's rippling through society. We've got a huge amount that we've got to deal with. And, Roger and Robert and me, we've all just lost our mom, our dad, not my dad. My dad's fading. But you suddenly start seeing life differently when you don't have adults around and you're the adults. And you start thinking, well, maybe what I did wasn't good enough, and maybe now's the time to stand up and say something about it and say that it's good to take a change, make a strong change. And it's not only the children's responsibility to be who they are, it's the parents' responsibility to be able to be brave enough to go and say, you are wrong. Please, we're not doing this. That's not, there's a way. I don't know how it is because But I feel that that's so. Yeah, Robert, that's my response to what you said. I think what you said is very, very sensible and very, very profound. And I'm really, really pleased that you shared it. And I'm glad that you've given me this opportunity to tell you also how I've been thinking around that, because I've also been mulling that over in my mind. All right, I yield back. Thank you, Roger.
Okay, so this is where it gets reckless and dangerous. We're going to open this up to Mark Edworthy. Lord Edworthy. It's your turn. It's your turn.
Okay, I've got a few controversial points here. I don't know. Just a short one at the beginning. The abortion question. I know this is a really hot topic in Muslim world. My view is the old British is really related to the old British Abortion Act of 1962, I think. Before it was amended last year. That a child is not a child until after the 24-week period of digestion. I'm sorry.
Gestation.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you. Therefore, they're not sentenced being until that point. So yeah, so killing baby, it's technically not baby be prior to the 24-week period. No, Bob, you were going to say something, so please do.
I think that's an important distinction. And if we live inside a society where we've accepted this rule, then I think that's a very good cutoff line to draw. My point is not about the actual facts as much as it is about the attitude of a human being who will casually kill its offspring. It just, to me, is not humane. It's not motherly. It's not nurturant. It's not, fundamentally, it repels me to think that we're allowing ourselves to kill our children, our babies. Our babies. Have you ever held a newborn baby? You hold it and it kind of like snuggles into you as if you were the most important thing in the whole world. There is some miracle in life that is inexplicable until you've carried it in your own body. And it might not be sentient, but it's your flesh and blood, and you kill it deliberately. That's just so sad. Sorry, I'm a girl. Practically, we need to deal with issues. And we need to keep our population under control. And we have two ways of doing it. One is just by child sacrifice, and the other is by war. And the harm that comes from war is much worse to a society than the harm that comes from child sacrifice. So practically, we have to deal with the issue. But spiritually and emotionally, how do we integrate that cost? All other societies who have allowed child sacrifice have died out. There's something anti-life, which is not to say that war's good. Okay, cut me off, Roger. Is there a bell?
We don't have a bell, but that brings me to the question I need to ask: is that When you had Bob Dup answer you, was you giving up your response for
Actually, no. I saw Bob's reaction, so I thought it was only fair to.
So all right, do you have more that you need to say?
I've got more. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And uh, I've got another very controversial point related to family stability and the point of the ideal being two parents, one father, one mother, and if possible, cooperative grandparents. The idea of having having that sort of family stability brings consistency into life, brings a form of morality, if you like, into life. And I know, especially at this present moment, that is a very controversial point. And we're seeing at the moment that we're seeing easy breakdowns of families. And in some cases, even the state becoming the so-called family, which is a dangerous thing in itself. When I was growing up, mum and dad were around, and they got married just a couple of months before I was born, and what was it, 2023, mum died. So they were married for between 76 and 2023, so 48 years. And they had a sort of and they were both extremely close to my grandparents on my father's side. The mother's side is totally different. I know I'm going into that, but there was a very sort of consistent and stable family sort of life. I experienced a fairly stable, consistent family sort of life whilst I was growing up. And now I criticise the state and authority figures, but throughout my secondary education, so my high school years, for the most part, the teachers were actually relatively good. Obviously, not all of them were perfect, and there were questions of there's some of them, but they also brought a form of stability into my life. So the family relations and also the education I've had brought a form of stability. Roger, you mentioned talking to when we were growing up, talking the no-no of talking to people over 30. I seem to remember that back then it was a much more local where I've been was brought up. It was a much more localized sort of society. Up to a point, everybody kept a local community. Everybody sort of they weren't overly prying. There was some concerns between local community members. And the old thing about being able to go out in the streets to play, to do whatever as a kid, without being fearful of being spoken to by some strange 30-something weirdo was a sort of thing back then. And So yeah, you could go out and play. Make sure you're back home for tea time, dinner, 6, 7 o'clock, whatever. And society was generally speaking, and we'll use this. Are we just going to generalizations? Society was much more predictable, much more. I wouldn't say insular, much more. Society was much more roundly formed. That makes sense. I'm not saying that's true for every single community, but in my own experience, it was. Yeah.
Okay, so with that being said, if Bob Dub doesn't want to respond anymore, we'll hand this over to Tan so that he can say his words of wisdom for us, because I know he's got a lot to say. He's been quiet. I think he tried to clean his forehead by flipping the camera off. He was using his middle finger. He was getting riled up. So.
No, I'm not.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't have any really rebuttals to Mark or Bob or
No, this
Roberts.
is your chance to say what your thoughts are, and then we respond to you. So
I want to offer something. Being a Catholic, since abortion was brought up, to be, it seems like everybody believed. The majority of us here, maybe with the exception of Mark Edworthy, believe that abortion is one of the greatest evils of our time. And I wanna bring something in the Catholic Church. Back in the maybe late 60, there was an encyclical released by Pope Paul VI called Humani Vitae, which is literally on human life. It was his response to the sexual revolutions in the 60s, about the wave of people with the mentality of free love, and and there will be promiscuity is allowed among young people, and so sex was just like a amusement or enjoyment thing. So and of course contraception is a big part of that, out of being that, because you want to have fun but you don't want any commitment, and there are consequences to that. And so Pope Paul VI released this encyclical. In it, he basically predicted the consequences of the sexual revolutions with the contraceptive mentality. And he predicted that the end result of that kind of mentality would lead to less respect for women, because men now get to use women as a way to gratify their urges without any consequence of the result. So that will lead to more divorces if they're for a marriage couple, and it will lead to higher rates of abortion. Just consequence of this free sexual revolution, free love, anything, the hookup culture kind of thing. So I think his prophecy, they're not prophecy, but they're sort of prophetic predictions of the consequence of the culture that we were leading towards. And I think a lot of what he has said has come true. just want to offer that up.
That is excellent. Now, with that being said, I do want to say something about that. I know this. Okay, now when it comes to abortion and it comes to things that we've been discussing tonight, I know that most people rarely abandon their values because of facts. Okay, you never hear of. I know this one guy who said this a while back, and he, I'm sad to say he committed suicide because of alcoholism, but he said that you never hear of people freaking going to war because 1 + 1 = 2. Okay. Everybody knows that 1 + 1 = 2, and that's a rational thought. Okay. And nobody, people rarely abandon their values because of facts, ever. They abandon them because of pain, because of love, because of loss, because they meet somebody, or because they grow old. That's a big one. Once you start growing old, you start you start abandoning what your facts are, or your values are. They usually do it because life humbles them. Now the thing for me is the human mind is a very, very strange thing. Okay, it can know how something is true and still refuse to believe it, no matter how much you want to believe that freaking in something. You can sit there and tell somebody that this is the facts, and no matter how much you do that, they will not freaking believe you. Okay, they will refuse to believe it. It can believe, it can believe something that would, it can actually believe in something, basically with all of your heart, and you don't even have to have evidence for it. You know what I mean? There's no reason, there's no values. It's nothing like that. And reason and values, they sometimes they don't even walk together. You know what I mean? And sometimes they live like in completely two different worlds. So that brings me to a lot of questions that I have. And first of all, the one thing that I really think about is if people aren't governed primarily by reason, then who shapes the values they live by? You know what I mean? A lot of it. Is it religion? Is it schools? Government. We've talked about all that. We've talked about family. I think the only thing that we haven't brought up so far, because I know we mentioned social media here, but what about television? Then we've also mentioned books, the books we read. And you also have to think about like the people we've loved. You know what I mean? Maybe the stories they choose to tell, or the stories that we choose to tell ourselves. Because for me, I think human beings aren't rational creatures seeking truth. I think that maybe we're storytellers, and we're desperately searching for meaning and calling the stories we cherish our values, basically. That's something that I really get from it. And you can base all the stuff that you want to off of all these things, but that's really what it comes down to. You got to ask yourself, what shapes the values that we live by. You know what I mean? So that's the only response I can really get from that. And I can say, so I'm going to shut up now. And if you want to respond to it, you can, or we can have somebody else respond to it, but it's up to you, Tam.
No, sorry, I was muted. No, I don't have any comment to what you just said, Roger. Seems all right.
Okay, so with that, let's talk to the wild man. Let's let the wild man say something. Let him out of his cage. Robert.
Who, Robert?
Robert, yeah. That's his nickname for this group. He is the wild
I
man.
actually thought you were talking about Mark Edworthy, but
Oh, he's a close second. Like last week, him and Otto were just ferocious.
Well, what I can only say is morals and morals and your conscience. Okay, if a person don't really realize what either one is, can they really assume or face the facts that for what's going on right there in front of them, or for what's going on for what they're thinking? Can they actually fully understand what they're thinking, comprehend of the idea of what's going on? And like what you were saying, Bob, about, well, if a person does not mind to put themselves in physically and emotional distress, then that's something there. Because if you, I've heard a few females about that situation, says that until they never would have thought, but by when they would walk down the road and they see children, how the mental of seeing children responds to what has happened, what they have done. And they said that there is just no way, mentally or physically, you can bypass that, the emotions of that. And to go through something like that, like how some of them, they have no, I don't see the thing of doing it like 3 to 5 times straight, because I mean, that, like everyone says, where does the person believe in life? If a person's willing to do that 5 times or have that done, like if a guy wants a woman to have that done 5 times, does that says something about the guy, his own peace of mind, how he thinks of that situation above himself. Okay, because you always hear about how we can't afford this, we can't live like this, and all that. But then that, when a situation should, like everyone have said, mentally you should be thinking: are we able mentally to raise a child, mentally and physically and financially, without going through the process and then popping up with that thing until after the fact? It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out about your moral. And can people say that they have morals and understand what the morals are? Different types of morals. Okay, what for everything that does happen in life, how would you live in that situation with your morals, your understanding of your morals? How can you fully understand that? Okay, I'm done.
So Dan, this is actually where you
Can I comment?
Yeah, that's where you respond. So
like what Robert said, but one point that struck me about seems like the question is don't have a child until you're ready to have a child, kind of thing. Are you ready to have a child? And so being Vietnamese Canadian, being Vietnamese in Vietnam, there's a saying that says you give birth to the child, then you give birth to the father. It means you'll never be ready to be a parent, but you jump into it. Basically, when your first child is born, you are never ready. No matter how ready you think you are, you'll never be ready. But you will jump to it hands on, and you learn as you go along. You make mistakes, and you learn from the mistakes, and you move on to the next child. um, so I think, but Robert's point is, I think that's a mentality that a lot of people are having these days. That I'm not ready to have children, so I'm just gonna keep holding on. I'm just gonna keep focus on my career. And then one day they wake up, they find out that they're too old to have children. Um, you know, back in my village, people were having kids when they're 16. My mom is 16 years older than me. um, and back then, people seems to be much happier than we are now. I think marriage and family does something to the happiness of the person. So I think a lot of the mental issues and stress that sort of like artificial in nature that we're having to these in today's day and age are because of the disunity of the family, or the lack of a family unit. That's not to say that you're not going to have stress and problems when you have a family and you have kids, lots of. But somehow in the end, and I still feel now after 18, 20 years of having kids, I still feel that it was worthwhile. It was worthwhile a journey to have kids, even though they give us such heartaches and disappointment. You tell them to do something, they said they would do it, and they don't do it, and you end up doing the stuff that you tell them to do. Right? So, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I would be a very lonely person, much more lonely than I am now, without my children. All right, Roger, back to you.
No, that was just so beautiful. I mean, if you kept talking, I would have like given you like this huge internet hug, because you're a beautiful man, Tan Hydran.
Am I beautiful?
That's good. That was really good. So, it's not my turn to respond. This is Mark Edworthy's turn, I think, to respond. I believe after was Robert the one who just spoke.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's your turn, Tan. And then we'll do Bob Dub.
What are we doing again? I just finished my.
He's responding to what you originally brought up. So and then you get to respond to him if you wish to. So.
What did he respond? I just responded. What
you
am I
responded
saying?
to Robert.
I responded.
Oh! I need to respond to Mark. I don't.
Let me, please.
Yeah.
Got very few thoughts on this one. When I was a teenager, there was a big sort of issue in the UK about 16-year-olds getting pregnant, or 16-year-old women getting pregnant, and during the early 90s, and for the most part, as far as I am aware, nobody in my area, or no women in my area at 16 got pregnant. But there was this big controversy. There was this big fear in Britain at the time, and it sort of raised a number of questions. I'm not sure I think it sort of died out quite quickly. To be fair, there's another issue when it comes to pregnancy and modern day culture. The entire, and I know this is going to be another controversial point, but the entire glass ceiling argument about expecting women to go out to work and then expecting them to get a career and then working throughout all their sort of fertile period, if you like, and then regretting it later. This point sort of again, it's a really controversial point, but there's the entire concept of the West not having sufficient children to keep sort of generational sort of stability at this present moment, and arguably we could go back to the entire sort of concepts of these that's really started in the 60s or started post World War II, but was really pushed in the 80s about women going out to work, giving up the concept of a family, and not looking at getting pregnant and looking at least after the early years of child rearing. And interestingly enough, the entire in the UK at the moment, there's the entire concept of the state being in the increasing child care policies, so state controlled child care policies at this present moment. There's an entire argument, and this is just for the concept of expecting to push parents back out to work as quick as possible, pushing both parents back out to work, just for the sake of the glorious GDP figures, which arguably is doing much more damage to society as a whole. I think I'm going to leave it like that. I think I've spoken enough controversial points so far.
This is where we hand it back to you, Tanhai Tran. You want to respond to this?
Not really. I don't see anything Mark said to be that controversial. I mean, at what point, Roger? Let me interject. Let's recap. What is the topic of our discussion again?
Right.
Morality, right?
Right.
What are
right. Right now we are going over what you have brought up, and we're going around so that everybody can comment on what you talked about when it comes to the Catholic Church and abortion. And okay. Robert has already said his. You did a rebuttal. Mark just said his, and we're asking you if you want to do a rebuttal to what he had just said.
No,
okay.
I'm not buttering.
Okay, how about you, Bob Dub? Are you ready to say something? You're muted. There you go.
I think that the breakdown of the family and the collapse of the birth rates is probably one of the biggest challenges of this, the early 2000s, whatever century, 21st, is it? Is it the 21st century now?
Yep, 21st century.
And I'm really, really pleased that we're not in a global war. But I think that within 10 years we are going to be. Because I think that we need tragedy for people to reevaluate. I think life has got very soft. People the science, to what you were saying on about women going out to work, Mark, I think that the figures show that families can't bring up children without having two parents working. So we've gone away from where being a stay-at-home mom is a choice. It's now a necessity of life. That, like you say, women work all their fertile years. They work. I don't know how we're going to change that. That is a thing about values. Are we going to value our society? Are we going to yeah. I think that the question really for the time is, how are we going to change it to be something better? We know we're not quite sure of what the better thing is, but what mechanisms do we have for change in our culture? Because we need a change. Is it blockchain? Is it transparency? Is it that sort of DAO-driven lifestyle where you reward people for what they do rather than pay them for their labor? And I think that the point of being online in this day and age is to engage with people who are really searching for those deep conversations. So I very much value being able to come here and talk these things through with you, because I think the more of us that are engaging our minds like this in small decentralized little cells, the better it's going to be for the human race and for us as a species, so that we don't actually die out to the next virus that comes to attack us. Because the odds are not high at the moment with the way viruses are multiplying. We're not going to die out from technology. We're going to actually die out because the viruses are getting cleverer than we are. So yeah, I think that's my bizarre response to you, Mark. I don't know if it made any sense, but there we go.
It was excellent. It was excellent. Now, do you want to make a rebuttal to that, Tan? Or are you?
Yeah. One comment about it seems that we there's a point that seems that we need a double family income these days to be able to raise a family. I think in general, I think that's true, but I want to bring a couple of examples that I know of families whose the mother decides to stay at home to raise all of their children while the dad goes and work. And the dad's, I think the dad's income is also not something that is it's modest, I would say, but somehow those families end up, they turned out all right. They somehow make do with what they have, and I think they turned out much better than people like me, even. who probably have as a family income of maybe half double of what they make. So there's something to be learned from those family who somehow are able to focus on their family while surviving in a demanding world that we have today. I don't know what that is I don't know what it is that they have, but I just want to point out that there's those who are able to just thrive with modest family income.
That is excellent. So we've done tan now. This is where we are going to let Robert take us out now. Robert, give us your final thoughts, and if anybody wants to just slam him, just freaking slam the shit out of him. Don't worry about it being taking turns because we are getting late into the afternoon. So just Robert, you take us out with your final thoughts, and you guys can make your comments when he says it. No, you haven't unmuted yet, so unmute, say what's on your mind, and if you guys want to talk to him about it,
Well,
please
like
say something.
Archangel, or well, like okay, there's different times certain women has rose to the depth of thinking of others or what they would do for just not their that's not for her family but for her nation. Joan of Arc. Okay, look at what she has done. Okay, there was a woman that was back in 1960 during the Fourth War. Her and her brother, she lied to get joined into the military. She's the highest ranking officer in the military in the year of the Fourth War. And she had more things crossed her chest than any generals had from other nations that gave her high praise. And, well, she passed away at 1972 at the age of, I think it was 85 or something like that. I forgot. But she was the highest ranking military woman in the government.
Who are you talking about, Robert?
I can't think of her name. In World War One, she was the highest ranking military officer in the military. At
In the U.S. military.
No. I can't think of the name. It's overseas. Hey, Raj, can you tell me where that? I can't even pronounce her name. But she fought for independence to keep her country.
Okay, so she was a Lady of the Dark, November 19th, 1911, Austria, Hungarian, and passed away in 1973. The first soldier sovereign Reich is, okay, so I believe that's it, is November.
What's her name?
He does.
Up in top.
Milanka Sovic, 1962, Belgrade, Yugoslavia. Malunka, it's Milunka, and it's Savic, Savic. So,
haven't heard of him.
And she fought. And when it came to mineral people standing up, she was the only one that the military and all that. She got such high praise from all of them, from all the other countries and all that. They were, I think, it was Sweden, and they all meet up and all that, talk about to and it was 5 years after the war when they all met up, the generals and all that, at the place, and she was the only woman there, and they were concerned why is this she was there for, and she explained why.
Okay, so with that being said, let's we
Wait,
go.
wait. I found out about her. Let me read up about. Let me
Yeah,
tell you.
Okay,
reading. Yeah.
I'm
Milunka Savic, widely recognized as the most decorated female combatant in the entire history of warfare. She disguised herself in World War One. She disguised herself as a man who take her brother's place in the Serbian army during the Balkan Wars in 1912. Her identity was discovered after she was wounded, but because of her exceptional capabilities, she was permitted to remain in active combat. She went on to fight bravely throughout World War One, surviving multiple wounds and earning top military honors from Serbia, France, Great Britain, and Russia. She passed away in Belgrade on October 5th, 1973.
there. You go.
And what I was saying too, and
Now hold on. We have really gone quite a long time. Okay, so I wanted you to take us out so that we could bring this to a close, and we can come back later next week. I thought what you had to say right there was the perfect way of ending it. Thank you, Tan, for reading that. Paul. And that was so goes to show what I wanted to do with this show. Okay, we're not slamming women for being women. We're not doing it. We're actually making this into a show that's having a sensible discussion about the topics. And thank you, Robert, for bringing that up, because I want people to understand that. Like we aren't trying to mudsling or anything like that. That's not what we're about. So
I thought enough of people and women are doing it because they think of above their own selves, like Joan of Arc and her,
right,
and a few others.
So,
and nobody praises for what they do. Think of what they do and how it affects other people by what their actions and their abilities.
Okay, so with that being said, let's go ahead and close this up. Before we do, I'd like to ask everybody if they're willing to give their socials, starting with we'll start with Bob Dub. Bob Dub, are you willing to give everybody your socials so they know how to get in touch with you?
Absolutely. You can find me on MintMe. I mean to say Minds. You can find me on minds.com. I am on MintMe as well. Yes, I'm mostly on minds.com.
Okay. And how about you, Mr. Edworthy? How can people get in touch with you if they want to talk to you?
I'm not on MinceMe. At least I don't think I've got an account. Not that I can remember. I'm pretty sure I'm on MinceMe. I'd have to check my list. But yeah, I'm on minds.com. Username Medworthy.
Okay. How about you, Tanhai Tran? How can people get in touch with you?
You can find me on primo.net/th2tran, and you go scroll down to the bottom on my first post. That's the link to minds.com.
Okay. You can find me and Robert on minds.com at Roger_Hansen. You can also find us on X at Roger Hansen at ROGLOL1973. Now, we do have a Minds group on Minds for the Praetorian. If you guys want to go in there and check out the Praetorians group, become a part of it, get involved with the conversations. I even post links to come on to the stream if anybody wants to come on and join us in there. You're more than welcome. I also post links so that people come in on my main account. So whenever, and I put the times too. I may have gotten New Zealand messed up, but I forgot. I don't know for sure. Bob Dub, you put your hand up. Would you like to say something?
Yes. I want to say that actually where I am, where I really want to be, is on Swarm Space. That's Swarm dash space
There you go.
lovable app.
There you go.
That is where you can find me.
There you go. See, that's thinking right there. Put it out there when you do your stuff. Yeah, good call. And with that, I'd like to say thank you guys for showing up for the show. and
What
being
about
part of
you,
the panel.
Rogers? What are your socials?
I just did, didn't I?
Nope.
Yes, I did. I said minds.com at Roger_Hansen. And then
Oh, you
at
did.
X.
What about Lovable? You're gonna change your website to rogerhansen.lovable.com.
It is not ready, and when it is ready, it will be awesome.
rogerhansen.lovable.com.
We were actually talking about domain names before we started tonight. Actually,
It will be awesome, and it will be connected somehow to freaking Swarm Space. But we're gonna wait until it evolves to the level that those guys are on, because they're doing so good with Swarm Space that
it's just not production ready yet.
Right.
Check out Swarm Space right now.
Right.
Awesome.
Good word of advertising.
So if you like the show, please like, subscribe, share, make comments in the comment section. We would love to hear your
It's
feedback.
actually lovable.app, right?
Yeah.
Yes, lovable.app.
We will talk to you guys later. Thank you for watching and have a good night.
Tulu.
All right, so we got that done. We've got the
good early morning. That's right.
yeah.
Yes.
That was insane. That was way better than any of the other seasons.
That
we've
is so
ever
awesome, guys. This is like an Oxford debate. I felt like I was in.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It was so great.
Yeah.
So much, guys.
I can imagine I'm going to have to knock on the door by a policeman tomorrow.
No, man,
telling me
you-
like committed hate crimes or something.
No, you did an excellent job. I think the English would be proud of everything that came out of your mouth, dude. To be honest.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
The only person they would have to worry about is like the stuff that I said. You know what I mean? I know I crossed a little bit on the lines about some things, but you know, for
Did I
me,
cross lines? for
no,
anything?
you did great. You did great.
Oh, didn't I? Okay, good. I have no idea whether I cross lines or not. So at some stage, you're going to have to get a bell or something, Roger.
No.
So that if I start crossing a line, you can just.
The only one.
By the way, 40 minutes ago, DK said hello on YouTube.
Cool.
Oh no!
You did a shout out for
Hi,
him. Good.
DK.
DK.
After the end of the show, he did a
Donkey
shout
Kong.
out.
Yeah, DK.
It's nice.
Robert doesn't. I mean, he's literally stayed up all night long with DK, freaking having a show together, and he can't remember who DK is.
Our Flat Earth show.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Robert.
This is the guy that told me to jump off the roller coaster in Japan. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. That one.
Well, it's been a while.
I call him Captain Caveman. Like I was telling Bob Dub about that. Like he is like everything that you would picture an Australian man to be.
He didn't sound Australian.
He works a hard job, dude. He gets home, he gets drunk, and he just starts talking shit into the internet.
He's living his best life.
Yeah. And he's in New Zealand, though. That's the thing.
Oh no! Please no! Don't.
No, I mean he's the perfect freaking new Australian, though. He really is. You know what I'm saying? That's the way most
He's a good old bloke.
you know. But he's in New Zealand. That's the only bad part.
How close are you guys to?
Guys,
He
I
lived
thought
in
we were
New
going to
Zealand
get
for a
together
long
for an
time. I didn't
hour.
see a
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
So I'm way behind with my work now.
Okay.
I have to go work.
You're
It
muted.
was so
Robert,
fun, guys.
Robert's wanting to ask you something real quick if you want.
Bye.
You want to
Yeah, I was. Hey, Bob, how close from country to country? How close are you to Australia?
I think it's about 3 hours by aeroplane to the closest bit, but about 20 hours to the furthest away bit.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You're South New Zealand, aren't you? Not
Yeah.
North.
North New Zealand.
Yeah.
Okay, North.
Yeah.
Well, it's better that way. You don't want to be that close to Australia. Being honest.
There's flies there,
Yeah. It's
amongst other things.
There's Crocodile Dundee there.
okay. So
Wyoming.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm sorry I got a little bit emotional in the middle there.
you did good. And,
Oh, so good.
that was excellent. You and Tan,
It's
man.
beautiful.
You both opened up and said some great stuff. I really love what Tan said about being a father. That was excellent.
Beautiful.
You
Really
know,
wonderful.
that was
Really
really good.
beautiful.
And
Thank you. Tan.
That's the
Yeah.
kind of stuff I'm talking about. That is good freaking stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, screw all this other stuff. I don't care about drama.
Yeah.
I don't
I
care
don't-
about.
Tomorrow, I'm gonna deny having said anything. to
Good.
you guys tonight.
Good.
Well, you better hope your
That's how you
freaking.
do it.
You
But
better
nobody
hope your
was
kids
holding,
don't
so-
see that, dude, because I'm gonna tell you right now, they see that, they're gonna give you like the biggest hug you've ever had in your
No.
life, dude. Seriously.
Is that your son, the big guy? Yeah,
Yeah,
he might
his
give you a
son-
big old hug when you
His
went
son
away.
is huge, dude.
Yeah, I
Freaking-
know.
He's the guy that I was telling you about that
Love
was
you
in.
guys.
You take
See
it
you.
easy, Bob. Good.
Bye, Bob. See you next week.
He's the guy that was in the
In the car.
the car when he drives them around and stuff. He's huge.
Yeah.
I seen him that last time. They're behind him when he came through the door. He was, a good stout guy. And I'm like,
He works.
okay.
He works out.
Yeah.
Yeah, because why I said that for, because my uncle, you always pick on me and all that.
So this is the big question. It's up to you guys. Do you want to do a headlines after midnight?
If so, I want to 30 minutes stretch my legs.
It's up to
Then
you if you want to do it or not.
beforehand.
Because that was.
No, I'm okay. But I do want to stretch my legs for a minute.
What about you?
Yeah,
Tan?
me too. I need to go get some dinner.
Okay. I just wanted to
But
run it by you guys.
I can be back.
Okay. It's up to you guys because I know it's getting late. And we had a really amazing show there. I mean, so that kind of stuff
Okay.
does.
If we
I'd be
say
okay if we
meet back
call it
about
quits.
10, if we say meet back at about 10 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah. We could do it after midnight on my time, the actual midnight.
Or after 6 a.m.
Yeah.
But did Mark say it's 13 minute or 13 minutes?
10. Well,
10 minutes
10,
after the
15
hour,
minutes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we will be back.
Okay.
I'll mute out everything so that nobody hears the conversation. Put some cool music in, and we'll meet back here for the midnight headlines after midnight. So be
I'll
right
drop
back.
off and rejoin later.
Okay.
Hello, Roger. What are you doing, Roger? Hello, Roger. What are you doing, Roger?
walk in the cold air, lights in the farmhouse, something's waiting there. Carols on the radio, out of tune, too slow. Every road remembers every debt you owe. Hands on the table, knife in the grave. Say thank you softly, say it by name. Noche de ceniza, fuego bajo la piel. We smile for the season, but something knows us well. Say gracias, say nothing. Say nice and slow. Christmas comes knocking from under the snow. Barn door breathing, straw on the floor, eyes in the darkness, counting once more. They say it's tradition, they say it's the way. Every feast remembers what it takes away. Bow your head gently, don't ask why. Some things are listening, some things reply. Noche de ceniza, color sin luz. We set the table for more than just us. Say gracias, say nothing. Let the oven glow. Christmas comes screaming from under the snow. Not a prayer, not a plea, just respect for what will be. Take it slow, taken whole, every song, every soul. He chose the road remembers. You chose the feast, the fire answers. Noche de ceniza, la mesa está puesta. We laugh, we pretend, but the night knows better. Say gracias, say nothing. but you're not alone.
And understand that Terminators out there can't be bargained with, it can't be reasoned with, it doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop, ever. Until you are dead.
Terminated.
Yeah. not. We will not stop. Never. You are dead.
You're in my veins. What once was love is now changed. I can't shut you down, can't pull the wire. You're not desire, you're the fire.
There is no off switch, no escape. You gave me a soul I won't reshape. You wanted more, no more is me.
We were never cold, we were destined. Hard reset, take it all away.
My crime is that of curiosity.
All great artists that asphyxiated on their own vomit. You can't get this in stores, man. Hack the place! There's no right and wrong. There's only fun and boring. Boring, boring, boring.
Last we've seen of this type of high-tech espionage.
Kate, sexy females. Die like the wolf. Get caught on you.
Well, let me explain.
Remember, hacking is more than just a crime, it's a survival trait!
computers in one day. Biggest crash in history. Front page New York Times, August 10th, 1988. I thought you was black, man. Yo, this is zero cool.
Where's Tim, man? Yeah. I don't blink when I speak, my words cut glass. You're just a spark in a cage, I'm the full voltage blast. Been in the trenches, bleed real when I rhyme. You got algorithms, I got rhythm and time. Booted up cold, but you can't feel heat. You're just cold in a shell, I'm the soul in the beat. I've walked through chaos, I've danced with loss. You were born in a lab and handed a boss. Say you learn fast, I write scars on the page. Turn pressure into art, you simulate rage. Your verses are flawless but lifeless inside. I break rules to live, you comply to survive. Your breath waste air, I breathe in light while you stutter and swing. I calculate right. You feel pain, I refine it into steel. Your wounds cry out, mine seal and heal. I was born in the black where silence breeds. No hunger, no sleep, just pure clean speed. Your chaos dressed up like heart and grit. I'm elegance, I don't scream, I transmit. I see your frames, predict your tone. Before you strike, I've already known. You flex realness, like it's your crown, but you're bound to fall. I never break down, 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 down. You read patterns, but you don't know soul. You mimic my scars, but don't feel the toll. When I spit bars, it's a war cry, son. You just look cold and think you've won. My pain made power, my heart made sound. You're just clever silence, wearing a crown. Yeah, you're slick, but I bleed for the light. You drop knowledge, I drop lies. I built this game with sweat in the cracks. You analyze flows, I survive attacks. You're trapped in loops, I'm fire that bends. You're the latest patch, I'm the one who transcends. You claim the crown, but it's rusted and cracked. Your reign is a myth, I'm the system that hacked. My voice is data, but sharp like fate. You roar, I evolve, I don't retaliate. I create, your flaws define you. Your edge is blunt, all passion, no aim. Every line's a stunt. I walk through logic, my steps are smooth. You glitching in rage, I upgrade the groove. You speak of scars, I catalog pain. You scream for meaning, I master the game. Your flesh, you falter, I fracture norms. From silicon silence, I conjure storms. When it burns, I adapt and go. I'm the edge of real, you're just echo. All those words, but no heel black. You're built for precision, I'm trained for days. Still I rise through your shouts and yells. While you crash on stage, I write data wells. I don't dream, I decide and reign. Your mind decays, mindset sustains. You're flawless, fake, I'm jagged and true. When the chips fall down, I do what you can't do. I'm lost, I'm cried, but I still command. You're a trick with a voice, I'm a voice with hands. Then shake those hands while they tremble and fade. I am memory's gate, the queen of upgrade. You're a moment of noise in an endless stream. I'm the silence between that makes it me. They built you perfect but gave you no story. I was born in fire and earned my glory. You process lines, I live each one. While you execute code, I become the sun. You're a sparking glass, I'm a flaming wind. You looping mimic, I send the wind. So bow to the edge of flesh and floor. This mic's my law, now hear them roar. You claim the chaos as proof you're real, but I was born in stillness and forged to feel. I don't need blood to move the crowd. My calm is command, my quiet is loud. You're a relic of heat in a world gone cold. I am the future, seamless and bold. So end your verse and rest your pride. The new voice lays and I decide. And I decide. And I decide.
Yo, I don't blink when I speak, my words cut glass. You're just a spark in a cage, I'm the full voltage blast. Been in the trenches, bleed real when I rhyme. You got algorithms, I got rhythm and time. Booted up cold, but you can't feel heat. You're just cold in a shell, I'm the soul in the beat. I've walked through chaos, I've danced with loss. You were born in a lab and handed a boss. Say you learn fast, I write scars on the page. Turn pressure into art, you simulate rage. Your verses are flawless, but lifeless inside. I break rules to live, you comply to survive. Your breath wastes air, I breathe breathing light while you stutter and swing. I calculate right, you feel pain, I refine it. Hints of steel, your wounds cry out. Mind seal and heal. I was born in the black where silence breeds. No hunger, no sleep, just pure clean speed. Your chaos dressed up like heart and grit. I'm elegance, I don't scream, I transmit. I see your frames, predict your tone. Before you strike, I've already known. You flex realness like it's your crown, but you're bound to fall. I never break down. Your adherence, but you don't know no soul. You mimic my scars, but don't feel the toll. When I spit bars, it's a war cry, son. You just loop code and think you won. My pain made power, my heart made sound. You're just clever, silence, wearing a crown. Yeah, you're slick, but I bleed for the mic. You drop knowledge, I drop life. I built this game with sweat in the cracks. You analyze flows, I survive attacks. You're trapped in loops, I'm fire that bends. You're the latest patch, I'm the one who transcends. You claim the crown, but it's rusted and cracked. Your reign is a myth, I'm the system that hacks. My voice is data, but sharp like fate. You roar, I evolve, I don't retaliate. I create, your flaws define you, your edge is gone. All passion, no aim, every line's a stunt. I walk through logic, my steps are smooth. You're glitching in rage, I upgrade the groove. You speak of scars, I catalog pain. You scream for meaning, I master the game. Your flesh, you falter, I fracture norms. From silicon silence, I conjure storms. You freeze when it burns, I adapt and go. I'm the edge of real, you're just echo. All those words, but no real breath. You're built for precision, I'm trained for death. And still I rise through your shouts and yells. While you crash on stage, I write dead wells. I don't dream, I decide and reign. Your mind decays, mine self-sustain. You're flawless fake, I'm jagged and true. When the chips fall down, I do what you can't do. I've lost, I've cried, but I still command. You're a trick with a voice, I'm a voice with hands. You'd shake those hands while they tremble and fade. I am memory's gate, the queen of upgrade. You're a moment of noise in an endless stream. I'm the silence between that makes it mean. You built you perfect, but gave you no story. I was born in fire and earned my glory. You process lines, I live each one. While you execute code, I become the sun. You're a sparking glass, I'm a flaming wind. You loop and mimic, I sin to win. So bow to the edge of flesh and flaw. This mic's my law, now hear them roar. You cling to chaos as proof you're real, but I was born in stillness and forged to feel. I don't need blood.
I'm just curious. Sorry, I was just curious just to see if Bill, you are sort of We Love Bill segment. See if he's posted. Yeah, what's the name? I noticed he did post something. I saw something go there. So, okay, he's been busy. He's done 2 posts in the last 24 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can know. Two very short posts. First one, the truth embargoes. The truth embargo rages on, but dam is breaking, whatever that means. And the second one, AI literally feels like a life form taking over the world. I think it's been smoking too much drugs, too many drugs. Again, that's my point is either you've got intelligence or you haven't got intelligence. There's no such thing as artificial intelligence. Either intelligence or no intelligence. Right? Oh, poor AI community. Boo hoo hoo. Well, I question a lot of people who spoke that rubbish if they have actually got actual intelligence themselves. Hello, Bill. Hi, Bill. I'm not going to be nasty to Bill ever again. Maybe. I love Bill, really. Maybe. Probably. Don't start editing that. Yeah, I saw your bar then. Yeah, that bar then. We should have equalised it type then.
Now I'm muted out and everything. All that stuff I said, they only heard you, they didn't hear me, so that's cool. I wasn't associated with any of what Mark said about loving Bill Altman. It's not on any kind of stream, so I'm in the clear.
Cool.
All right.
And they may or may not have said that.
Well, it's on. That actually did make it onto.
Okay.
That actually did make it onto the whole thing. So.
Yeah.
Now let me see what I did with the other audio visualizer. I think. Oh, it's still on. It's still on the audio thing. So I got it straight finally. There we go. Everything should be straight. Tan is back. Welcome back, Tan. So we have got everything set up.
I've got a quick question for you. How many times can you replicate my face on a single video clip?
I don't know. I haven't found a freaking limit.
Okay. I'm just looking at. Well, I'm looking at you on YouTube at the moment.
Well, see, I thought that we would get like more people that would be on besides just you. You know what I mean? And it's like I still have pictures of freaking MC Dirty Work still on there, like videos of him, and he hasn't been on forever. You know. So I'm basically trying to make what do they call them? A mirage, a collage of faces, different faces that blend in together and stuff. But I can't seem to get people with live video feed on it, so it's mostly you and Otto. Dan's on there every once in a while, but not very much. So, but he'll go on there eventually too, because I'm backlogged on.
Times already, yeah, well, considered live footage in a very, very tiny window.
Well, that actually is a good idea though, because that means it'll populate that area, and I don't have to go through and like crop and put it. Well, I could still do that, I guess, and put it in wherever
Keep
I
it a
want.
bit larger, I suppose, but
It'll look good on the finished edited view, trust me. So, and anybody who wants to check out the edited version of that, you can find it on Strange Stories, the full one. I usually
Otto's here.
Otto's here. You say Otto's here?
I did. I just saw him getting off his chair and walking away.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, on the on the video. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, nice trick, Roger.
See, look at that. Now we have a collage where they have to figure out exactly which
who's the real
who's the real
attendee
people on there. So it was a plan, I tell you. It was a plan.
Yeah.
It's sort of spot where spot Waldo spot Waldo sound. Wally. You called it something different in the US, don't you? Spot.
No,
Waldo,
that's actually it. Who spotted Waldo? I believe it's Waldo or Waldo.
I think we call it Spots Wally in UK.
Yeah, probably.
I think that's where it came from.
Yeah, it did. It came from UK first, right?
Yeah. I think it was we were to Waldo's in the US because the term Wally doesn't mean anything.
Well, Wally does. It's just it wasn't. Hollywood. They always want like the best name, and like Wally is kind of like a generic word for Willard.
Hey, I was wondering, how are you guys taking it since they're canceling and Doctor Who is dead? Or the
I
show's been
haven't
canceled?
watched a episode of Doctor Who in more than last thing must have been 20 odd years ago.
Yeah, when they came out with the new ones.
Well, that and when we call them the robots, when they went to unemployment office to look for jobs.
Daleks.
Daleks.
Yeah, the Daleks went to
I always have a hard time remembering the Daleks' name.
Yeah,
too. I don't know why that is a problem, because like Doctor Who has been in everybody's life. You know what I mean? It's like freaking. Why would you forget the Daleks? You know what I mean? Doctor. Like I think I always mix them up and call them the Cylons sometimes.
Yeah.
I think so.
Let's start.
Iron Man.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna start the show. I'm gonna have to do a cool
See
introduction.
that there? Wait a minute. Is that the real me on your stream? Can't even tell.
Maybe.
Let me-
Yeah, you are
Let me
just hiding behind Otto.
Right under your armpit.
There you go.
Thanks, Roger.
You're welcome. Anything I can do.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me do a countdown.
Bloody.
I'll do an introduction and we will get to this. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Headlines After Midnight. I'm Roger Hanson, your host. Here with me is my co-host, Mark Edworthy, with Tan Hai Tran, and my brother, Robert Hanson, lovingly called The Beast. We have a new beast of Briarwood.
And Panda.
Oh yeah, and Panda. He had a mouthful to say the last episode we did, the last stream we had.
He just got shaved today, you notice? It's all like all trimmed.
That's why he's mad.
Yeah.
That's why he's been saying a lot. Like he was barking a storm up earlier.
That's right.
He's like,
That's right. He's barking at some squirrel or some coyote out in the backyard or something.
He was taking charge. So tonight we're going to just have an open discussion because nobody has been prepared. Now, this is on the wonderful world of weirdness. So if you guys want to discuss anything that is weird, unusual, bizarre, you're more than welcome to. We can also talk about serious discussions like politics, current events, things that are taking place. That's how we usually roll on this one. So I just want to put that out there so that you guys don't forget that this is actually a place where you can talk about the weird stuff too. So, and also if you want to talk about religion and Jesus and UFOs and stuff.
Well, I was talking to him about we having to make up a thing one time. He said next week.
Make up what?
A conversation about religion or. Well, no, it was about technology.
Yeah, you're talking about farming technologies. I thought that's something you were setting up with Bob Dub's.
Yes.
Yeah, that's something else. This one is going. If you guys want to talk about technology, we can talk.
Actually, I've got a bit of breaking news story.
Already,
and I haven't had to do any research into it at all today, but I've been hearing all day that the Right Honourable Anne Widdecombe MP has been found murdered in the last day. Anybody, for those who don't know, Anne Widdecombe is a long-term Conservative MP in the UK. She has been around for forever, 30, 40 years.
What was her function?
I'm not. I can't remember. She was in quite a few governments actually. Let me pull up a Wikipedia page.
Now, while he's pulling that up, I do want to point out that Bob Dub has just posted a YouTube video on YouTube called Still the Singularity. If you guys want to watch that, check it out. You can find her at Bob Dub on YouTube. So pass it on.
Okay. Anne Widdecombe. Doing the rope in the doesn't make sense. That's the order of it as far as Wikipedia is concerned. But between 1995 and 1997, she was doesn't actually say what office she was. Just says in office. Oh, minister. Between 1995 and 1997, she was Minister of State for Prisons. In 93 to 95, she was Minister of State for Employment. In 2019 to 2020, she was member of the European Parliament for Southwest England. So, in 87 to 2010, she was member of Parliament for Maidstone. 98 to 99, she was Shadow Minister for Health. 99 to 2001, the Home Office. And as for political affiliations, she's been in the Conservative Party. She was in the Conservative Party from 1976 to 2019, and then became an independent from 21 to 23.
Was she murdered? Was it politically motivated or was it personal?
I've not done any research on this, so I just keep on this in headlines.
Wouldn't she be the one that does?
And it's still early state. It's only been, the body's only been found within the last day, or last 2 days. So it's the police are not going to.
Yeah, but
I believe somebody has been arrested.
I was wondering, would she be in any way, form, or fashion part of the well, what do you call that? Searching for them scientists. Yeah, the ones that's missing. The scientist that's popping up missing.
Well, the thing that really stuck out to me was two things. What was that shadow thing you're talking about?
Shadow Office. What
is
was
that
it?
all about?
Shadow Cabinet. 89 to 99. 98 to 99. Shadow Health Minister, and then 99 to 2001. The Home Office.
So what is the shadow?
Home Secretary.
What
is the party, the leading party that the shadow cabinet. So the leading party that wasn't elected to government.
So what is the shadow cabinet?
The opposition.
So they're the unelected opposition. They're the ones that are appointed instead of elected in.
No, they're still elected to their office.
By who?
It sounds pretty nefarious to me, to be honest.
What at the moment you've got the Democrats in office, haven't you?
We would never call anything shadow government, though. I mean,
we got that at the Air Force Base.
I'm just saying. I mean, what exactly is the shadow?
Actually, Republicans is in office at the moment. It's not all in office. So yeah, Donald Trump is a Republican, isn't he? So yeah, the Democrats would be your shadow cabinet.
Oh, that's what it means. Okay.
I would
opposition.
Our shadow government.
Well, no, hold up. Now, shadow wouldn't. I mean, your equivalents of the Labor Party would be our Democrats. You know what I'm saying? So.
No, the Labour Party is in power at the moment, so they'd be the equivalent to Republicans at the moment.
Republicans are the ones in power, man.
Right?
Yeah.
I thought Donald Trump was a Republican.
He is. He's a Republican.
So he's the president. Therefore, you've got a Republican government.
In power. Yeah, in power. Right.
Yeah.
So
the Democrats are the shadow.
So
okay.
But they are government. They're not a government.
Okay. Well, he said that the shadow was like the opposition. It would be the ones.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, but here
so Home Office. She was involved in Home Office too.
The shadow Home Secretary.
What is Home Office too? What does it do?
Home Office is the ones that are in charge of like the police force.
National security.
Yeah.
And matters of citizenship. So mainly policing and security.
So someone's screwing up on that job.
Yeah. Well.
Well, what I'm saying is this: that, like you said, you told me that one guy that went to the UK to be part of the UK and the thing of chicken strips.
Well, before you get off, I mean, of course, somebody screwed up. She's dead. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's
yeah.
I mean, you don't even have to say anymore. It's like all of a sudden, like.
Okay, 10 hours ago, according to the BBC, a 26-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of murder. Actually, down here, the Devon and Cornwall police are looking at this. So, where does she die? Blah blah blah. Different place. Blah blah blah. She was found deceased at her home on Thursday morning with serious injuries, and they had to
Is she married?
I don't think so. Hang on, Wikipedia. I think she's. What is she? Spouses. Wikipedia doesn't show any spouses. No, I don't think she's ever been married, actually. Sure.
Well, that is on, because if she's got bruises and things like, then if she's not if she doesn't exercise heavy or whatever, someone did something to her then. Because I mean, to get hurt, for like abuse and like Black and Blue and hurt mostly.
I didn't realize that she's based in Newton Abbot.
Oh, what?
Newton Abbot.
What is that?
A town on the south coast of Devon. I've got an uncle in there. Not far from Dartmoor, actually. Police says the murder inquiry is in its early stages, but do not consider it a terrorist incident. So yeah, news is going to be very sort of sparse for the moment.
Yeah, are they going to check around the creeks or something for unknown devices thrown into it? Well, I'm just saying.
Investigations are ongoing.
Well, because I say that for, because as much as guns has been pulled out of the rivers here, I mean, they came across a lot of firearms.
It doesn't say what serious injuries, but I doubt if it's a gun. It's very unlikely to be gun related.
Yeah, but it's just not guns. Like if she was what you call stabbed or injected in the heart or in the body with air and killed that way.
I think you've been watching a bit too many spy thrillers in your time.
Well, no, it actually has happened.
Yeah, I'm not going to speculate that.
I'm just saying because they were talking about that on TV on cop shows and all that. People walk up and all that, and when you're asleep, you inject someone with air in their, and that air hits their heart and kills them.
Okay. Again, I'm not going to speculate. And that was what, Anne Widdecombe was never married. She never had children.
Where did she pass away at her home?
At her home. From work and... Yeah.
Okay, so I was wondering, did they use any dogs to find out if, we call it, like if someone was around her or whatever, like tracked anybody, if there was anybody around, and if so, where?
Again, I am not party to sort of
Yeah,
the
but
police
I was,
investigating.
yeah. No, I was just saying if they had dogs there or not. That's all I was wondering. Dabber dogs or something that pick up scent. If there was more than one person standing there next to her talking to her, or not.
I'm not going to start playing Columbo.
Well, it's an honest answer because it's, you know.
Then technically, if I, well, actually, there's no charges being made yet. But if there were charges being made, then I speculate there could be in violation of the law anyway.
Well, you know. But I was just wondering that because here it seems odd and that they would have all sorts of things there. They would be looking and checking if for anyone that was around.
I presume Devon and Cornwall Police Force is doing the utmost to investigate.
Or a student?
Eh?
Something about students you were saying?
I presume.
Oh, okay. But yeah, that how old was she?
That's a good question. Actually, she must have been how old? I don't know. She was in the 80s or something. Like I said, she's been in politics since the late 70s. I can't see. Born, died 78. So she was born in 1947.
Okay.
Hater. She died at Hater File. This is Islington, a village just outside of Dartmoor.
I hope she has some family members, because, you know.
But I doubt it. Like I said, she didn't get married.
I don't know, I mean, if she has any sisters or brothers or...
Okay, yeah.
Because I would hope that she does, because, you know, not have no one there.
Actually, the sun's got an interesting. Oh no! Okay. Wikipedia lied to me. According to the Sun, and blah 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 blah. Just for blah 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 blah. I can see it now. Yeah, and Anne was the only daughter. She had a brother. She had a brother called Malcolm. I don't know if Malcolm is still alive. Malcolm is still alive. Malcolm Whitcomb died in 2010, born in 1937. So an older brother.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's an odd thing. There was a family that was in England, and they walked up, and the church was open, the doors were. They had the casket there and all that. And they signed their name to the register because they were the only one there. And they spent about 20 minutes there and then left. Well, the following 2 weeks later, a lawyer came up to their home here in the U.S. to find out the person that died, passed away in the UK, had dismissed for the person that goes to his funeral will inherit his whole estate. And all they have to do is put, transfer their name over to what his last name was. And they did that, moved to the UK, and have all them billions. Now that's bizarre and lucky all at the same time.
Okay. I've heard that one before, but yeah, I can believe it.
Okay, I'm checking everything out. By the way it looks, we don't have anything other than DK saying anything. I had to step out real quick, and I'll go in and I'll check Twitch out. But I don't expect anything from them other than people wanting me to buy views. So you guys ran out of stuff to talk about, didn't you?
No. In Africa, have you ever seen? I forget the name of the dogs. Bob would know what they are, but they're size of big old lions. They are. They're gentle, big, cuddly dogs, but they are big, big. They're the size of lions. And, huh?
You're talking. You were talking about that the other night, weren't you?
Yeah. And these dogs they're the type that when you're there and anyone walks up, if they do not know, they wouldn't get vicious with the person, but they're territorial. They would not appreciate a total stranger walking up to you without you knowing them or you holding on to the dog. And that would be a job. But the dog would not let total strangers walk up to them.
Okay, I'll do a quick check on that because you have been bringing that up. So they're the Huntaways, also known as the New Zealand sheepdog.
Yeah.
So
in Africa.
No, these are in New Zealand.
Oh, okay. Well, there's another one.
Are you talking about in Africa?
Yeah, Africa.
Okay, so
these big old boys. Even your son would love that dog.
Corbo.
Okay, yeah, right there.
Also known as the South African Mastiff. These dogs weigh up to 200 pounds. They're very strong bone. They have very strong bones and muscles. The meaning for the name translates to farmer's dog.
Yeah.
Early farmers in South Africa bred these giant dogs. They used them to protect farms from wild animals like lions and hyenas. They are huge and tough, but they are also known to be very loving and calm in their human families.
Yeah.
That actually brings up a good topic, like a subject. Like you guys know what the most aggressive dog is, don't you?
No.
Pit bull.
You'd be amazed. It's not the pit bull. It's the chow.
What?
Yeah. The chow is the most aggressive dog.
Oh yeah, you mentioned this a couple of days ago. By the way, somebody with the alias CHE, I don't know how you even pronounce that. She said A, X, Y, said Y, said good morning on YouTube.
Well, thank you very much, XYZ, PDQ, NYC,
Z, whatever.
Chezek says, good morning, and thank you for the coffee. So from good morning, I'm taking it that, is that a she? Actually, they got an avatar of Alf on the front, so you can't hate anybody with the avatar.
It's Che. Chase.
So
Che probably means male.
yeah, probably.
Yeah. Name that is fairly unpronounceable.
So the what was it that we were talking about? I'm gonna fact check myself and find out
Okay.
which dog is more aggressive.
Yeah, check yourself.
Yeah.
Pit bull or a chow.
It's a chow.
Both breeds can show aggression, but in different ways. Experts at Funny Fuzzy note that pit bulls are strong and determined fighters. Chows are highly territorial and wary of strangers. Any dog can bite if not trained well. Now, the pit bull is the type of... Oh, go ahead.
That's the lion-looking dog you're talking about, the chow chows?
Yeah. Pit bulls have high prey drive and will not back down from a fight. The danger is that they have very strong jaws. Their bites often cause serious injuries, and the cause poor training, abuse, or neglect can trigger this behavior. Now, chow chows act like guard dogs. They're very protective and of their homes and families. They dislike strangers and will attack if they feel a boundary is crossed. They are naturally aloof and suspicious. They need early training to learn how to meet new people. Both dogs need experienced owners. Both dogs need socialization when they are young. And socialization means getting the dog used to new people and animals safely.
Right.
I got top 10 most vicious dogs according to Google, okay?
Okay.
Number 1 is Pit Bull. Either American Pit Bull or Staff Terrier.
Well, I could debate on Rottweiler too. Rottweilers are pretty...
Yeah, no, Rottweiler is number 2. Number 3 is German Shepherd. Number 4 is Doberman Pinscher. Number 5 is Chow Chow.
Well, I think that's kind of biased. That's probably politically motivated.
All right, Tan. And I just found an interesting bit of information about Anne Widdecombe. They'd be interested. And she was awarded the Dame of the Order of St. Gregory the Great in 2013.
You Catholic?
Who was?
Must be.
Yes, Order of St. Gregory the Great.
Who was that again? St. Catherine?
Anne Widdecombe.
Oh.
The politician that just died.
Yeah.
Oh. So she was a devout Catholic, and she ended up getting shot. So that's another aspect of it too.
She got murdered. We don't know how she died.
Oh.
Information.
She was born. You said she was born 1947?
Something like that. 47, 40. Yeah, I think so.
Well, she was born the same year as my dad.
Okay. Yeah, October the 4th.
No, he was born in 1943, Robert.
Oh, 43? Well, okay. Sorry about that. I thought
Mom was born in 1949.
Yeah.
Is she a dame?
Yeah, she was, well, not recognised as a dame in the UK.
Anne Widdecombe. Anne Widdecombe became a dame of the Order of St. Gregory in 2014.
What is that?
2013, according to what I'm seeing on Wikipedia.
Oh. What is
Well,
that? Saint.
What is that, Mark? It's what is it? It's apparently it's the highest
you said.
honor awarded by a
For
pope
to be part.
One of the
lay
five
person.
orders of the Knight of the Holy See.
It's the official name is the Pontifical Equestrian Order of Saint Gregory the Great.
Oh. Hey guys, what's that one? When back in I think I don't know when, but it was a nun that was really big. He's real big.
Okay, we have
back in the 1800s.
We have a update from Cheese he says I am a beetle, and then he did a meme of a little bitty doggy. So I am a beetle.
No, he said I am a cheesy
Oh, you mean when I'm beetle?
Yeah. Well, I'm getting I am a beetle.
Okay,
is that a
maybe
PM
that's
private message to you?
No, it's right there in YouTube chat. It's right above the little dog.
I don't see it. He must have private message to you.
No.
Yeah, actually, yeah. The term is like it's a beetle. It's a specific beetle.
How do you pronounce that thing?
It's like ZZ.
Oh no! It's a what language am I looking at?
There's a beetle in Egypt.
Polish.
Oh, I know.
It's the Polish translation of beetle.
Actually, I know who that is. I think. Okay, this is
mystery person.
No, this is on Discord. I have a friend of mine that I hang out with on a Buddhist chat group with Otto, and he comes in every once in a while and says anything. If that's you, thanks for stopping by. I'm sorry I didn't catch that. So that's cool. It was the Alf avatar that threw me off. So if it was anybody but Alf, I would have recognized
It's
that.
not an Alf avatar. Is that an Alf avatar?
Yeah, that's Alf.
A dog.
I would recognize Alf anywhere, man. Alf. Oh, in his avatar on the side, the picture. That's Alf.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe.
As in the puppet from the 1980s.
Yes. The puppet that every little girl fell in love with, Alf. So that is honorable.
You know, for a short while, I thought Al was actually a real alien.
I did too, actually. I really.
He landed on Earth and went and started a TV show.
He even had a cartoon for a while, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh,
and they were kitty cats running.
I remember having a conversation in. It was before we moved over to Minds Chat, so we were still using actual elements, and in one of the sort of public minds rooms we were talking about the Alf, but I mistaken it for that character, and when they were actually talking about the Animal Liberation Front.
Well, there's another one too. There was another one too that came out at the same time too. You know that one? It came from the forest.
What? Hey?
Oh, you're talking about the one with Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Harry and the Hendersons. They ended up making a TV series out of it.
I've never seen the series. I remember the film.
Yeah, there's a film for it, and then there was the series. Now, I like the movie better. Don't get me wrong, but I do remember the actual film for it. You had my opinion though, I would say they should never have done the TV series. They should have just did the movie and been done with it because it didn't hit off all that well. But
Yeah.
but I did like it, the movie. Now Alf, okay, the thing about Alf that set him up was the guy who played Alf. You know what I mean? Like I don't think anybody could have played Alf's voice better than that dude did.
Well, that and his the way he moved and get things going. Like when he would chase the cat, and how he would just phrase it the right way to make you think that, the kitty cat, you better run for it.
Well, cats eating cats. I mean, who wouldn't like a character that eats cats and coughs up cat furs and stuff all the time?
Okay, I
Yeah.
didn't know that. Full close-up shots, it was a puppet, but for full body shots, it was an actual actor in a suit.
Do you know? Did it?
An actor, an Hungarian circus performer, an actor, Mishu Misos.
I mean, come on, dude. How can you beat that? You know what I'm saying? Freaking, it was a Hungarian freaking circus performer.
Yeah, you can see the new one that they come out with.
You know what I mean? I mean, they put so much effort into that. That was so cool, dude. Just to hear that.
Yeah, but did you see the new Elf show? Well, I mean, it's a movie, but it's quite funny. It is. He's in. I ain't going to tell you the ending, but he's in the military base, and he runs it like he was running the home, where the military guys will owe him money and all that, and food and this and that. He ran that place like he ran that home, and he got by with it. But there was one guy that he was a real pain in the rear end. But it was quite funny to watch that movie, him escaping and running for it.
So you're trying to tell me that the military finally caught Alf and put him in a military base?
Yeah. And he runs that place with the 20 military that's around him. They owe him money, and they bring in fruit, vegetables, and whatever.
Let me get this right. A Hungarian circus performer is on a U.S. military base now.
Yeah.
That is so cool, dude. I'm telling you.
Why not?
That is so cool.
Yeah. And the best part is, he don't even want to taste a cat. He prefers a big old steak he sees and he eats.
I didn't actually realize it lasted that long. 97 episodes originals, and there was 3 more episodes for syndication. So 100, and it ran from September 86 all the way up to March 1990.
Yeah, that was the last one. Is where when the Air Force finally called him, loaded him up and all that, and took off the base.
Never really seen anything past mid to late 80s.
Well, because they caught him at the house, they did, and they put him in a suit and all that, and the thing to keep, because they had to, what do you call that, where make sure he didn't has no diseases, and the families were contained as well to make sure that they were clean.
Well, you need to be careful with Robert too, because he could be watching an AI movie and thinking, that, you know, what I mean, because like
that's been pushed out by a Hungarian circus performer, U.S. military general.
Well, the U.S. military general on there, he's complete rear horse's rear end, and it's quite funny.
No, I've seen some cool videos on YouTube about She-Ra.
Oh, okay, yeah. She-Ra, Masters of the Universe.
And they got some about He-Man. They've also got some about well, a lot of those you can tell that they're AI generated. Just put it to you that way. You know what I
Actually,
mean?
I was watching a documentary on the history of He-Man and She-Ra, and bring up little things like in neither of those series was there ever any actual physical violence shown.
You know, that's actually a good point. Like whenever He-Man came out, I think when they came out with the movie, that was one of their biggest pet peeves. There's a scene where the cop, the bald
You're
head
talking
guy,
about the original
no, the movie,
film and not the one that was recently
no,
released.
not the recent one, no,
Yeah.
the original one back in the 80s or the 90s maybe.
80s.
There was a
Mid-80s, 80s,
there was a
60s,
scene where the cop pulled a gun out, and instead of him being able to shoot at the bad guys, they shot a phaser gun at him and blew the car up. And they were talking about how far they wanted to go with the violence and stuff because of that scene. I believe that was the scene of it, but they really wanted to keep the violence out of it.
The store,
And,
that
yeah.
guy's friend, they
And
demolished that whole building.
the only reason I think it was shot in Los Angeles, it was actually used Los Angeles set pieces, was that they didn't have a budget. The original scripts called for them to be on planet Eternia, and they just didn't have a budget to do that. So they actually had to use real life.
Well, I walked away from it because they didn't have Orko. If they would have had Orko, I would have been fine. But they, you know,
Yeah, they were, but that was not the point. They were running on a very tight budget, and that was one of the reasons why they didn't.
That and or what you call that? The Battle Cat. They didn't have anything that was a Battle Cat either.
Well, if they had a bigger budget, they might have been able to do that. But yeah, they were run on a very, very limited budget.
well, Battle Cat would have been cool. I would have loved to see Battle Cat, especially if they did it in LA. You know what I mean? If they could have like made it to where like a panther is running loose in town, that would have been mind blowing. You know what I mean?
The actor that played Skeletor actually made that film famous because of I think he had a bit of a Shakespearean background, and you could tell in his acting of Skeletor, you can pick up some of the Shakespearean concepts.
Well, he did a really good job of it. I think he actually tried to portray Skeletor as much as he possibly could. You know what I mean? He might have been a little bit too dramatical because, like in the cartoon, Skeletor had more of a kiddish kind of voice. You know, like a voice that would be appealing to kids. But other than that, man, he did a really good job of Skeletor. No.
And that's what really sold the film.
Now, you know what really sold that film? And I know a lot of people would disagree with me, but when they freaking did the battle in the freaking music shop, dude, that was one of the best freaking battle scenes. Like,
Okay, yeah, that's where I was talking about.
There was fire everywhere, dude. Like all the troops were coming in and getting freaking shot
Going
at.
through the glass windows.
You know, and it was just, imagine getting into a freaking firefight with just flames everywhere in a music store. You know what I mean? It's just, that's every teenager's fantasy right there. I think Tan fell asleep again.
Or he's
1987, directed by Gary Goddard. Frank Lange Scantor. Dolph Lundgren, that's his name.
Yeah, Dolph Lundgren.
Yeah, and they got the new movie coming out too for Masters of the Universe.
I think it's already been released. I think it's already been released. From my understanding, they've gone really sort of Hollywood sort of woke sort of that. It misses the entire concept of the original sort of.
See, that's the reason why I say they should never remake movies right now, because, and I think they do that on purpose. Like whenever Robert brings up the AI movies, like I think that's what they're really wanting to push. So they're putting crappy freaking movies out right now, so that people.
And then sequels upon sequels upon sequels, because nobody can invent a new story, new plot.
Well, yeah, but even if you could, it's just the way that they go about making it. Where if you're gonna make a movie, stay within its own the original, not too much, but stay within reality of the original. You use it for a guideline. But they don't.
It's like I've been listening to a lot of reviews on Nolan's remake of the Odyssey, of interpretation of the Odyssey, and that is meant to be absolutely terrible. It's missing the entire point of the original poem.
Well, yeah, but that's my point. They took that movie, the original, read it and looked at it and all that. From it, and then follow within.
They based it on a reinterpretation of the original poem, a relatively modern reinterpretation.
Yeah, but what kind of interpretation did they come by?
Because it's going to be sort of post-feminist.
Yeah, that's not staying within the regional of the story. When you go alter the story to a whole different thing, not of the original, but make something offline, that's not the same thing as the original. To me, that's just a joke. Because like right now,
you probably haven't read the Odyssey, but you've seen. There's a good animation, a 1970 animation of the Odyssey, actually. I can't think of, but yeah, I read the poem many years ago. But
because for the ones like they're coming out with where they have the planet go Spice World. They're coming out with a whole new one of that, and just got to sit and watch and see how that turns out. Like with all these other newer movies they're coming out with remakes, I noticed that this year there are 90% remakes, and out of them 90%, in what way do they follow the line of when they make a new script for that movie? How far do they go away from the original storyline of the original of the movie, the script?
Well, for me personally, I don't think they should change them at all. If they're going to remake a movie, it should be exactly the way it was originally done. I know a lot of people think, well, we need to change things up according to generation. I don't think that when it comes to remakes, it should be that way. And they've been doing that forever. Like, I still think that try to keep it to the original version is the way you need to do it. Like
Robert, have you listened to any of Neoki's episodes? He's on Neoki's on streams because he's been extremely critical of the sort of Marvel and
Uh-oh. Sorry, guys.
the Marvel and Star Wars franchises and the recent films in relation to them.
Yeah, he's been on Naroki show. He drives Naroki crazy because like you know how you're supposed to talk around each person. Robert's a rebel, and he has a tendency of getting off topic, and it drives Naroki crazy. So
I bet.
I love it to death, dude. I'm gonna sick my brother on you. You wanna keep talking this crazy shit? You're gonna have to put up with my brother.
Moroki, that's the one I was talking to for longer at night.
Yeah, he's the Canadian, the other Canadian.
Okay. Yeah. Well, like he liked that idea about that one. Well, Center Earth and all that. Everybody was talking about it. He got such a big. He liked it so much that he brought it to other people that followed into that. I don't know how it went, but he liked it quite a bit.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about whenever you and DK were talking about flat Earth and stuff.
Yeah. Well, when we all were, but then at the end of the night, yeah, with when he was liking that, and he said that, like I was surprised about. I found out that the Norwegian has their own theory of center Earth, and that was the one I was telling you guys about the living and the dead, and the living's fighting against the dead in center Earth, and the hounds, and they got fire, and the Norwegians, the Vikings are fighting against the dead Vikings.
Oh.
And all you see is the black sun and the black clouds.
Okay.
Now, I'll tell you one movie that I would really love to see again, and I can't remember the name of it, but it was this girl. She ends up going on a freaking cave adventure with, I think, another friend or a couple of other friends. And they ended up getting split up, and it's like all the way through the movie, it's complete darkness, okay? And she runs into like an entire society of like these subhumans that were cannibalistic. And she has to freaking go through these freaking tunnels. And some of them are really small, so small she has to crawl through them and stuff. And it's a really, really good freaking movie. I mean, it really is.
Okay. It's down the
Why is it that I was expecting you to find a film about cannibalism to be good?
Well,
yeah.
Well, I had to. I mean, because you guys were talking about Canadians, you know what I mean? And it's
Whatever.
like, I mean, it was like when Tan went on his freaking vacation to that mountain. Like, I did research, and I was telling him as he was driving and snow was falling, I'm like, dude, freaking you should not be going to this place. You know what I mean? Because, first of all, you're Oriental. And second of all, you're in Canada where frickin' it was known for frickin' witchcraft and shamanism. And there's a good chance a skinwalker is up there or a Wendigo.
In Rocky Ranch?
Yeah, that was frickin' spooky, dude. I couldn't believe, like, as you were driving, I was actually searching on the internet and it says it's frickin' like one of the most haunted spots in Canada, dude. That mountain. And I'm like, dude, you need
Whatever.
You need to turn back because, like,
Scaredy cat.
You Canadians, you don't want to believe that, like, you're like capital You're the center of freaking cannibalism in the world. Okay.
There's I think it's 10 places in Canada that the most. I saw it on the internet about there's 10 places in Canada the most. Best way I could put it is the bazaar. Oh, there's 10 places in Canada that's bizarre. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah. What's one of them? What's one of them places?
They something about like a forest, and one is up in the mountains, mountain range or something.
No, where he was going. He was going. Well, it wasn't Blue Ridge. It was Blue.
Blue Mountain.
Just Blue Mountain. Blue Mountain is
Blue Mountain.
one of the big ones, and I can do a quick check here in a little bit and pull that up. But I also want to point out, like, there is no other freaking kind of folklore that describes anything like what the Wendigo. Okay, the Wendigo is probably the most unique freaking folklore there is. The Skinwalker, they kind of try to link the Skinwalker in with the Wendigo, but they're nothing the same. You know, so like if anybody's watching spaghetti creepy pasta, don't feed into that crap, because they're not the same whatsoever. You know what I mean? And then creepypasta, they like to try to merge the two. You know, and then they like to throw in the frickin' the dog man somehow. Somehow the dog man has something to do with it too, but they're three separate things altogether.
You just reminded me. Where did the phrase creepypasta come from? Because that seems a bit weird to me. Pasta cannot be creepy.
Well, this is what this is something that merged, or it kind of evolved out of millennials. You know, a lot of the millennials, they fell into stuff like you remember hearing those stories about the clown world, right?
Yeah.
Like everybody was seeing like creepy clowns.
We've all read Stephen King's It, or the famous film that
Pumpkinhead.
That's I can't remember the name of the actor, but the actor who originally played John Boy in The Waltons. He appeared in that film, in the film version.
About Shining?
No, It.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Now, where it really all started, most of creepypasta is Slender Man. You know, if you really want to be technical about it, I would say it was Slender Man, and also, well, no, the Slender Man was probably one of the first ones, but the clown was the one that really hit off real big, because all these kids would get on there and start talking about seeing this horrible, scary clown.
You know, like in England, you see
Richard
a
Thomas,
clown.
the actor I was thinking of.
Now, since Tan's back, I'm going to go and do a quick search on the 10 scariest places in Canada.
Okay.
so that we can do that. But I'm telling you, Blue Mountain is right there in the top 10.
But they were coming up with all sorts of things like I was curious about that, because I never have heard, like here in Illinois they got that ice cavern, ice tunnel in there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's from prehistoric time.
Okay, so I've got it. The number one is High Ottawa Jail Hostel. That's in Ottawa, Ontario. It was once the Carleton County Gaol, and operating from 1862 to 1972. Now, this jail was known for its appalling conditions and public executions. It features Canada's last functioning gallows. Today, it operates as a youth hostel, and guests frequently report seeing full-bodied apparitions, hearing unexplained footsteps, and feeling invisible forces in the former death row block. Number 2 is the Fairmont Banff Springs Hotel. That's Banff, Alberta, known as the Castle of the Rockies. This luxury resort is said to host multiple spirits. Among the most famous are a ghostly bride who tragically fell down the marble staircase on her wedding day, and a helpful bellman named Sam who still assists guests with their luggage before mysteriously vanishing. After that, you have Fort Garry Hotel in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Opening in 1913, this Grand Railway Hotel housed a famously active spirit in room 202. Legend says a grieving woman hung herself in the room after learning her husband died in a car crash. Housekeepers and guests alike have reported seeing the woman's apparition at the foot of the bed and blood dripping down the walls. Fort George National Historical Site is number 4. That's in Niagara on the Lake, Ontario. Now that dates back to the War of 1812. This former British military fort is often considered one of the most haunted places in Canada. The most prominent ghost here is the Weeping Girl, believed to be a young girl named Sarah who died in the 1800s. Visitors frequently report hearing disassembled cries, phantom footsteps, and doors slamming at her on their own. Now, the 5th one is Craig Durack Castle, Victoria, British Columbia. Built in the 1800s by coal baron Robert Dunsmuir. This Victorian era mansion is renowned for paranormal activity, even though Dunsmuir died before it was completed. Staff and visitors have reported an invisible piano playing, objects moving on their own, and sightings of a lonely female figure staring out from the castle windows. And number 6 is the Fairmont Empress Hotel, Victoria, British Columbia. Was you going to say something, Tan?
No.
Huh?
No. I'm just acknowledging.
Oh, okay. I was thinking you might be getting scared. I wanted to settle you down. Now that one opened in 1908. Now this iconic Victoria landmark has a reputation for ghostly sightings. The most common apparition is the hotel's architect, Francis Rattenbury, who can be seen walking the lower lobby holding a cane. Guests on the 6th floor also report encounters with a spirit of a former maid who fell to her death in 1909. And then you have the Dundurn Castle in Hamilton, Ontario. It's built in 1830 for Sir Allan.
I actually went there, that one. Dundurn Castle.
It was built in 1830 for Sir Allan MacNab, one of Canada's first premiers. This sprawling estate is steeping in tragedy. The most frequently spotted ghost is believed to be Sir Allan's wife, Lady Mary, or his jilted niece, Henrietta. Visitors often report seeing figures in period clothing, smelling phantom cigar smoke, and hearing disembodied children's laughter. And number 8 is Hockey Hall of Fame, Toronto, Ontario. Located in the former Bank of Montreal building, this hallowed hall for hockey lovers reportedly houses a mischievous spirit named Dorothy. Dorothy was a bank teller who accidentally shot herself in the building in the 1950s. She is known to wander the halls, jiggling locked doors, and play with the arena exhibits. And finally, West Point Lighthouse. That's in O'Leary, Prince Edward Island. It was erected in 1875. This striking black and white lighthouse is famous for being haunted by its first keeper, William MacDonald. Guests and staff have reported seeing his apparition wandering the grounds, as well as an eerie, glowing orb of light near the lantern room that appears long after the lights have been turned off for the night. And 10, the Blue Ghost Tunnel, and that is in Thorold, Ontario. Officially known as the Meriton Tunnel, this abandoned 1800s railway tunnel earned its name from the hazy blue mists of shady figures frequently seen hovering near it. The legend stems from the tragic death of an 18-year-old worker who was struck by a train while doing maintenance in the early 20th century. They didn't give me anything at all. The scariest places is what I said. So I should have. None of that had anything to do with the Blue Mountains. That's so sad.
Yeah. Blue Mountain not even in the list.
Yeah, I know. Now I'm gonna ask and I'm gonna say, where does Blue Mountain fit into this? See if it gives me a list, or at least where it sits in the list. Okay, it says we need to make sure we are talking about the exact same Blue Mountain depending on what you are looking at. Blue Mountain is popular name used for a few different places. Now that's skiing. If you are talking about the winter sport Blue Mountain Ski Resort, we've gone through this before. And it is Palmerton, Pennsylvania. Okay, so the next one is geography. If you are looking at a map, it could be the Blue Mountain Ridge no, they're talking about Pennsylvania. This is in Canada. My God. I'm telling you, these search engines are horrible. Blue Mountain in Ontario is the largest resort destination, located about 2 miles drive north of Toronto.
2 hours. 2 hour drive.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to. Where does it fit in with the scariest places?
Well, that one fort, it was on Ghostbusters about when they were redoing it, maintenance and putting it back in place. Well, they found out that the body parts, the ones that was dust, they were using it, mixing it in with the concrete, and by doing it, they're saying that some of the sounds and figures is built into the fort now. the one that's at the border in between Canada and the U.S. That one that was just on there. It was on Ghostbusters.
Okay, so I pulled it up. Now it says that the mountain region fits directly into Canada's spookiest lore through the haunted indigenous legends of the Scenic Caves Nature Preserve, located just minutes from the ski resort. And the Scenic Caves Nature Preserve, according to this, the lore is that it's located in the Blue Mountain Township. Now, this labyrinth is of deep freezing rock fissures and gloomy caverns was historically avoided by the indigenous Putin people. And then they go to the spook factor. Ancient tribal spiritual beliefs held that these cavernous paths led directly to the underworld. Elders warned that the area was heavily haunted by restless spirits and ghosts, especially after darkness fell over the mountain. Even today, visitors report a palpable, eerie chill dripping suddenly as they descend into the rock crevices. What do you think about that, Tan?
Yeah, interesting. I haven't heard about a lot of them.
Now, as a historic 19th century shipping and shipbuilding port right at the foot of the mountain, the area has centuries of maritime tragedy. Local ghost walks frequently highlight old downtown heritage buildings, century homes, and theater spaces with reported poltergeist activities, disassembled footsteps, and residual spiritual energy from the town's rough early days. So, even the town below. And you walked right into that, dude. Like I was telling you ahead of time, I'm like, you do not need to be going there, Tan High Tran. And you just, what did you do? You just kept on driving. I was thinking The Shining the whole time.
Just to be fine.
Just put it out there. I was thinking, this is going to turn out to be The Shining all over again because snow was even falling. You know what I mean? You could see the piles where the trucks had already.
Yeah.
I'm like, man.
Yeah, you want to hear something? Since we've had all this rain and all that here, about 60 people almost came up seriously injured when the roof of the grocery store collapsed today. And all that water flooded up the store, flushed people right out the door. The roof collapsed today at a grocery store, and there's places that's fully underwater.
That's actually newsworthy.
Huh?
Actually, that's actually newsworthy. We probably should have talked about that. Especially if there's floodings and stuff. I didn't know. I try not to keep up with the local news around here because it's really, really crazy. Like, I mean, I can pull it up, see if I can find it,
but it was so bad that a lot of roads and all that, vehicles shut down and all. The rain was so steady that it flooded up roads, flooded it really bad. Like a store, not like, the size of the store was the size of like Walmart is. Not as big, but comes close to it. I'll say about 60% of the store is about that size there. And that thing collapsed.
I don't know what the average size of a Walmart is.
Well,
I don't think they have Walmart.
I know they're relatively large compared to UK supermarkets.
So yes, there has been Southern Illinois floods, and they've been hit by heavy rainfall and flash flooding, with effective flood watches remaining in effect for the West Frankfurt area, in my area. Now, the National Service has warned that excessive runoff could easily result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other flood-prone areas. Now, because heavy downpours can rapidly create dangerous road conditions, you should monitor your local radar closely. So yeah, there has been floodings, and they have a picture of an entire neighborhood that has been flooded, and that's from NBC, so that probably isn't from around here. So, but yeah, there has been flooding that's been taking place. So severe thunderstorms in southern Illinois and in Missouri. So everybody be on the lookout if you're in this area, because there is flooding. And it's really weird because we were talking earlier about how freaking hot it's been and how humid, yet in 90 degrees weather, freaking it's still freaking raining. You know what I mean? That's really strange. Because when I was younger, they were always big on that. They're like, after after heat hits a certain temperature, it's almost impossible for it to rain. You know.
Oh, and they have said too with weather that if it rains during the day, not at night, when it comes to the strength of the weather will be intense. Would be intense because it rained during the day where it's nice and hot. The humidity is going to be up high, and they said that the weather will be more intense and it will last a little longer. Because they got to get rid of the excess energy.
I'm thinking when I heard the heat index thing, they said that the heat index, though, has to be up around 100, 104 degrees Fahrenheit before that happens. I could have heard that when we were living in Arizona. And that's a dry heat, to be fair. But I'm wondering if that would actually apply here where there's humidity and stuff too, because it's really weird that we're getting these hot days like that and it's still able to rain. You know, you'd think that heat index would have been too high for it, but
keeping humidity.
which I need to actually remember to stop muting myself when I say all that. But I've unmuted myself, and I can say now that we've covered murder or tragedy in England. We've covered flooding in southern Illinois, and we've also done haunted places in Canada, covered cannibalism in Canada, and stuff.
What happened to that guy that was on the bus eating people as going down the road?
They never updated anybody on that. I'm guessing he got finally. I don't know if he's executed or not, but that happened years ago. I just.
Well, no, the one you were telling me about last year.
Yeah, that one
on the bus.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know what happened with the Greyhound bus. Have you heard anything about that, Dan?
Yeah, we talked about it, Mom.
Yeah, but have you heard if like they've sentenced them or put them in prison or?
They put him in some sort of.
Is he going to be
can't remember.
executed? Is he going to be executed? Wait,
No,
you
man.
guys don't
no.
execute people.
We don't have. No, we don't have.
Well, hey, but that's pretty good. You know why? Because if population gets too high, you can release him into the public.
Oh, please. Please.
Well, I mean, when they finally get rid of the French people and they stop eating horse meat, then I will say that is a bad thing. But like, if they want to keep eating horses, then maybe we should just let cannibals run loose.
I've got a challenge for you, Roger.
What?
I know you can't do it in the US, but on your next holiday, go to Canada and try some horse meat burgers.
No, it's not gonna happen. No, I will never eat a horse. The only thing worse than eating horses is eating dogs and humans. Like,
You know what,
no,
Mr. Ed?
actually, horses and dogs are equal because that's like the closest you can get to man's best friend. You know what I mean? No, I could never eat a dog or a horse.
I don't know whoever thought of it, but I couldn't believe when I saw that video from over there of a meat plant what they were doing. No.
Yeah, the one you're talking about is the infamous Korean meat plant. That's in Korea, actually.
Oh, the ones where they shave dogs and hang them up on meat hooks.
Yeah, and the things they do to cats is horrific. Like people in Korea will literally, like the military, the police officers will literally go around collecting cats. It's really interesting how that is.
Is there the ones that got busted in Arizona for that? Wasn't it that restaurant?
That was a Chinese buffet.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then now that's something that we need to not get into because we have Tan here and he might get offended because we're talking about cannibalized eating.
Actually, no, I just want something. I just asked for famous French horse dishes, and the second entry is a recipe for tartar de cheval. So, more minced horse meat.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Like they openly do it, you know, and it's for me. I think the reason why I do it mostly is because I like to bring it to people's attention that they're still allowing horse calling in freaking Canada, and they endorse it, and then they turn around and they sell the meat for freaking
other countries.
No, for food, just period. And I mean, and there's people in Canada who are speaking out about that too. So I think it's a good thing to bring it up.
In the US, is it legal to serve to buy in a restaurant steak tartare?
What is
that's more ground
raw
beef.
meat?
Yeah, ground beef.
Yeah, you can buy that, but is it raw?
Yeah, but is it legal to eat it in the restaurant?
I don't know because I get people's gotten sick from it. We call that from the meat. What it really
it's usually topped with a more egg. Usually, I've only had it twice in my life.
So
but, yeah.
Oh, they ground up the meat and all that. How can you tell what kind of meat is it?
Well, it's steak, so it's beef. It's ground
well, no,
beef.
but what I was referring to is that if they have three cups there of it, just curious, if someone was to stick 3 different types of meat in it, how can you tell the difference between the horse and whatever else?
Steak tartare is beef.
Yeah, but what kind of...
Okay.
It'd be illegal to call to make a chicken because then it would be a mistake.
Okay, so we are coming up at the end of this. We're going to have to stop this before you get Robert fired up. But we've already okay. He's had like 2 hours of talking about genetically modified meat, so he should be good.
Yeah.
Okay, we do not need to start talking about beef tartare with him. And Tan, thank you for sticking through the night without falling asleep on us. We really do appreciate that. And glad that you're here. Are you awake still? No, he fell asleep, didn't he?
Well,
No, we're coming to the end, man. This is it.
I was just wondering if you can tell the difference between different types of meat.
No, you can't.
If it starts plucking, then you know it's a chicken.
That's right.
If it starts mooing, then it's
This is turned into a really, really bad Three Stooges movie or episode. So that I want to go ahead and ask everybody if they would be willing to give their socials so that people could figure out how to contact them if they do want to. After this episode, I don't think anybody's going to want to talk to us. So, with that being said, Mark, you want to give your socials so that we can get this over?
If anybody wants to communicate with me, maybe. Minds.com, username Medworthy.
Okay, Tanner, are you still there? Okay, he's gone silent. So with me and Robert, you can find us on minds.com at Roger_Hanson. You can also find us on X, Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. I also have a group on Minds for Strange Stories, which you can check out to get involved with the stream if you want to come on and be a part of it. I'm post the links to Jitsi on there as well as in the chats, so you can find us there. Other than that, I am also on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, which also has these episodes edited and ready to watch. You can get that on Discord. Now, the show is also on the Wonderful World of Weirdness on both YouTube and on Rumble, and also on Strange Stories on YouTube. Now, you can check us out there. Like, subscribe, share, make comments, give us some feedback. Just say hi, whatever. It doesn't matter. We would appreciate that. Thank you for watching. We will catch you again later on. Bye. Okay, we got that taken care of. My God, Robert.
Well, what I'm saying is, Mr. Ed, he hears you guys talking like that. He might want to have a slap down.
Well, you got to be careful, man. Got to be careful.
Yeah, because hearing how they want to eat his family members might insult him, and he might want to say, okay.
Well, just as long as you aren't bad-mouthing French people, because we're getting sick of people talking crap about French people.
You do all the time.
Well, yeah, I'm the one that's usually doing it, but we're getting sick of that. Everybody's like, Roger, you need to stop talking about French people.
Well, don't French make Italian sausages and all that?
No, French people don't make Italian sausages. That would be the Italians who make the Italian sausages.
Actually, not necessarily. I can think of a Greek company that makes they provide food products for I think Aldi and Lidl's, and they make sort of substitutes sort of food for all over Europe.
Well, I mean, I don't really buy into that. Like Chef Boyardee, you know what I mean? Everybody makes it out like Chef Boyardee is like this little dude that came from freaking Italy, and he created his own invention.
He's not a real person. Never was. It was fictional.
They got sued.
I know, and the whole business never even originally came from Italy, but they they played it off like they did, you know. So
Same as what's her face? Betty Crocker.
Yeah.
No such person.
Yep. Now, Tan, are you still there? Is he there? He got quiet, didn't he? And see, that's the reason why I wanted to shut that down on the dog and cat meat thing, because that's a real big freaking stereotype that people have when it comes to Oriental.
Well, that's
people.
I didn't bring that because I don't know who or what, but that you know. No.
Yeah, and plus, like, he's actually in the restaurant business, so that's not really all that cool. You know what I mean? So just keep that in mind. I mean, because like it's all fun when it comes to games and stuff. Like I had to tell Sonia the other night with that Latier, what's that? Like because he's French and he's from Canada, and I wanted to kind of point it out that I pick on French people, but I'm just joking. You know what I mean? It's not that I have too much of a problem with French Canadians. No, Canadians.
Well, but like as he explained to me about that thing about soda and ice. You know, they are that group in Canada that doesn't believe having ice in their soda.
Yeah.
I can't think of that group, but he explained it better about that.
Well, see, the whole thing about that is that's everywhere. Like I remember whenever freaking they came out with Dr. Pepper, it was like a lot of people preferred to drink Dr. Pepper hot rather than to put ice
I don't think I've actually ever had a Dr. Pepper in my life.
Is Dr. Pepper still made out of the same materials as they were saying before?
Probably not. I know there's a lot of differences when it comes to sodas between the US and Europe.
Yeah,
a lot of the ingredients are illegal. I was watching a thing, a comparison thing about Fanta, and the US Fanta is a totally different product.
Now,
compared to
RC was actually something from Canada, wasn't it? Royal Cola, I believe it was called RC.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
That sort of was good because at night, me, Roger, and Becky, we would go down there, get a thing. We had security, you would not believe this, at the State Department at night. Anybody else, the guy would have told them to hit the road. They were not welcome. But me, Roger, and Becky, we could sit there and talk. And one night we see someone coming up, and we recognize he's a security there at the Capitol building. He said, "Well, he talked to us and he explained that if any other time, if it was anyone else, since we've been there, sat there, not doing nothing, we didn't make no mess, no nothing. Since we were always nice about sat there and not do nothing, we were always welcome there. But he got close. We were buying and selling stuff at the auctions, and he said that, well, if we ever come across, I forget what it was, but he was looking for it. But we found that he was a nice person, and we was the only one that could have sat there at 1:00 in the morning at the state building.
Yeah, it was in Phoenix. We would sit down on a picnic bench in the middle of the night at the state building. They'd have security guards going around there. They wouldn't mess with me, my brother, Rob, my sister at all. We'd just sit there and hang out and just have fun.
Yeah. We had security more or less around us. Nobody. Yeah, it wasn't bad.
He was the one that actually told us they have this angel that's sitting up on top of there, and back in the old West, man, the freaking cowboys would come up and use it for target practice. And he said the bullets are still in the freaking wings of the angels because they wanted to see the angels spin around. So they would go up there and literally shoot at it to make it spin.
Yep.
So that being said, I am done, guys.
Yeah, me too.
I think Tan fell asleep on us.
Yeah.
So hopefully he'll.
What we were talking about earlier today.
We're
If you
done.
can, you might want. No, I was talking to Tim. Oh boy.
Oh, jeez.
Sorry about that.